love Israel? Israel number one. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7th. You are Hamas. No politics here. 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 What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a Tuesday. It's Newsday Tuesday, folks. We're live, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Yes, it is January 13th, 2026. And this year has started. This year has started officially. January is not even halfway in, and yet we have had a tremendous amount of cruelty that we've seen both all around the world and also in the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, Scott Adams is dead, okay? I'll just get it out of the way. Scott Adams died, okay? The father of Dilbert, he's gone. Gone but not forgotten, a GOAT, a legendary American hero, okay? Pack watch, smoke watch, R.I.P. Bozo. I don't even care, to be honest. It's just one way or another. It is what it is. What was I going to say? This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan, HasanAbi Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the stop streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. And, yeah, that's precisely what I'm going to do. Ended the broadcast last night. What did I do? Tried to read a little bit, but didn't really have any ambition. Ended up watching a little bit of Jujutsu Kaisen, and that's pretty much it. And, yeah. That's it. I went to bed early. Woke up super early. Worked out. Talked to the South China Morning Post about my trip to China. Did some interviews. Did some, $20,000 media hits as always. And that's it. That's what's happening. That's what's popping. That's all I got. Nothing else. Did this really happen? Everyone keeps posting these green screen fucking. Did this really happen? Let's see.
Here we are. And if you look, come to think of it, well, I got to look at this myself. Wow. What a view.
Wow. What a view.
Yeah, that really happened. That happened for real. For reals. Chinese Hasan Piker, lemon bald, is getting the HasanAbi treatment. Bro is thriving. Oh, this is my Chinese counterpart. Fuck this asshole. Shut the fuck up. We're coming for you, fucker. Get the heck out of our country. Yeah. A critical support to Lemon Bald, my Chinese counterpart. Buddha Wang is my hero. Yeah, mine too. Don't worry. Brother, dude, I've been going live at 11 a.m. Pacific time every single day, 7 days a week since 2020. Okay? Every single day. And now there are motherfuckers being like, why are you going live when Asman Bald is going live? Yeah, brother, you should ask him that question. Okay? This is the same time frame where I've been going live every single day, 7 days a week for the past 6 years. You understand? What the hell are you talking about? The most consistent streamer of all time. Anyway, where was I? There's not really much personal news-wise to talk about, honestly, because, you know, I have been tweeting up a storm as of late. I've been on Twitter quite a bit, and it's probably not good for my mental health, but I think woke is back, so we just got to keep fucking fighting and keep pushing. And that's basically it, you know? What is happening? Someone comes in and says something about Asmongold. I respond briefly, and instantly there's like a bunch of his fans in here being like, can you stop talking about him, please? Calm down, guys, okay? I know. It's going to be okay. The world is burning, but it's also turning. Okay? It's going to keep turning. They have you both up, tracking everyone. Hi, nice hat. Hate to be that guy, but in the span of a few days, not only is Zioron made good on his executive order giving Tish license to cordon off blocks around settler recruitment events, he's come out and denounced the protesters who stayed in the kettle in an orderly fashion because they're publicly supporting Palestinian resistance. I don't regret voting for him, obviously, but how are we supposed to feel about this shit right now? Zioron. Zioron Musadani. Zioron Musadani and AOCIA. Oh man. We gotta keep pushing. We gotta keep pushing, baby. I don't know what to tell you. They were saying we support Hamas Shatter. What'd you expect he was gonna say? Yeah, no, that's fucking cope. Is actually bullshit. Like he knows better. Come on, dude. Get out of here. Like what did I say from the start? Do not concede on your enemy's cynical framing. The much larger, much more consequential takeaway from that fucking story was supposed to be the settler fairs that they're conducting in a goddamn synagogue once again. And yet the entire media was moved into the direction of, oh my God, I can't believe the protesters that are protesting against settler fairs that are taking place in a synagogue are actually the bad ones in the story because they said we support Hamas here. I can't believe that they're supporting the Palestinian resistance. How dare they say that? That's unacceptable. Okay, on the other side, the people who were counter-protesting against the protesters were literally fucking counter-protesting about with Kahanis sloganeering, with Kahanis flags. That's a literal fucking terrorist organization. That's a terrorist organization that's considered a terrorist organization in the state of Israel. Like, that's how big of a fucking terrorist organization that is. So if you're going to fucking complain about people, people supporting designated enemies of America or like, terrorist states in general, focus your attention on Focus the limited amount of attention that we have in this media cycle on things that actually are productive, things that actually matter, okay? Just being like, oh my God, I can't believe they said they love Hamas or whatever is just fucking stupid. Of course, he's not going to come out and say he's, pro-Hamas or anything like that. Don't be stupid either, all right? He's an American politician in New York City. That's not going to happen at all. I think it's just it's a misstep in the way that he managed or communicated through this issue. That's it. I think it's a self-own in the same way that fucking Kamala Harris engaged in cell phones throughout the entire fucking campaign. At least the difference between Kamala Harris and AOC and Zohran Mamdani is that they have said something in opposition to Israel over and over again. So that kind of makes it even more silly. How should he have communicated it then? I've already said it a million times over in so many different instances, which is just you don't have to bring up the protesters that are saying fucking we support Hamas here. You never have to do that. That's just a completely cynical position, and you can just as easily turn it into a Trump-style media opportunity by going, people want me to fucking condemn the protesters that are protesting outside of a synagogue, when in fact, the real problem that I have is that this synagogue is doing settler fairs. This is illegal. And as mayor, I'm going to be tackling that because I made a promise to my voters that illegal land sales are not allowed in New York State. We are going to be following international humanitarian law here, international human law here, and I will abide by that promise. That's it. That's it. Because, like, on the one hand, you got another settler fair popping up inside of another synagogue. On the other hand, you got people protesting that and saying, say it loud, say it clear, we support Hamas here, right? Like, which one is the more consequential thing? If you look at that and you go, oh my God, I can't believe they said they support the Palestinian resistance. That's the real problem here. You're a fucking dullard. You're dumb. You're a dummy. You're a dummy and you ate the bait. Okay? You're a dummy and you ate the bait. That's it. Oh, that's a terrorist group. Okay, Israel is a fucking terrorist state that has conducted a genocide. These people are protesting against the terrorist state that is doing consistent ethnic cleansing and also illegal land sales. Just Zoran is Mr. Judo. Just fucking judo it. What are we doing? They caught him slacking. 100%. And yeah, calling it anti-Semitism is insanity. That I will not abide by. Okay? You know I don't fuck around with that. It is not, like, it's saying anything about Hamas is not anti-Semitism. Get the fuck out of here. That's bullshit. Which I tweeted about extensively for those of you who are wondering. Anyway, let's blast off real quick. U.S. intervention in Iran, insane ICE crackdown. It's getting full Burgerhitler. Iran protests turn deadly. Get in now. Trump talks to Hamas. What, like recently, or are you saying in general? Because yeah, he has talked to Hamas, of course. Put the gaming in the bag, little bro. Dude, I have been not doing enough. I've not been doing enough about that. Reportedly, 12,000 people have been killed in the past few days in Iran during the blackout. I don't know if those numbers are correct. Wait, where did you get those numbers from? I mean, I don't know what the actual numbers are, but they've killed a lot of people for sure. And it's not just people that have, it's not that the protesters themselves have also engaged in violence or whatever. And then like they've been incredibly violent in a way to crack down. But I don't think this is like tens of thousands seems much, much higher, even though it could be. That's a CBS News number. You're joking, right? Yeah, I think like the official numbers that are coming are like around 2,000, I think. Apparently, the IRGC themselves are recording 12,000. Iran International Executive Director Mehdi Parpanchi says the figure of 12,000 Iranians killed in the protest based on an IRGC intelligence report submitted to the Iran's presidential. Okay, dude. No, this has got to be another instance of casualty versus killed, where so in the reporting, when people write casualties, this happens with Hamas as well. Hamas communiques will say casualties. Casualties imply people that have been maimed, people that have been shot, people that are in critical condition, and injuries in general. Whereas killed is like a person whose life has been taken. I have not seen the 10,000 numbers. At most, this could probably be, if it's real, at most it's probably a casualty figure that they misreported on as killed. However, the numbers are staggering for sure, because the first couple of days, I think it was like 500 or something. That's what the initial reporting was. I think it's probably larger than that from the things that I have seen so far. It is very difficult to parse through the noise and actually see what's real information and what's not, especially in this new dangerous media environment where Twitter is just chock full of misinformation. This is a perfect opportunity for people to understand why they purchased Twitter, like why Elon Musk purchased Twitter, which is precisely the reason why people won't understand it. Because the best kind of propaganda is propaganda that you don't understand as propaganda, that you don't read as propaganda. It's like something that leans into your suspicions. And in this circumstance, the Islamic Republic is a repressive force. And obviously, these sorts of things have happened in the past as well, which is precisely the reason why you will, which is precisely the reason why this is a opportunity where people will just go, hey, I know that this is like a neo-Nazi website where everyone is a fucking moron, but in this circumstance, it's probably true that like all the reporting on what's going on in Iran that I'm seeing is probably true and real. Also, Kaya, please. You haven't even done your 2026 goals yet. I know. I will. But don't you think this is an insane number? This cannot be ignored. Wait, what? What do you mean? I think no matter what the number is, it's an insane number. I mean, if it's 500, it's still a fucking insane number of people that have been killed, brother. But I think it's like there's a total casualty number that people are reporting, which it factors like security forces that have been killed, police officers that have been killed as well. Because it's not like an American style protest, if you know what I mean. It's not even like a Greek style protest where those guys use Molotov cocktails and shit like that. This is beyond a normal protest because state violence is the standard here. If the state is more violent, then the response and the retaliation will be more violent. Add to that a country that is basically a leaky faucet with external actors as well that literally were able to build a fucking drone facility inside of the Iranian nation state's capital. You're gonna have opportunists. You're gonna have real protesters with real anger and resentment towards the administration who are gonna take up arms and fucking shoot people. Shargzadeh did an amazing video on Twitter with the insight on protests. Gave 10 reasons why the protests always fail. Definitely worth watching. Yeah, I saw that. Is closer to a civil war than a classic protest? I wouldn't say it's a class. It's not. I don't think it's a civil war necessarily. The reason why it's not a civil war is because like there isn't enough militant organizing, and the most militant organizing that comes from American involvement. Okay. Like a civil war would require, in this day and age, I don't even know if you can have a civil war in the age of the internet, in the age of like American dominance around the globe. I don't even know if you can have a fucking real civil war at this point. Every civil war inevitably turns into Syria. Every civil war or any sort of like civil dissent that turns into a revolution will be taken on by state actors even Myanmar, honestly, like Myanmar even has a lot of foreign involvement, both with China and also even to a certain degree America as well. It's just like it's virtually impossible to have like a real ass civil war in the way that we used to, you know. I mean, a big part of the fucking Myanmar, like the Islamophobic inception point for Myanmar came from Facebook, dude. It came from fucking WhatsApp. This is like well documented, you know? It was like a shit ton of fake news that was erupted and led to like killing a bunch of Muslims in villages, like just ethnic cleansing taking place in villages where Muslims are living. It's crazy to think about, but in some ways, Elon Musk, I feel like, saw that and was like, bet I can do that. If Zuck can do that, I can do that as well. I genuinely think Elon Musk saw the fucking Human Rights Watch report on Mark Zuckerberg's involvement in the Myanmar genocide of Muslims and was like, oh, I would like to do that. I would like to do that myself for every other country. Because that's where we're at. Like, we used to live in a time where, like, there was at least some sense of, like, decency or at least, like, a little bit of fucking pushback. A little bit of, like, hey, hold on now. Why are you fomenting racialized hatred in this other country? That's weird. You should probably check that. To, there's not really anything we can do. Like, Elon Musk doesn't just do that globally. Elon Musk is doing that in America, dude. He's doing that in Germany. He's doing that in every country that Twitter operates in. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy to think about. But that's where we're at. In any case, Kaya, that's not very ladylike of you, madam. It's not very ladylike of you to be chomping on your shit like that, nasty girl. When they do the stare, yeah, no, she got caught and was embarrassed. Yeah, Elon Musk is literally... Anyway, I don't want to even start talking about Elon Musk. Let's talk about Iran. Okay, Iran's protest. Some people are saying it's 2,000 people killed. Some people are saying it's 20,000 people killed. I don't know what the actual numbers are, and neither do you. But it is alarming that CBS News, led by Barry Weiss, the Zionist queen Barry Weiss, has decided it's actually 20,000. Iranian human rights monitors and most intelligence estimates that 2,000 people have been killed in the Iranian unrest, which is a fucking insane number, by the way. That is an unacceptable number. CBS this morning runs a story claiming up to 20,000 have been killed, citing an anonymous source. I wonder who their source was. If Barry Weiss didn't spend the last several years acting as an asset for Benjamin Netanyahu, maybe we could believe that she had any credibility on Middle Eastern matters and actually cares about Muslim life, not just Israeli foreign policy goals, alas. Yeah. One point that I will always go back to is that, you know, my heart is with the people as always, no matter which country that we're talking about, okay? Having said that, however, I will never trust someone who is pro-Israel when they're communicating freeing Iran, okay? I'm sorry, you don't want to free Iran. You want Iran to turn into fucking Syria. You want Iran to turn into fucking Syria. You want to destroy it. You want to turn it into a fucking fail state so it does not have the military prowess or the capabilities of striking back when you decide to finalize your greater Israel project. Suck my fucking dick. I know you don't give a shit when Muslims are dying because you've defended Israel. Okay, you've defended Israel over and over again. Is CBS pro-Israel? Are you fucking kidding me? That's why they purchased it. Yeah, 2,000 is enough for it to be insane. Why do these people always have to make it even higher? Well, it's the same as like October 7. You could have just looked at October 7 and been like, this is a fucking catastrophe. How do we get here? But it didn't matter. They had to be like, they're decapitating babies while raping them, you know? It's just, it doesn't, Like, the truth is not enough. They have to literally they have to do atrocity propaganda. That's it. That's how it always is. That's how it always is. They have to just be like, no, they killed, like, Israel kills hundreds of thousands of Palestinians in Gaza. That's nothing. That's just, you know, the cost of doing business. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about that, right? Iran, on the other hand, they've killed 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, you know, however many thousands. Like, it's fucking, like, just report on it accurately. Okay? Report on it accurately. This is unacceptable state repression. Your hate against Kurdish people is clear as day. This is okay. Report on it accurately. It's already an unimaginably cruel form of fucking state repression that took place anyway. Okay? The very fact that it got to this point is already proof that, you know, there is a lot that's going on with the Iranian government that is unsustainable. It should never get to that point. One of the main fucking focuses, I'm Alevi Hasan, do you hate me too? No, I don't hate the Kurds, nor do I hate Alevis. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, it's so funny that, like, Turks by and large say that I'm a part of the PKK. Ulan Türkiye'de PKK'lısın derler, burada Kürt düşmanı derler. Aynen, amına koyayım. In Turkey, they say I'm a fucking PKK militant. In America, they say I'm a fucking hater of Kurds. What are we doing? You know? The fuck? I don't hate anybody. I hate reactionaries. I hate reactionary ideology. I hate fascists. I don't hate any fucking normal person. Especially never on some, like, fucking religious or ethnic boundary. I don't give a fuck about any of that stuff. Don't ever do that to me. It's the dumbest fucking argument of all time. Anyway, let's look at ABC News is reporting on the Iran protest, 2,000 killed activists.
This morning, the Trump administration weighing options against Iran in the wake of a growing massacre of unarmed civilians calling for change. According to U.S. officials, new sanctions are on the table against key regime officials. Cyber attacks and influence operations also in play.
Someone highlight this, please. Iranians are not Muslim. We are Zoroastrian. Islam was imposed on us through Arabs' invasion. Oh, brother, please. Oh, my fucking Lord, dude. Dude, this is fun because chatters are about to find out what some of the most insane versions of LARP actually look like. Yeah, dog, you're right. Iran is still maintaining Zoroastrianism, the world's oldest, like, monotheistic organized religion. Yes. Who can forget? If it wasn't for the Arab hordes that Islamicized Iran through conquest, or is it duotheistic? I thought it was monotheistic. My bad. They would still have the towers of the dead everywhere in Iran, where they would put all of the people that die. Yes, we are not Muslim anymore, not after what it did to our nation. Okay, brother. No, it's monotheistic. I thought Zoroastrianism was the oldest monotheistic religion. That's what I remember from my Theology 101 course, but, you know, I'll take it if someone says I'm wrong. I don't fucking know. I don't really remember it that much. Anyway, I think a lot of people don't understand this, and as a Turkish person, I sympathize with it maybe a little too much, and that's the reason why a lot of people fucking make it seem as though, yeah, these idiots act like Islam came to Iran in 1979. Look, listen, okay? This is a little bit of, this is my, like, Reddit atheism coming out a little bit, which is how I used to be when I was growing up in Turkey. I definitely understand why people would not be fond of a lot of the repressive attitudes demonstrated by the fucking Iranian government. That's it. Like, I get it. I know it. I get it. Like, it's not anyone that sits around and acts as though the you know, Islamic forms of governance that is implemented in this massive, incredibly diverse country, entirely comprised of Muslims, by the way, but is not, there's different strokes for different folks, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, not every Muslim. Turkey is a fucking overwhelmingly majority Muslim country, and if you had morality police in any capacity in a fucking Turkish street, people would fucking revolt in the same way. A lot of people look at Islam as this like monolithic understanding of the world, not realizing that every fucking Muslim country has very different ways of self-governance. Okay? That's it. My biggest fear in Iran is that, this kind of, partially due to the incompetence of the government in terms of having to deal with the external forces, external pressures, and also having to increase its internal repression, is going to lead to a failed state, and then have a Syrianization of Iran, and that's going to be even worse than Syria if we're being real. And what a lot of people, I think, fail to consider with Iran is that kind of destabilization actually gives infinitely more credence and credibility to the Islamic State. Like the Iranian government gets all of its justification for repression from external these external factors. Because in the absence of any sort of unifying figure, in the absence of any sort of connective tissue that holds this very diverse country together, it will collapse. "100% Turkey does the same, but to a lesser degree." I mean, what Turkey's done since Erdogan came to power is not even remotely similar to the way that the Islamic Republic has acted in terms of enforcing like religious mandates, and that's not even a comparison. It's weird because there's the good and the bad. On the one hand, there's like tremendous focus on education, and it is clear that the government is like, the government wants to maintain its power, and perhaps the reason why they want to maintain their power is not so that they can dominate the people, which is what everyone will say, from afar, but they want to maintain its grip on power in order to keep the country together. But the way that they're going about it is very clearly unsustainable. They're very clearly unsustainable. You can't be constantly fucking chopping so many of the people that are rising up in arms. You know what I mean? You just can't do that. You can't fucking do that. It's eventually going to come to an end.
As well as potential strikes on military targets. Iran's foreign minister shifting blame, saying demonstrations have turned violent because Trump said he would intervene if there was bloodshed.
The inherent irony here is that this was low-key the reason why the Iranian revolution took place anyway. This is the reason why it happened. Because the Shah was ruthless, was oppressive, and it was an external force. The only reason why the Islamic State is held, okay, is because they're not an external group. They have like real legitimacy from their base of support. But their base of support is also angry because of the economy. So good luck. You know what I mean? If your base of support is also crumbling due to the economy, and I know that there's like a lot of pro-government protests that are taking place right now, but if your base of support is also crumbling, like inevitably you're gonna experience the exact same thing that happened when they deposed the Shah the last time. A big part of the reason why that happened was because of the incredible cruelty. It wasn't just because it was obviously like a Western enforced ownership over the country in a puppet state. It happened partially because of The only ways, if you have a Western enforced puppet state, the only way that you can justify your existence is through repression, is through endless amounts of violence. And the more you increase the intensity of said violence, the harder it gets for you to justify your existence. And inevitably, something will give. The dam will fucking break. There is still a lot of support for the Ayatollah in the country. Make no mistake. I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply stating that this country is a very diverse country. It's a very large country. It's a very proud country, very resilient country. And they are eventually going to have enough mobilization that you will either have to fucking assassinate, execute half the country. You can't do that. That's ridiculous. The state will collapse before that happens. It's also complicated by the dueling power centers. The civilian government, which is mostly publicly accessible, has no oversight of the security forces. The IRGC security establishment has different interests than the civilian admin, who has different interests than the clerical establishment. Very messy. I know. There is not a lot of unity between these different forces, and a secularization on the real centers of power within the Iranian establishment, especially the security establishment, is a non-starter. It's just not going to happen because the connective tissue that holds that together is the mutual belief that they have in Islam, in Shia Islam. So there is no secularization taking place in that regard. But also at the same time, it needs to be top down, is what I'm saying. It needs to be in some way a top down either you need to, if the largest points of pressure is the government, is the state repression, is the economy, and external actors consistently trying to intervene in your affairs, you have to eradicate one of these three, okay? You have to. One of these three things has to go, okay? Because if it doesn't, then you have this. If we're looking at the triangle of pressures that the Iranian people are experiencing, one of these things has to give, okay? What is this guy saying? Don't tell me nothing will work. Do something, chat. Do something right now. Do something, action and revolution is now. Okay, chatter. Good luck. Oh, no, bro. I'd rather support the side that provides Palestinians with sniper rifles, Yemenis with drones, and Lebanese with missiles. This side at this time happened to be the mullahs, so I'm from the survival of the mullahs. In 1929, Togliatti said that if Mussolini starts supporting Algerian guerrillas against France, Italian communists must not oppose this. It's the same with Iran and Hamas. No, I understand why so many people have this position as well. Yeah. I get it. A destabilized Iran, a failed state in Iran is not only going to be good for the Iranian people, but it will certainly not be good for any of the other countries that are being dominated, any of the other people that are being dominated by American imperialism and Western imperialism in general, and Israel first and foremost, which is an expression of American imperialism in the region. Iran will never become a failed state. I mean, yeah. What should Iranians do? Just protest every day and die without internet? No country is not helping my people. No other country is not helping my people. No, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying that something's got to give. So if those are the three major factors here at play, it's the economy, which is born out of Western sanctions, right? Americans are actively starving the Iranian population, okay? And if the other side of the fucking pressures is internal repression, if the other side of the triangle is internal repression, and if the last side of the triangle is consistent Western intervention, not even from the economy side, but Western intervention in the form of espionage and destabilization and things like that, you have to tackle one of these three issues. And I think the one that is the most tackleable is internal repression. the example I'll always use is, I mean, you look at the Gulf states, right? Infinitely less woke than the Iranian government really is. Let's be fucking real, right? The Gulf states are way less woke, quote unquote woke, than the Iranian government is. And yet their people don't revolt. Why don't they revolt? Because they're not fucking on the receiving end of unimaginable sanctions and have consistently been thwarted and destabilized. These are Gulf monarchies that are held together fairly stably, with an entire like the civilians, the actual population is, they might have like their disagreements with the government, but they can't really do anything. They can't really say anything. It's a fucking monarchy, right? But they don't feel the need to because they're still prospering. They have stable economies, all things considered. We saw one example of a single resource economy that was unstable with the people fucking rising up and freaking out. Saudi Arabia, for the longest time, was also a singular resource economy, and it's the same singular fucking resource, and yet they were allowed to exist. What could be the difference between Venezuela and Saudi Arabia in terms of internal repression, in terms of religious repression, for example, or persecution at the behest of like on religious grounds, exists in fucking Gulf states in the same exact ways, if not worse ways, than it does in Iran. What could perhaps be the reason why it doesn't actually become a real problem in the Gulf states, but it becomes a real problem in Iran? There's one factor here, and that is playing ball with the West. Do you understand? That's it. And it's ironic because I know for a fact that the Iranians that are protesting on the streets also don't want Western intervention as well, no matter how hard some people try to make it seem as though they're like, they want the Shah to come in, or they want Israel to come in and protect Iranians or whatever. No, that's not how Iranians are. I'm sure there's some Iranians that are like saying all that dumb shit, but ultimately, no, Iranians just want sovereignty, okay? They want to live normal fucking lives as everybody else does. Like, I promise you, if there's one country on this planet that has been unimaginably resilient to external forces and external pressures, it has been fucking Iran. They already had a successful revolution for this reason. North Korea slander, fair. Facts. North Korea, another country that is like has deep, long-standing ties to the Iranian Revolution, ironically enough.
Human rights activists reporting more than 640 people have been killed since the protest began 2 weeks ago. Over 10,000 arrested. The unrest sparked by a deepening cost of living crisis with massive inflation and a collapsing currency. Now, an internet blackout imposed to try to stop the flow of information, but activists say protests ongoing. Dr. Kayvan Miradi, an Iranian-American...
What is this? You couldn't be more wrong saying the regime has a lot of support in Iran. If you're PR, the government in Iran, you are either benefiting financially or connected to the RGC in some way. I knew you grew up in Turkey, but from my first-hand experience, you don't realize how bad things are? No, I do. I mean, come on. This is the same thing that I tell my Turkish counterparts as well, who fucking say like Erdogan doesn't have any support. And year over year, we have deluded ourselves into thinking that Erdogan does not have a fucking base of support. He does, okay? 90 million people. There is a decent, sizable chunk of people, at least like a quarter of the population still supports it. That there's no world where like you can consistently engage in this kind of repression. The reason why these protests started was because it was from their base. The people that operate marketplaces that are normally supposed to be in the base of support of the Islamic Republic, they were the people that were protesting because they were like, the economy is shit. And then it exploded into this much larger thing because of all the other factors that I explained over and over again. You know? What do you mean by woke when you talk about Iran? I'm just saying, like, as far as comparing it to other single resource economies or other economies right there in the fucking Gulf region, the situation in Iran, like the internal governance of Iran, is far more complicated, far more complex than people actually make it seem to be. And not only that, but also they are literally like they're in some ways there's a lot of repression, and in other ways they are woke by American standards in comparison to like fucking Saudi Arabia. You know what I mean? Where you only recently women were allowed to fucking drive. Okay, woke isn't social liberties. But woke isn't the population is definitely, there is a very large number of people in Iran that are woke by our understanding, by like the Western understanding. It's a silly way to approach this subject. I'm not saying people deserve freedom only if they're fucking, living in the way that, I think they should be. Okay. But there are obviously a lot of woke people, quote unquote, woke people in Iran. It's ironic because like, more often than not, it's like the hogs in the West that are the ones who are going, look at how feminist these people are. Look at how woke these people are. Meanwhile, they want the fucking Islamic Republic, but Christian style in America. Like, their ideological commitment to state repression with religious justifications is endless when it comes to the fucking West. And yet they turn around and say, look how woke these people are. It's fucking disgusting. It's gross. It pisses me off. In any case, there's obviously other elements of the state that is very not woke, okay? Like, you cannot be gay, all right? You cannot be gay in Iran. This is not happening. But then again, can you be gay in Saudi Arabia? Right? And this is not whataboutism. I'm just like comparing the way we interpret certain countries in the region and whether or not they are allowed, whether or not they are stable, okay? Saudi Arabia is fucking stable. Qatar is stable. Well, Qatar is like more woke than the rest of these countries, but regardless, they're stable, okay? Qatar is stable. Saudi Arabia is stable. The UAE is stable, okay? Iran, not so stable. One must ask the question, why? It's because Iran is seen as an adversary, a foreign adversary. If you are not seen as a foreign adversary, you are allowed to breathe. You are allowed to exist. You are allowed to maintain stability. No matter how repressive you might get, it doesn't matter. We'll turn a blind eye. We will not talk about it. We do not have a major diaspora community here of Saudis that are constantly fucking demanding a secular democracy change the trajectory of the country. It doesn't work. There's no sanctions on Saudi Arabia in the same way that there is in Iran. This doesn't mean that like the people's demands are not just, for the record, in Iran. They are just. Do you think CIA and Mossad are involved, or is it a rebellion? It's both. There is very real anger and resentment in Iran, okay? That doesn't mean that there isn't like CIA and Mossad involvement in it. Of course there is. That's why I said it's very difficult to have a real civil war at any point in this day and age. You cannot have like a real ass civil war. You cannot have like a real ass revolution at this point because unless you have like overwhelming militancy in your organizing born out of a domestic population, it's going to be very fucking difficult. Very, very difficult.
Doctor in the US says he's in touch with doctors inside Iran's hospitals who've made contact via the satellite service Starlink.
They said bodies and bodies of dead people just coming in. There's no place for the morgue to even put them.
This video shows people searching rows of body bags inside a morgue in Tehran, desperate to find missing relatives. And this morning, the regime cracking down even further, vowing to punish some of those arrested severely and swiftly, with fears of widespread executions.
Well, these are some of the most consequential protests we've seen inside Iran for years. The White House and Iran both indicating talks are possible, but with threats from President Trump and Iranian hardliners not backing down, there doesn't seem to be a quick or peaceful resolution in sight. Michael?
And that is what is needed, though, Ian. Thank you so much for that.
We have some horrific information coming in from Iran right now.
What the fuck? CBS 8 San Diego, over 12,000. ABC says over 2,000 casualties. CBS goes 12,000. Death toll has I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the actual death toll is. I don't know. But it is crazy to me that like the fucking president is saying we don't know how many people have actually died, but apparently CBS knows. How the fuck did they find out? I wonder. 12,000 is over 2,000. True.
Patriots, keep protesting, take over your institutions if possible, and save.
Yeah, I'm going to be using this clip in a couple months when this is happening in America, okay? Just remember that. I just remember all the things that this administration is saying about the righteous protests of the Iranian people. They deserve to be free. All that. Patriots, rise up, okay? You have nothing to lose but your fucking chains. When that shit is going down in America, then you'll see. From the administration that brought you, if you don't obey, you die, comes patriots rise up and storm government buildings.
Give the name of the killers and the abusers that are abusing you. You're being very badly abused. If the numbers are right now, I hear 5 different sets of numbers. I hear numbers. Look, 1 death is too much. But
oh, really? Because yesterday you said Renee Good was being really disrespectful, implying that she did deserve to fucking die in the hands of ICE because of her disrespect. Oh, really? I mean, I agree. Even one death is too much. I agree. I think it's fucking bullshit. What the Iranian government has done is bullshit. Having said that, very strange for the American regime to be saying these things in the process of mass apprehensions, door-knocking operations, and dragnets taking place in fucking Minneapolis. Very strange, Trump. What's going on here? It's odd. It's very odd. And I do see this inconsistency with all of the Republican commentariat. They all talk extensively. About how people deserve to fucking die in America if they disobey commands from ICE. And then they turn around and talk about free Iran. As I said yesterday, bitch, what do you mean free Iran? Free us too? Fuck you mean free Iran? I'm hearing you say don't free America from the American regime. What the hell? What the heliante? Motherfuckers be like, free Iran. Free you. Free you. Free you. Free me. Fuck you mean, dude? Free us. God damn. Yeah, I tweeted this yesterday. I said, nothing more insane than seeing the American right wingers on this website demand the government kill ICE protesters only to turn around and say free Iran. Bitch, you don't even want to free America. Fuck you mean free Iran? You're demanding the American regime kill your countrymen right now. Free us too, bro. What the fuck? Rise up, patriots. Take over the institutions. I say some shit like that in America, I got a fucking squad car outside of my house in less than an hour.
I hear much lower numbers and then I hear much higher numbers, but I say save their names because they'll pay a very big price. And I've canceled all meetings with the Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stops. And all I say to them is help is on its way. You saw that I put tariffs.
Yeah, he's not even doing the classic in Iran. Like, he should be adding in Iran at the tail end of all of these statements, because if you just leave it hanging like that, people are going to get the wrong idea, okay? Because this is our Shah, okay? This is our Pahlavi. This is the great Shah. He loves the gold, okay? He loves the fucking gold toilets and all this shit. He is our own version of the Shah. And this motherfucker's out here talking about like storming government facilities, you know? I'm just saying, it's a weird thing to be saying if you are also a ruthless autocrat, actively trying to turn the United States of America into your own version of this like fascist economy, fascist government. Very repressive. Utilizing your own personal military force. Sure, it's not called Savak, okay? It's called ICE. Different name. But that's what's happening.
On anybody doing business with Iran. Just went into effect today. And I say, make Iran great again. You know, it was a great country until these monsters came in and took it over. And it's all very fragile. It would have happened to us, I'm telling you. If I didn't win this election, it would have happened to us.
Yeah, Mr. America First, by the way. I'm sorry, dude, but if you don't recognize how easy it is right now in this very moment to turn around the Republicans and say, like, look, why is this motherfucker talking about Iran? Why is this motherfucker talking about Israel? He wants to make Israel great again. He wants to make Iran great again. How about you make America great again, bitch? You said America first. It seems like America's last right now. Okay, this is a unique opportunity to get all of your hog and hoggette friends on board that Mr. Non-interventionist, Mr. We're going to spend all this money on America and Americans is not doing that at all. Because that was a major fucking driving force for a lot of people. That was a major driving force for a lot of people, okay? There was a major driving force for a lot of his own fans, his own voters. Use that to your advantage because this is a unique opportunity where, like, the economy is in the fucking gutter. The economy is shit. He constantly is intervening in the affairs of other countries and openly making he's pulling a fucking Emmanuel Macron right now, right? He's lost his own base of support, so he's just like doing foreign policy in an effort to be like, I'm still here, by the way. That's what Emmanuel Macron does in France. He's lost his legitimacy. He's undemocratically trying to fucking move the country in his own vision. Everybody fucking hates him for all of the things that he's doing at the domestic level. So he just keeps farming foreign policy. Okay? He just keeps farming foreign policy shit. That's what Trump is doing. Anyway, I shouldn't be giving example. Like the analogy, using the France analogy here is probably not going to help people understand what I'm talking about because you don't know what the fucking domestic affairs in France looks like. But if you do know, then you understand. This is a one-to-one comparison in some ways. Trump does this, though. He can't accept an easy win. COVID would have been the easiest fucking win with his Make America XX stuff, and he fucked that up, too. He's got no vision for anything. Did you see Al Jazeera's reporting on Iran? No, this is one of the... Iran has no allies, okay? The Iranian government has no allies. And in some ways, the Iranian people don't have any fucking real allies either. They only have people on their side for their own personal interests in the country, okay? So you're not going to see a lot of state actors, whether it be Qatar or whether it be any other fucking Western state, that will look at the situation and analyze it evenly. Look at the situation and analyze it objectively. You're not going to see a lot of nuance from people. You're just going to, like, this is where the state interest will override whatever kind of reporting they normally would do. Got to add hatred of Muslims to the Macron recipe to be perfect. He's ticking all the boxes. I'm going to say something quite... I'm going to say something that will come across as fucked up. Baldy is mic dropping all your reacts. Good luck. Who? Bald and bankrupt? I'm going to say something here that might come across as crazy. I think Donald Trump is less Islamophobic than Macron is. I said it. I think he loves money, and the fucking the Saudis and the Gulf regions, the royals in the region have given him so much money that he is nowhere near as Islamophobic as like Macron is, okay? Because he loves money first and foremost. He's like, I got Jewish money. I got Jew money from Miriam, and now I love the Jews. I got Islamist money from the Muslim man, and now I love the Muslims. Okay, that's it. That's how he operates. What you see is what you get. What a beautiful Islamic style plane they gave me. The Qatar people, the very proud people, they gave me such a beautiful plane. I say to myself, Inshallah, we will free the region. Give him more money, he's going to start talking about, may Allah awaken the people to the evil doings of Israel. Inshallah. He has already said that. He has already said that. He said, Inshallah, I will destroy the Zionist entity piece by piece. The real jihad is one that is in our hearts, a daily struggle. So, yeah.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
God, it's the greatest. It's the greatest video of all time, okay? Yeah. Write enough checks, and boom, you will get this, okay? Anyway, only used for AI? Wait, no, this is not AI. Chat. This is a real thing that he said. He was quoting Ilhan Omar, but that's a real thing. Yeah, this is pre-AI. This is from like 2018 or 2019 or something. Like this is before AI was capable of making these sorts of videos anyway. Yeah. This is one of my favorite videos of all time, dude. Are you kidding me? I thought it was an AI voiceover. I never realized he actually said it. Yes, he was talking about Ilhan Omar. He was like, Donald Trump has hated Ilhan Omar and wanted to kill Ilhan Omar for like forever. Okay, he used to literally do these massive rallies and put her face up on the fucking jumbotron every time and just do like a 5-minute thing about Ilhan Omar and how she is like a parasitic and how she's awful. He has almost as much smoke for Ilhan Omar as he does Barack Obama. Like he would do like a wanted poster of Ilhan Omar. 1 million berries. Biggest bounty. She's the biggest pirate. Anyway. I have that clip saved forever. Yeah. Where were we? What were we talking about? What were we talking about? Yeah. So the numbers are fucking, CBS numbers are crazy.
Numbers are staggering. I mean, heartbreaking. I can't even fathom this as I'm reading this, but CBS News has just confirmed that sources are telling them at least 12,000 people have been killed in Iran amid these protests.
I'm gonna be honest, dude. I'm gonna be honest. Controversial opinion. Everyone will fucking look at what I'm saying here and immediately lock in and say, oh, you're just a defender of the IRGC. You love the Ayatollah. You want Islamist fundamentalism, blah, 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 all this shit. Controversial opinion for the chatters here. I don't think American mainstream media should be doing Twitter level propaganda. Okay? Like even in the past, you know, we had this iteration in the first Gulf incursion, right? Where you know, they were talking about how like babies were being flinged off the roofs and like you know, they saw it with their own 2 eyes, and it was a much more sophisticated version of like blood libel and propaganda that justified American intervention. This is not even as sophisticated. This is just like straightforward October 7 Hasbara level bullshit. You know? Yeah, incubators in Kuwait. For those of you who don't know, this was a very famous story in the first Gulf War. You had much less concern about the reporting death tolls from Gaza. brother or sister, are you okay? Not trolling. Yeah, I don't think you're trolling. I think your brain has ceased to function. The numbers from the Palestinian Health Ministry have been backed by numerous international organizations over and over and over again. Of course, there is verifiable evidence there, including the American State Department uses official numbers from the Palestinian Health Ministry. At a time when Joe Biden was running around saying, I don't actually trust the fucking numbers coming from the Hamas health ministry or whatever, the American State Department and the Israeli government was still using the death counts that the Palestinian Health Ministry was giving. You know that, right? No, you don't know that because you don't know anything. There's reason to believe the accuracy in those numbers. There is not a lot of reason to believe the accuracy in CBS News' reporting, which contradicts reporting from all other American media outlets. Weirdly enough. Gotcha. Go back to Gotcha game gambling. You're better at that. I am so confused as to what this how this is relevant to this conversation at all. I don't even know if you're going to be able to like win people over with this. Everybody knows that I'm fucking anti-gambling across the board. But the bots are out in full force today.
Possibly as many as 20,000 people have been killed. So this is according to CBS News. That's
so if not eggs, where should the news be covered? Lamont pointing a problem out without a solution is a mid-skill. No, first of all, Twitter didn't used to have this level of misinformation flying around. And not only that, but instead of like mainstream media basically picking up the slack and getting better at reporting accurately, they've decided to lean into Twitter-style misinformation with one of the major fucking American news outlets, CBS, after the Ellison takeover. And I think that's really, really damaging. That is really, really fucking devastating. And if you can't see why that's devastating, I don't know what to tell you. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
At least 12,000 people have been killed in Iran amid these protests. Possibly as many as 20,000 people have been killed. So this is according to CBS News. That's where we get our information. Our network has a lot of sources there, looking through all the videos, talking to several people. And unfortunately, this is the
what the fuck is this?
Information we're getting. As you know, the internet has been cut off. Just recently this morning, phone calls have been back on, but only for people in Iran to call people outside of the country. People are not able to call into Iran from outside. And still the internet, it's shut off for so many. We've heard people having to go several hundreds of miles to just upload some of the videos that you're seeing from Iran. So a source inside Iran was able to call out to CBS News today saying security forces were also visiting many of the private hospitals across Tehran, the capital, and they're threatening staff to hand over the names and addresses.
I don't think this is good. I think purely from an American perspective, okay, selfish American here reporting, I think it's very bad that one of the major mainstream media resources is basically doing free press style coverage, like directly at the behest of Israel too. It is fucking nutty. Okay. Like we already have enough of it, but at least the New York Times and all these other fucking outlets have the decency to just, if they're going to lie in the direction of Israel, they will try to make that lie look more reasonable. This is completely insane. And just as there is price leadership in all of the corporate consolidated sectors, there is going to be a slop leadership here. And the more CBS produces slop, I think it'll cause CNN and New York Times to also drop what remained of their fucking standards at a time when we need mainstream media to be as accurate as fucking possible. Oh my Lord, this is really fucked up. This is really bad. When there is no reason to even lean into credibility so you can be more effective in doing propaganda at the behest of the State Department in times of need, when there's no need for that at all, when the media basically drops this shit completely and no longer needs to be reliable, no longer needs to be credible at all, and the audience is not responding to it in a negative fashion, we are fucked, okay? It's only going to get worse. There will be no consensus reality, just, different biases being demonstrated over and over again.
Crisis goes on, the White House is itching to take some sort of action, but we don't really know what sort of action they may be considering. There are a number of options, of course. The non-kinetic options, the peaceful options, include more sanctions, using tariffs to try to isolate the government in Tehran.
There is no tariffing to isolate the government in Tehran, okay? It's just not happening. Like, that's not a thing. That's not a thing that you can do, and that's not the point of sanctions anyway. It's not peaceful. Sanctions are collective punishment, okay? Oh yeah, we'll do sanctions on Iran. We'll do sanctions. This is the most peaceful way to operate. It's just, God, I fucking hate Western chauvinism so much. It is so clearly hypocritical. Oh, we must liberate the Iranian people. And by that, I mean we must starve them even further so that they have no other option but to engage in violent rebellion. Okay, we must peacefully starve the children of Iran. This is the only way forward. I'm wearing a suit, you see. I'm very clearly enunciating the words. I'm pronouncing them in the way that I am. So you know that I actually have a much more sophisticated understanding of how we must starve the Iranian population. Yes, look at how dignified I am. Oh, very different than the monstrous Donald Trump. Oh.
Which is already, look as if it's taking place. And the idea of cyber attacks, perhaps, on the Guard, the Revolutionary Guard, who are actually conducting the oppression of the protesters out in the streets of many, many cities.
Yeah. I'm a person in favor of liberating Iran. I want Iranians to no longer suffer, which is why my solution is starving them further. You see how stupid that is? These are not pawns in your fucking political game, okay? These are human beings with dreams. These are human beings that are worthy of dignity. And you're over here talking about starving them. Like, you're over here talking about starving them because if they starve even further, then they'll actually fucking engage in like a violent revolution. What a fucking insane attitude. What an insane attitude to demonstrate. What's your solution? Not starving them would be a good start. Remove the fucking sanctions instantly.
Beyond that, of course, there are the military options. And if we think about military strikes, there are three types of target that would make a certain amount of sense to the United States. One type of target might be the nuclear facilities of Iran. There are plenty of them. There are many of them that the United States would still like to attack, and so would the Israelis. The problem with that is that it wouldn't act.
Sanctions only work on allies. Okay, sanctions are only effective on allies. This is why I am in favor of sanctioning Israel, okay, ironically enough, because even the mere threat of sanctions or economic, like any sort of like pullback economically from Israel will cause the Israeli government to reconsider the way that they're approaching everything.
Actually help the protesters very much, and it will be an attack on some background element.
If we strike the nuclear facilities, the nuclear power plants, by the way, like if you strike the Iranian nuclear power plants, this would be very helpful for the Iranian population. Yeah, like they don't have fucking grandparents in the hospital down the goddamn nuclear facility that's being powered by the fucking nuclear power plant. What do you mean? Also, you can't hit those nuclear power plants because half of them are Russian anyway, and Americans are not going to fucking do that. I think a lot of people forget that there was a reason why America did not hit any nuclear power plant beyond the designated ones, because I mean we've moved past the point of how this is a war crime, right? And we only understand that it's a war crime when Russia does it to Ukraine. That's the only time people understand that that might be a fucking war crime. Okay, but because the international law is completely over and there's no reason to even entertain it, we're just talking about hitting fucking Iranian nuclear power plants. Holy shit.
And so would the Israelis. The problem with that is that it wouldn't actually help the protesters very much, and it would be an attack on some background elements of Iran, which might be quite counterproductive. A second set of targets might be the Revolutionary Guard headquarters and the way in which they operate in the major cities. But the problem is they do operate in the major cities like Shiraz and Isfahan and Mashhad and Tehran. And so attacking their facilities almost certainly would cause civilian casualties, and that too might be counterproductive. A third sort of target might be the oil and gas infrastructure of Iran, and this would have an immediate effect, particularly in areas like Hag Island and Bandar Abbas. The South Pars gas field is the biggest single gas field in the world. It's shared with
Qatar. It's literally fucking... It's the Qatari gas field, dude. We're so fucking dumb. I swear to God, dude, the West is so insane, brother. What are you saying? Yeah, there's no other way out of this. You are gonna starve, okay? If you're Iranian and you're like, please, like, can I have some food? Can I have a crumb of liberalization, a crumb of secular democracy? And the options are no, okay? Internally, the options are no. And they can just turn around and say, well, look, this is how they speak about you. This is what they want to do to you. What do you want? Not us? Who do you want to be fucking in charge of all this stuff? It's crazy.
Qatar. Hitting the gas field would be a very foolish thing to do, but hitting the transmission of Iranian gas from the field to the inland areas, to places like Bashir, that might have a very...
About your solution, Obama tried and it didn't help the Iranian people. What the fuck are you talking about? It absolutely did. It absolutely did. What the JCPOA was actually fucking awesome. The problem is they immediately, Israel literally clamped down instantly. We are so fucking Israeli owned, okay? We are so goddamn Israeli owned that in the aftermath of JCPOA, which was supposed to come with sanctions relief, Benjamin Netanyahu went to Congress, was invited by Chuck fucking Schumer at the time, ironically enough, alongside, Republican counterparts, and got a fucking standing ovation against the American president for American intervention in the region that was beneficial for the Iranian population. What the fuck are you talking about? And then Donald Trump came in, the number one dick rider of Israel, okay? Shouts out to Sheldon Adelson, rotting in fucking hell right now, okay? He's looking up at us, Jabba the Hutt motherfucker. Sheldon Adelson gave, $200 million to Donald Trump, and Donald Trump immediately was like, the denuclearization agreement, we're putting sanctions on Iran. We're putting infinitely more sanctions on Iran. Iran just had more money to pay its proxies, didn't pat a penny to the Iranians. Really? So the Iranian population was starving and suffering in the same way right now as they were in the aftermath of like imminent sanctions relief. So strange to me how the only way to shut off the money faucet to Iranian proxies, or the only way to stop Iran from participating in the region, is not by de-escalating militarily, for the record, no, because they have to do the cleanup job of like American intervention, ISIS and things of that nature, right? But the only way to fucking stop this process is by starving the Iranian population. Sorry, no other way to do it. Yeah, let's keep starving and killing Iranian children, and then eventually they will find out.
Immediate economic effect on the government in Tehran. Ultimately, of course, it would affect the people of Tehran. It would affect the economy pretty directly, but it would affect the government in Tehran even more directly. And that might be a tempting...
Why are you saying the Iranians are starving as if it's a failed state under a famine? The Iranian economy is in a fucking dire situation right now, directly as a byproduct of American sanctions and American economic intervention. This is true. It's not a failed state under a famine, but we are basically trying to create a failed state under a famine-like condition for the Iranians with the open goal of fomenting revolt. It's not like this is a secret, guys. What are we talking about? They openly say it. They say sanctions are fucking awesome and great. And look how pissed off the Iranians are. They basically put up their W's on the board over and over again. Okay? Yes, corruption and incompetence plays a role in this as well, but you're out of your fucking mind if you don't think it's the sanctions first and foremost. You think the fucking Gulf monarchs are not corrupt or incompetent? They are, but they're utterly devoid of sanctions, so the population doesn't rise up. It's that fucking simple. Oh. Kind of insane that the pro-sanctions position in 2017-2014 was that sanctions don't work. As with other things, Israel would never ask America to fight its wars. Of course, you have to die for Israel. The hawks lie and lie right until they have what they want. Exactly. Time was broad sanctions or a form of collective punishment against civilians was a fringe far-left conspiracy. Now it's openly talked about by its supporters. So now we can drop this pretense, I guess. Yeah. Americans are becoming way more open about the American foreign policy and the violence that it dishes out in the region. Way more open. This is another one of those moments. And it's like you have to figure out which side you're on this issue, okay? You have to figure out which side you're on. You either look at the situation and Trump saying the quiet part out loud and decide this is a good thing, this benefits us somehow. You try to fucking justify it to a certain degree in your own fucked up, twisted, distorted morality. Or you look at the situation and you say, this is fucked up and wrong. There has to be a more peaceful solution here.
Of targets for the United States.
Is this the new Syria? No, it's not. It's not. It's not the new Syria, at least so far. The reason why it's not the new Syria, this is the Zoroastrian chatter, by the way. Just answer my question for 1 second. Removing the sanctions will help the regime prevail. We, the Persian people, want the mullahs gone. We're done. We don't care anymore, and we don't want extremists ruling our country. Okay, you can actually have a more healthy and robust base of support that can organize against the fucking mullahs if you aren't starving, okay? It's that simple. You can say we all day, every day, but the reality of the matter is the more there are crippling sanctions, the more anger people experience, the more repression comes. If your goal is to eradicate repression from the state, then you shouldn't be fucking advocating for more sanctions. You shouldn't be advocating for Western intervention, because the more Western intervention comes in, the more the state becomes repressive in an effort to control and in an effort to maintain its sovereignty. I think speed analysis of this country is not fair to the people. I mean, I agree. The newly formed regime of Iran in 1988 executed 30,000 who were leftists, although these numbers may seem too high for you. I don't think you know the nature of this regime. No, I do. I do. The number one ops, let's be real, the number one ops for the Ayatollah has always been the Iranian left, okay? They have been way more aggressive in stamping out any sort of any sort of fucking socialist formation in Iran. HasanAbi Horrible takes on Iran law. There's a reason for it, okay? Now, of course, part of the reason is because you got the MEK, which it's not dissimilar to how Erdogan used the real existing parallel state that Fethullah Gulen had cultivated in an effort to go after all of his fucking liberal and left-wing enemies in the country. There is a good reason for why you engage in this kind of state repression when you have like a psychotic cult, for example, that presents itself as like a socialist formation that is directly propped up and backed by the American government. You know, it's a CIA operation in its entirety at this point, with no real base of support internally inside of Iran. I'm talking about the MEK right now. Okay, but then beyond that, which is deeply unpopular inside of Iran. But beyond that, there are, Iranian communists, Iranian socialists, Iranian trade unionists, like plenty of academics that are very progressive, very leftist, that have been kept at bay over and over again, that have been on the receiving end of unlimited state repression, because those are the guys that could potentially build a real robust movement in the direction of secularization.
Ultimately, of course, all of this is about whether the outbreak of disorder...
You have to understand, people who are in support of the fucking Shah are not really seen as a major threat in the eyes of the Islamic Republic, okay? They're not. They're not a real threat at all. people who are pro MEK are not a real threat at all. There's not really any fucking robust MEK movement internally inside of Iran anyway. Okay? It doesn't exist. And these guys are not a threat because they can always fucking point to that and say, hey, guess what? All of your allies are in America. All of the people that claim they want what's best for you are in America. They're in the West. And what has the West done to you? They've only delivered lead and economic despair and nothing else. As a very patriotic Iranian, I like to think so anyway, I'm completely against any Israel and U.S.-backed intervention because no good can come of it in terms of long-term sovereignty, but I've also been exhausted as every attempt of internal reform has been shut down every time. It's a choice of two evils, independent but doomed, or a complete puppet state but some economic prosperity. Please respond if possible. Yes, this is, and it's going to get worse. No, I agree with you 100%. That's why I said, if there is a trifecta of pressure here that people are experiencing, economic pressure, Western intervention, and the last one being the internal repression and suppression from the Islamic State, then eventually one of these things has to be clawed back. If you don't do that, then eventually people are going to start saying, you know what? I don't mind fucking Western intervention in the country, as a matter of fact. I don't mind Western intervention at all. I would rather, because in the eyes of especially young Iranians, they only see morality police. They see their friends getting fucking thrown in prison by the mullahs. They don't think about like how Israel has so far not thrown them in prison, you know, or an Israeli puppet has not thrown them in prison. So they think, all right, fuck this guy. This is my number one op. This is the reason why I'm experiencing despair. This is the reason why the country is in the shitter. That's where I feel we are at the moment. The majority of us don't care anymore. We honestly seem to prefer Western intervention, sadly. This is unfortunately a byproduct of mismanagement from the Ayatollah in general. Yes, Iranians just want the regime gone and they don't care how. They're weirdly pro-U.S. in my experience just because the enemy is my friend. No, some Iranians are. And the number of Iranians that are pro-Western intervention at this point are growing, especially amongst the youth in general, or different sects, different ethnic backgrounds internally inside of Iran that have gotten like aid and support from the United States of America and maybe even Israel as a way to foment discontent and destabilize the country. But the reality of the matter is, that kind of intervention is only going to lead, by my assessment, in the absence of a real robust movement that is thinking about the next steps forward and maintaining sovereignty, that is only going to lead to a Syria-style situation in Iran. And that would be fucking devastating. I don't think any Iranian wants Syria. I left Iran in 2008 after the reformist uprising. I live in the U.S. now. My parents are still there. Anything I say must be filtered through a royalist lens. In 2025, over 670 Iranians were detained and deported by ICE. Just like us here, options are limited for people on the ground.
Yeah, and that's our current map of how big the disorder is across Iran. Whether that outbreak of disorder is better helped by military action or by non-military action. We're going to find out the answer that the White House comes up with quite soon.
Smiling and waving.
I think the only thing that has kept Donald Trump from intervening militarily is quite literally the more reasonable people in his fucking corner saying, if you bomb them right now, you will only be helping the state, which is true. But we shall see, because they have literally done this. They've done this before against, like, they have demonstrated some level of restraint in Venezuela, which has led to this like weird situation where they're playing ball with Delcy Rodriguez because they have to maintain stability if they want to extract oil, if they want to go into the fucking refineries and build them up again. That requires a lot of fucking investment. And unless, in the absence of boots on the ground, that extraction is never going to happen unless you have a stable government, okay? Unless you want to do a 20-year quagmire again, which might be the end of the American state and the end of the American empire as we see it. You're going to have to play ball with Delcy Rodriguez. You're going to have to play ball with the Chavistas in order to maintain stability. And the same goes for Iran as well. You can't think these are all bots. Not everything is fake. The CIA loves to amplify stuff, but it's not just conjuring discontent out of midair. Yes. Same shit these bots were saying about Venezuela, bro. Stop reading CIA bots. No. You have to understand. Okay? There's a difference here. There is definitely a difference here. I parse through the pro-Shah, pro-Langley fucking position all the time. Okay? There are a lot of people who are engaging in this kind of fucking propaganda, but there are also very real points of discontent in Iran. Like, that's crazy. You can't say that this is just all CIA or all Mossad, chatters. Like, the CIA and Mossad cannot hypnotize people into fucking taking up arms against the state. They have to lean into pressure points. They create the pressure points by destabilizing the economy, by destroying the economy, engaging in economic piracy. Okay. And then when there is discontent, they ham it up, they beef it up, they arm it. By the way, we're having this conversation, but it does kind of feel like the protests are largely over, but this is just one round. You know, it might happen again, and next time it's going to be even more violent, okay? Something's got to give.
Hand on heart, Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian, as he marched alongside crowds the government asked to come out in support. As videos like this one show the bodies of those who oppose it lying in morgues, the cries of a relative off screen but unmistakable.
Yeah, the protests are over. That's why the Iranian state is like showing the fucking body bags and stuff like that. That's why they're giving people access to internet again so they can, like, you know, show the rest of the world what took place. And that's also the reason why Donald Trump is saying, keep protesting, Iranians, keep taking over your institutions, do it. Take up arms against the government. I'm very far left. There's been a significant amount in Cuba, but my friends in Havana, erroneously, in my view, are in favor of U.S. intervention here. The sentiment is undeniably real, as misguided as I think it is. Like, when I say something's got to give, what I mean is the administrative state has to fucking, and they've already done this to a certain degree, but obviously not enough. Because, like, there's a reason why after the Mahsa Amini protest that took place, right, the government actually was more restrained as far as, like, having morality police in every fucking corner in major cities. So there are parts of Iran where this, like, secularization did take place to a certain degree, okay? But it's a constant push and pull. This is not me being like a Western chauvinist or a Western liberal at all. I'm saying this maybe because of my Turkish background, but I'm saying this as, like, someone who understands why there would be real animosity towards the state in this day and age, a modern world, in a modern universe where everyone has access to the fucking internet. There is always going to be a lot of negative pushback against the state that is, you know, enforcing any sort of, like, religious repression. And let's be real, they did. First, they obviously stamped out all the protests in a very violent way, and then they turned around and scaled back. They turned around and scaled back on some of these initiatives in big cities. And that's precisely the reason why when you go to, like, if you go to, like, a city like Tehran, there isn't a lot of, like, people are able to walk around without having to wear a hijab or something like that. But you have to do that across the board. You have to do that across the board, and you have to entertain the needs of the masses. Something has to give. And if you don't do that, because that's the only thing in your power to do so, if you don't do that because you think the only way that you can enforce, the only way that you can continue leaning into your base of support, which from the you know, the Shia side that is invested in continuing the Islamic Republic in the way that it is, you are going to you're gonna have all of the other groups that don't like it get more and more mad. Because you have no control over the fucking sanctions. You can't fix the economy because the American government wants to keep punishing you and punishing your people. The Iranian government has to make way for some reform. But the fears of why the fears of why they don't want, the fears of why they can't let go of this attitude is because, as I've said over and over again, in countries like Iran, in countries over there, okay, you're talking about people who don't even have internet access. Otherwise, this chat wouldn't be empty of Iranians telling you that you're wrong and spreading lies. What have I said that you think is an abject lie here? What, like, are you, I can't tell if this is like the pro-Ayatollah or anti-Ayatollah and thinks I'm not being anti-Ayatollah enough or something like that. Like, what do you, what's, oh, you said the protests are over? Is that what you're saying? That is what I'm saying that the protests have largely, they're not completely over. That's why I said we shall see what happens. But this round of the protests are over because they violently suppressed them. This is not incorrect at all. What do you mean? This is why I can't understand if it's like someone who is assuming a much more campus position than I am, or someone who is saying I'm not going hard enough. Let's see. Putting aside all the partisan talk and all the war-driven narratives you're using, your support of Mossadegh clearly shows your political stance. But as an Iranian patriot, the story of Iran is different. We love our country, and without a king, our nation feels incomplete. After 2,500 years of monarchy, these past 50 years are the first time we have not had a king. Just look at what has happened. Go and read Iranian history. Iranians want only their king. I know this may be difficult for... Incredible work, my friend. Incredible work. Thank you. Keep up the good work.
As the regime-imposed internet blackout enters its 5th day, snapshots
It's so disrespectful to all these fucking people that are protesting and died in the process to be like, oh, they all died because they wanted a fucking monarch. Okay? Yeah. How do you claim to be a fucking Iranian nationalist? See bodies of your countrymen slain in fucking body bags outside of hospitals and go, they all died because they wanted Milord. They all died because they wanted the Western puppet to come in and seize control over the country. Yeah, dude. That's what they wanted. That's why they fucking died. It's disrespectful as shit.
What Iranian authorities don't want you to see continue to emerge slowly and with caution.
I would suggest this longer Channel 4 updated report that just came out.
This is the Karazakh Medical Forensic Center in southern Tehran. We understand that this footage was...
Oh, my...
What, right?
I mean, I'll look at that and then I'll look at the other video as well because I want to see what's happening there, you know?
This is the Karazakh Medical Forensic Center.
Oh, there's TOS here? Fuck. Okay, god damn it. Okay, I can't play it yet.
These images, too distressing and dangerous for relatives to show unblurred, reveal families looking for their loved ones among the dead, with so many body bags that some are left lying outside. Just how many have been killed is still unknown. An Iranian official told Reuters the death toll was now at 2,000, while rights groups say it could be much higher. A spokesperson for the UN Human Rights Chief today said he was horrified not just by the violence meted out by security forces against protesters, but suggestions they could soon face the death penalty.
It is also extremely worrying to see public statements by some judicial officials indicating the possibility of the death penalty being used against protesters through expedited judicial proceedings. The High Commissioner stresses that Iranians have the right to demonstrate peacefully. Their grievances need to be heard and addressed, and not instrumentalized by anyone.
2 weeks ago, President Trump said if Iran killed protesters, the US would come to their rescue and was, quote, locked and loaded and ready to go. Today, he posted help is on its way, telling Iranians, take over your institutions and save the names of the killers and abusers. They will pay a big price. US fighter jets have increased their activity in Qatar, close to the Iranian border, and Trump is today being briefed by aides on a raft of responses from military to cyber attacks. Yesterday, Iran said it was ready for war, but with a conciliatory caveat.
As I have repeatedly said, we are also ready for negotiation.
Ahead of his meeting, Trump deployed one of his favourite weapons, slapping a 25% tariff on countries continuing to trade with Iran, angering China, its largest.
They're just saying out loud, why do people think this will be better? Oh yeah, Israeli media, when Iran falls, we will strike everywhere in the country as we did in Syria. I know. Look, my point is, I'm in favor of stability, and I'm in favor of Iranian sovereignty, okay? I think the Iranian people deserve sovereignty. I think the Iranian people deserve to be free of any sort of state repression. But in the absence of the state actually caving to some of these very righteous and reasonable demands, and without actually solving the economic hardships, which is completely outside of their fucking control, because obviously America is very clearly doing everything in their power, this will only get worse. It's only going to it's only going to get worse. It's that simple. The fucking US president has more care for people outside his country when it comes to government killing civilians. I mean, he doesn't. He doesn't give a shit about the Iranian government killing Iranians, okay? He would kill just as many Iranians with one fucking bombing campaign if he wanted to. He doesn't give a shit about that at all. Anyone that believes that is stupid, okay? You know, anyone that believes that is a fucking idiot. I'm sorry. If you believe that, you are the dumbest person on the planet. He cares about doing the bidding of Israel. Let's be real. And Israel wants a failed state in Iran. And it's not like they're hiding that is their main ambition here.
These
overt foreign signaling coincided with the rapid escalation of violence in Iran's protest. Journalist Samira Mohyeddin told Dropsite News live this morning. She pointed to the January 1st tweet by Mike Pompeo welcoming Iranians in the streets while referencing Mossad agents walking beside them, followed by Israel's heritage minister Amichai Eliyahu telling Israel Hayom, our operatives are on the ground. We have had a hand in this.
protests started on December 28th in.
Yeah. Protests started because of sanctions, and then it escalated into this.
Tehran's Grand Bazaar by merchants when the rial dramatically dropped. And, you know, it was really on January 1st when you saw Mike Pompeo a couple days later tweet out on New Year's Day, you know, Happy New Year to all the Iranians in the streets, and the Mossad agents walking beside them. I mean, it was wild to behold.
Iran is already a failed state. Our parents cannot even buy eggs, brother. Yes, but also you don't know how bad it will get, okay? Oh, it'll get much, much worse.
Such a statement, reckless statement being made by Mike Pompeo. And then from there, you saw Israel's heritage minister, Amichai Eliyahu, giving an interview. This was printed in Israel Hayom, one of Israel's most read digital media, saying, our operatives are on the ground. They're working there. The direct quote was, we have a hand in this. And so that's when you saw really the state violence escalate, because in the first couple days of this protest, Pezeshkian, the Iranian president, came out and said, people have a right to protest. Our economy is in shambles. We need to fix it.
Like, Iranians keep voting for whoever they can vote for that will be a reformist, and then no reforms come. So obviously, if you don't have the fucking pressure valve of like even a fake democratic process, then you are no different than the Shah. Sure, you're not a Western puppet. You are actually abiding by the base of support that you have, and there is a real base of support for the fucking Ayatollah, okay? Whether you agree with it or not doesn't matter. We're not I'm not here to spare people's feelings. I'm here to tell you exactly what the fuck is going on to the best of my ability in a country that is like otherwise inaccessible, okay? But when the people make these demands and you don't abide by those demands, if you get a fucking reformist president and then you don't actually do reform, then people are going to go, okay, what the fuck is this? It's that simple. And when you lose like the 25% due to the economic collapse, then you got nothing. But to be fair, ultimately, the biggest problem here is still the economy.
We need to listen to what people are saying, but then things churned very quickly. And what began as, protests about economic hardship really turned into, you heard people on the streets calling for the death of Khamenei and all this. And it's important to note that's not new either. I mean, Iran has been in this just hamster wheel of successive protests really since 2017. And in 2019 is when you saw, the oil prices go up, and then you saw more protests there. Then you had the Mahsa Amini uprising, and now this. But these protests are very different, particularly in the fact that we are seeing a level of violence on the part of the protesters also that we haven't seen in the past.
To say that these are just Western-backed protests is not. You're losing the broader picture here. Is there Western intervention? Yes, of course there is. Okay, they want a failed state. Of course, there's fucking Western intervention. But if you think that there isn't like real animosity amongst the public, you're out of your fucking mind. It's crazy. There's more nuance to the situation. No, it's not racism. Iranians, like everyone else, are susceptible to propaganda, and U.S. and Israel do expend a lot of resources on propaganda campaigns targeted at Iran. By the way, speaking of propaganda, they refunded Voice of America as of this week. So one of the things that Donald Trump had gutted, the American Congress has been able to bring back, thank God. I'm joking. I don't give a shit about Voice of America or CIA operations, but they have spent a lot of money and time and effort in propagandizing an understandably angry Iranian population. Some healthy skepticism is warranted, as the inability to entertain multiple truths that's infuriating, says Still Oppressed. As Iranian officials are asking China for security, economic assistance, Chinese media is calling Iranian requests pure fantasy, delaying the implementation on an economic deal signed last year. China is concerned about opening up its banks and key companies to sanctions from the U.S. and Europe. Oof. An isolated Iran finds China's friendship has its limits.
In southern Tehran. We understand that this footage was filmed on.
Yeah, you guys really can't depose Ayatollah like Mossadegh. They don't even have an embassy there. They have no influence in the Iranian army. Only thing they could do is turn Iran into Libya. Exactly.
Saturday, huge anti-regime street protests.
They're showing the body, so I'm not going to show it to you.
Before. The person filming on their phone is pretending to be on a call. We are disguising his voice. These are the necessary logistics in the aftermath of a massacre.
Oh, it's censored.
That is what you're seeing.
Was he shot in the head? Yes.
The morgue sections inside are all full. So, the warehouse is used also.
The person filming in secrecy is saying it's horrific. It's like the end of days.
That is also now full, so corpses are laid out on the ground outside as people arrive.
What is this? Do you think the Iranian regime wanted us to see this footage exactly? The internet's been shut down. I think the reason why the Iranian government, like the Iranian government is trying something new here. I don't know what it is, but it feels like they're showing this stuff to say it was actually like these protesters are not protesters, they're terrorists, they're Western-backed terrorists. Because they did do something. They did like an October 7th style thing that Israel did, where they brought in all the diplomats that are in the country to watch the security footage that they released, to say these are not like regular, civilian protesters. These are like armed terrorists that are killing cops and all these people, and they had to be violently suppressed for that reason. And a big chunk of the people that were killed, like not the major part, obviously. The major part of this is just like regular ass protesters. But a big part of the people that were killed in the process were, part of the security forces, part of the police. There was a firefighter that was lit on fire, I think. So they're trying to turn around and say like this is all CIA, this is all Mossad. But the casualty numbers don't fit that narrative at all. And it doesn't even matter because you're the fucking government of Iran. Everyone is an op to you. Even China, it seems, is not going to help you out. So you're all alone. There is nothing you can do here. So in order to, yes, this is Western-backed bullshit. OMG, Hasan, you're a joke. Brother, if you cannot comprehend nuance in the situation, in what I am saying, I don't know how to explain this to you. Okay? There is nuance in the situation. As it stands currently, the only mechanism of sovereignty, unless there is an actual fucking succession of government that the Iranian, the different Iranian regime protesters have implemented without Western intervention, which is impossible anyway. The only way that Iran maintains its sovereignty is through the current regime. That's it. In the absence of that, because there's no way to like apply pressure points to the Iranian military, because there's no like direct beyond the espionage and beyond the CIA operatives or Mossad operatives inside of the country, there is no like diplomacy at play here. There's no embassy. There's no way. There's no means of like actually changing the trajectory of Iranian governance from the outside. The only thing that they will do is create a failed state. Because if the situation was dire, I believe a semi-competent government would take the sensible measures of getting a nuke. Anyway, let's continue with this.
To identify loved ones. Families bring ID, identify the bodies themselves.
What is this? According to the estimate that showed around 2,000 were killed, it was about 1,847 civilian and 137 government dead. So that's about 7% of the dead that are government aligned. No, there are people that are getting killed in the crossfire that like are just, trying to go home too. Like it's not as clear cut. There are people that are getting killed in the process, that are getting killed and shot because they are engaging in armed conflict. There are people that are also getting killed in the crossfire, some of which are literally fucking pro-regime that are getting killed in the crossfire, and many, many more that are obviously against the regime that are getting killed by the regime, by the security forces. But the very fact that there's like that many people that are either of the police force or of the security forces that have been killed in this process means that these guys are, means that one, the protests are getting way more active. Okay, they're killing a lot more security forces than they ever have in the past, which means that the protests are getting more serious. The anger is more palpable and more real than before even, and it was very real in the past as well. It's more organized, but not organized in a direction where there's like there's a handover state that they have that they can lean into, and in the absence of like an internal form of governance, an Iranian government that has planned out some sort of succession plan, all this will lead to is either the current regime hardening its stance, engaging in even more aggressive versions of repression, more violence, more mass jailing, or it'll be a failed state. It'll turn into Syria or Libya. And I don't even know if it'll actually turn into Syria or Libya, really, because the IRGC, as far as I understand, is a lot more powerful than any kind of state apparatus that existed in Syria, because it gets its legitimacy from at least a quarter of the fucking population. Amazing how you Americans call Iran a failed state, while in your streets you have Gestapo shooting brown people. Brother, do you think that I don't consider the situation in America to be a fucking, collapsing failed state as well? What the fuck are you talking about? That's why I keep saying free Iran. What about fucking freeing America? These dumbass hogs are talking about how like more power to the Iranian protesters. Meanwhile, they're like, if you disobey a cop in a fucking traffic stop, you deserve to be raped by the cop. Your coverage is worse than CNN. Yeah, if you're a fucking dumbass, you would say that.
And once that happens, the medics are called. They verify the documents and conduct a quick autopsy.
Does the body have a code? Yes,
each family is given a code, then the death is registered. In this one site, the person filming says he estimates there were some 2,000 bodies here. This is the minutiae of a massacre. The big picture is that what happened in Iran over the weekend could turn out to be one of the worst mass killings of protesters in recent times. A police station in the neighborhood of Tehran Pars, Tehran. We're confident that this was filmed during the protests which were taking place there.
Dude, there is no productivity in fucking denying that the state suppression of these protests have been ruthless and brutal. Okay? I need you guys to understand something, okay? For all the Marxist-Leninists in the chat, for all the anti-imperialists in the chat, please, there is no reason to deny that. Okay, it's fucking stupid. You come across like a silly goose. Okay, it's just the reality of the situation. Like even if you understandably still arrive at the conclusion that like in the absence of any sort of reforms or any sort of like give from the regime that Iran is only going to deepen this crisis. Even if you recognize that the only way as it stands currently to maintain Iranian sovereignty is through this regime that has been ruthless, oppressive, brutal at times, you can still recognize that they are being vicious. Okay? You can also call out American hypocrisy in this regard, obviously, as I have over and over again, but it's just like there's no reason to deny abject reality, okay? It's ridiculous. The brutality of the crackdown will log Iran into a deeper and more dangerous crisis, as seen at Tusi. The protests may be suppressed, but stability won't be restored for the system. Without meaningful transformation and governance, the system may survive, but in an even more brittle form.
Over the weekend. The video lasts for over 6 minutes. On the right-hand side of the screen, you can see people shooting from the roof. The sound of gunfire is constant. Human rights groups are trying to be precise about the killings they've recorded in Iran over the last 48 hours. Mahmoud Amiri Mukhadam is a doctor, has been monitoring human rights abuses in Iran as scientifically as he can for almost 20 years. Acknowledges that his organization's figure from yesterday of 648 killed is an underestimate, to put it mildly.
When we say 648, as we said yesterday, just keep in mind that most of that is from 1 or 2 days. They are from 14 of the 31 provinces in Iran. They are from 7 out of 100 hospitals in Tehran. And then when you start thinking that what does it mean? And these are only, for example, some of the, in the hospitals, only the bodies that families took to the hospital. Then you come up with a picture that it sounds like a massacre that have been taking place.
The funerals of protesters next door to the forensic center in Tehran. Donald Trump said today that, quote, help is on its way, and encouraged Iranians to keep protesting.
But that begs the question, why do Marxist-Leninists deny that? Because, guys, it's objectively hypocritical for people to fucking sit around and act as though they have any care or consideration for the fucking Iranian public, okay? They don't. So they harden their stance because it's the only fucking state in the region that has the capacity to militarily oppose Israel, that is doing this kind of thing on a daily fucking basis. And when it's not doing this kind of thing, as it did every single fucking day pretty much over the course of the Gaza genocide, it's still destabilizing other countries in the region for its grand plans. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's the reason why people who have a hardened position that you could consider campist here have this kind of output. They're basically behaving in the same way that like fucking Israel supporters do, but ultimately they're not on the same moral playing field. I'm not saying that at all, but that's the reason why they're doing it. The reality of the matter is, in the absence of if this government falls, it's fucking Syria. That's the reason why the people who take somewhat of a campus stance here are making that statement. Okay, that's it. America is obviously still far worse than the Iranian government, even in terms of like the dire economic situation that Iranians are facing is also a direct consequence of American intervention. So every Iranian that is in a state of disarray due to the real dropping in value to zero, or due to not having any sort of fucking, like, due to people not having any sort of commerce in the country, that's all America. That's all American intervention. So they're still worse than even the fucking most repressive, most authoritarian version of the Ayatollahs. Yes, it's always either the Jews or America's fault. I can't tell if you're being sincere when you say this or if you're saying this sarcastically. But yes, in the case of Iran, it is not the Jews, okay? But yes, Israel has played a fucking major role. What are you talking about? Dumbass. It's not like America and Israel are hiding this either. I mean, what the fuck are you talking about? They openly say that they're doing it, and these motherfuckers are like, where are you coming from with this? Oh, here we go again.
protesting. But thousands have been arrested, some like Irfan Sultani facing execution. His family told us that was due to take place tomorrow. Whatever form help comes in, they're wondering whether it will come in time for him.
Like, listen, chatters, two things can be true at the same time, okay? The weaker a regime feels, the more repressive they get. And if you're this dude's fucking friend, okay, you're not going to like the government. And if you actually also, if there's no economic improvements in your life either, you're inevitably going to say, all right, fuck this government. Maybe Israel is better. That's the problem. That's the failure on the part of the regime. Yeah, come on, bro. How can you blame Israel? It's not like they engaged in constant missile strikes and terror campaigns within Iran just in the last few months. Oh, wait. Yeah. How can you blame Israel? They were only bombing Iran, literally Iran, like bombing it only a couple months ago. How can you blame Israel? Yeah, execution as bad as the U.S. Tankies are brain dead. If the impact of the sanctions is death, okay, death due to not being able to get accessible medicine, for example, then how is that any fucking different? The only difference is it's invisible, so it's harder to fucking shift the blame back to the country doing the sanctions. You could say, yeah, sure, all you want, but that's what it is. And it's not like the American government is hiding that. They're openly saying it. They're like, yeah, fuck yeah, our sanctions are working. Fuck yeah. This is a testament to how our nation and Israel broke Iran. That's a fucking American senator saying it. Quiet part out loud. Cotton confirms blockade goal is to harm Venezuelan civilians. The lights are literally going to go off. They're not going to be able to pay policemen or fighters or teachers unless they begin to cooperate with President Trump. These guys are openly saying it, and some of you guys are still living in fantasy world. This is pure liberalism, okay? I swear to God, I was thinking about this earlier today. There are people that are just as fundamentalist and just as overzealous, like demonstrating zealotry towards liberalism as the Ayatollahs are about fucking Shia Islam. You are no different than a mullah in the way that you keep fucking going back and forth about how liberalism is not actually collapsing around the world. We must maintain liberalism. Do not stop. No alternatives. As the country is turning into a fucking fascist failed state in front of our eyes. In the United States of America, and you're basically the mullahs, but for liberalism. Wake up! No. Trump is not doing this for oil. There is a real democratization initiative here. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, no. You don't understand. The sanctions are not as impactful as the way you claim it. Meanwhile, they're openly saying it is. Wake up! Not only is liberalism dying here in the Western world, but it's also caused so much death and destruction overseas. If you don't fucking recognize that, you're no different than the people that you're calling tankies and being delusional about the Iranian government not fucking brutally killing protesters. You know what I mean? Like, there's no difference. You're just the same. The only difference is you get backed by a multi-trillion-dollar fucking media apparatus that is constantly fucking pumping out propaganda that makes it seem as though, in spite of what the president is saying, in spite of what the fucking senators are saying, both on the Democratic Party side and on the Republican Party side, that no, these sanctions are actually there to liberalize the economy or some shit. No, it's there to kill people, kill enough people and starve enough people and cause them to die to curable diseases, so much so that they get fucking mad and they rise up in arms against their own fucking government, especially in the absence of the government taking the initiative to listen to the demands being made by reformists in the country. Oh, the entire world is shifting right in front of our eyes. It serves nobody to just deny this reality, okay? You have to always say the truth. We must find truth from facts, first and foremost. Mao Zedong.
Just before we came on air, I spoke to Professor Mohammad Morandi in Tehran. He's a former advisor to Iran's nuclear negotiating team and is close to the authorities there.
Actually, I think that might have been Deng Xiaoping. Whatever.
I began by asking for his response to
I thought you said Mao was a fascist. What? What the fuck? Shut up!
the deadly crackdown on protesters who say his government simply no longer has the right to govern.
Yesterday,
Well,
we saw
Hasan
rallies
was wrong.
across
What do you
the
mean?
country.
What was wrong about what?
And the footage is online. And it was broadcast live, even though now people like Musk and others are trying to pretend it was AI or
No, these were people
old
who were
footage.
forced to go out and protest, but people of their own free will bravely went out, and in return, the government, your government, has slaughtered them in their thousands. And for what?
Why is the position that Iran is doing revolution the wrong way because they don't have a better alternative in place yet? I never said that. I never said that at all. I just said that in the absence of any sort of plan, next steps forward, it's just going to collapse. It is it's far too diverse of a country and far too fucking backed up or propped up by different sectarian groups that have gotten fucking money and weapons from, you know, outside forces, whether it be Israel or America, okay, that it will collapse into a fucking fail state. That's it. There needs to be, and if your goal is to, if your goal is for Iranian people to survive, that is my goal, Iranian people to maintain sovereignty, to have a secular democracy, if that's what they want, then you can't accomplish that if it turns into fucking Syria. This guy's a government shill. Do not platform this bozo. Brother, we looked at people who are very openly against the government. It's important to understand a diversity of fucking opinions in this situation in a country where, again, 25% of the public is still very much firmly committed to the government. Shut the fuck up.
There were 2.3 million people in Tehran yesterday on the streets, and reporters from Al Jazeera English, Arabic, RT, CGTN, CCTV, and others, Al Mayadeen, were there, and they witnessed it. How can you force millions of people on the streets in Tehran
because you instill
and other
fear
streets?
into the people of your country. Your government instills fear into the people of your country.
No, the pro-government protesters are not fucking going out to the streets at gunpoint. This is so stupid. What matters is not that there are pro-government people. What matters is the fucking forcible suppression of all the discontent that has led to conflict, violent conflict in this iteration. And it's only going to get worse. Ugh. Like what stupidity? Like Iranians are not fucking magical people that are this malleable where they just went, oh no, at gunpoint they're sending us out into the fucking streets. No, there are people who are still pro-regime. That's it. What the fuck?
I think that you are living in an alternative universe and you're drowning in your own fake narratives. If you think that the people of Iran support the MEK terror organization or the monarchists that your governments fund and support, I think you really know literally nothing about Iran.
Your government says that 2,000 people are dead. Are you denying that?
Our government never made any statements about any death numbers at all. You're talking about Reuters.
Iranian Ozzy here again. The mass body bag videos which families go to identify are definitely fake. Iran famously doesn't release dead bodies, and if it does, it makes them promise quietly to bury their loved ones so another protest doesn't emerge from the burial. Brother, you are crazy. That is not fake. What are you saying? Okay. Come on, dude. They are not fake, okay? It's unique that the Iranian government this time actually is doing this, okay? You could say that. But it's not fake. Damn, dude. Khamenei is Ozzy for the record. So maybe that's why this guy is like riding pretty hard.
Reuters.
Clearly that
Our
video
government
is
does
AI.
not report to Reuters. And Reuters constantly fabricates information about Iran, and it constantly says unnamed sources.
Yeah, they also showed it on Iranian TV too.
These piling up on the streets, that's all AI, that's all fake, is it?
There are no bodies piling up on the streets.
No bodies piling up on the streets. We've seen them with our own eyes.
And no, not on the streets. I live in Tehran.
Well, in the morgues,
and by
then.
the way, And so then rephrase and don't produce propaganda. You're supposed to be a credible news outlet. 100 police officers, roughly, or officers of the law were murdered. 2 were burnt alive. 1 was beheaded by these rioters, or the people who you call protesters.
Nonsense. Khamenei looks Cuban. I think he looks Turkish. He is Turkic. He is Azeri, so he is Turkic, technically.
Well, let me ask you, 26-year-old Irfan Soltani, 17-year-old Amir Ali Haidari, 28-year-old Naveed Salehi, these people have all been killed for the simple fact that they are demanding freedom and they're using their voices to demand freedom. That's the truth, isn't it?
I don't know the names that you give, and I don't know what happened to these people. I don't know if they exist or not. Just giving names doesn't mean anything.
Congratulations, Hasan. You got and you keep platforming this dude because he was hard on Israel and the genocide, so you think he's credible. Hasan, please don't platform this government shill. They have blood on his hands. First of all, Mohammed Marandi is 100% pro-regime. They make no mistake, okay? Even when he was talking against Israel, I openly said that, okay? What I'm simply telling you is that he also does represent a sizable chunk of the population. This is not also, I'm not platforming him. Channel 4 is. So take it up with fucking Channel 4 if you want to. It's ridiculous. You have to hear from these people as well. It's fucking ridiculous. You are giving a platform to the killers of Iranian people. That is a shame, man. Oh my fucking Lord. Oh, we're doing the same thing. We're doing the same fucking thing. We're just like, why are you platforming Trump? Shut up. I listen to fucking American right-wingers tell me that ICE agents should be killing American protesters every fucking day. And there are still the same people in the chat. They go, oh my God, why are you platforming? Why are you platforming the right-wingers? Why are you platforming Donald Trump? Okay, shut up.
Anything.
Well,
but
they're 3 among thousands, and the executions begin tomorrow. And for what? For people wanting to use their voices to demand freedoms that you take for granted.
No, the people who will be executed.
This feels like Venezuela 2.0. No, I think that although there is, it's yes and no, because while there is a sizable percentage of the population, there is an even larger percentage of the population that, if left to their own devices, would definitely depose of the Ayatollah. Okay? Like, I would go so far as to say that there is actually less support percentage-wise for the Ayatollah than there is for any form of, like, Chavista-backed movement in Venezuela. And even then, it's not to say that Maduro was, like, super popular either, okay? But if there was like a real democratic process and Iranians went out to the ballot box to vote for the Ayatollah, they would not be voting in reformist presidents as a fucking protest vote over and over again. Like, there is nothing has come close to this level of violence, like real street violence in Venezuela as it has consistently in Iran. Obviously, the factors are different. Proximity to Israel plays a big role in this, and American intervention has obviously played a big role in this as well. I guess what is this? Sizable chunk of the population, if that were true, they wouldn't need to bus in Afghans and Pakistanis to fill their rallies. Just accept that you know very little about the reality of Iran and how we actually live here. You said sizable chunk. How many people does that mean? Well, in most circumstances, it was about 25% of the population. But I feel like, especially with the economic collapse, that number has gone down. But we are still talking about a nation state that has, that would still mean tens of millions of people. Okay, at any given point, it swings from 15% to 30% of the entire population, the Iranian population. Afghans, we are shit on by everyone. Oh my God, I love Middle East racism. Yeah, shut up. You're being bussed into Tehran right now so you can have numbers. Don't laugh. I experienced firsthand that they pay people money to come to protest. They fill buses, dog. You don't know nothing. Oh my God. This is the same fucking attitude in Turkey where it's like Erdogan is only winning people by giving them money. He doesn't have a real base of support, okay? I never said it's the majority population. As a matter of fact, the majority population doesn't actually want this government, okay? The majority does not want this government. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that the majority is like saying that this is the like there is more support for Erdogan than there is amongst Turkish people, whether we want to admit it or not ourselves. Then there is support for the Ayatollah in Iran. Okay.
If they are convicted of the people who burned people alive and who beheaded others. These are people who were rioting, and these were people who were shooting at police officers, and there's footage of it. And that footage is online.
So what is the point of listening to this guy then? Because he represents the position of the government, which is still gaining its legitimacy from at least a quarter of the fucking population of Iranians. Okay? This doesn't mean it's the majority position. I never said that it's the majority position. I've never maintained that it's the majority position, but it's still a sizable percentage of the population that currently is running the country. And like what it feels to me, what it feels to me is people being like, I don't want to learn about this. I don't want to hear this. Just fucking put the Western intervention as an absolute necessity in the bag and move on, little bro, is what people are saying. Driving me nuts how people on the left can't seem to realize Iranian people can't want change while also not wanting the U.S. and Israel involved. They insist this is just the West making a fake revolution when the Iranian leaders are actually killing people protesting. People have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. I know. Is this your most lib take? No, I don't think it's my most lib take, especially because people are not capable of reading between the lines or seeing nuance in the situation, because what I'm stating over and over again very clearly is that no matter what takes place, if the Iranian government, current regime, continues doing what it's been doing, it is going to collapse, and it's going to be a Syria-style situation. If the Iranian government does not give in to the very reasonable demands being made by the population, it is going to collapse into Syria. If Western intervention reigns, and if Western intervention comes in and destabilizes the country, then it's still going to turn into Syria. Okay? Some of the major demands, and this is a decentralized movement for the most part, but some of the major demands revolve around secularization and also less control for the IRGC. You would never give an Israeli official the same grace as this dumbass because you know they're full of shit no matter if they're representing the government. Yes, and I still listen to what they have to say nonetheless, don't I?
It's on the accounts of many people, and people can see it. Mainstream media in the West, and obviously your media, since you are trying to create an environment for war and to justify illegal activity on behalf of your regime and the Trump regime, you're of course creating a narrative of thousands of peaceful protesters.
Are there soldiers in Iran? Yes, they're in prison.
On the streets being slaughtered.
If you don't like my questions, Professor Morandi, let me put to you what the German Chancellor said. Friedrich Merz said, when a regime can only maintain power through violence, then it is...
I don't think you actually care about Iran. Do your chat rules literally say Ottoman Empire over Persian Empire? Like, what do you mean? Yeah, that's called a fucking joke, dumbass. It also literally says everyone gets a state-mandated boyfriend/girlfriend. Do you think that I'm being sincere? What the fuck is going on, dude? Are you that stupid?
Effectively at its end. Do you accept your government is nearing its end? It's in the final days.
First of all, who said that I'm afraid of your questions or I don't like your questions? Second of all, who makes the German Chancellor any more credible than you.
The German Chancellor has been elected by his people, and you accused me of propaganda when many would accuse your government of propaganda day in, day out. So I just ask you again, is your government entering its final days?
No, and have no doubt that any strike on Iran, which is illegal, and obviously you're trying to promote it and to justify it, is illegal. And
there is truth to what he's saying here, by the way, I think, and maybe I'm totally wrong on this. I think that this isn't the time where the Iranian government collapses. I might be totally off base. I might be totally wrong about this, but this is the other reason why you listen to state propagandists in general in this circumstance, because every other media outlet has been like, Iran is collapsing, Iran is collapsing, Iran is collapsing. Now, as you know, I'm not Mr. Prediction. I'm not fucking exactly the best at predictions, especially of this sort. Okay, I'm about to go 0 for 3 on here, and it might be another fucking Ukraine moment. Okay, no more major geopolitical predictions. All I'm saying is, fuck, I just cooked Iran, dude. It's over. All I'm saying is, as far as comparisons goes, and I think the Iranians in this chat will also confirm this, by repression, there is still a much more competent force like the IRGC that was specifically designed to withstand internal and external pressures, as opposed to whatever forces that Assad had. Ironically enough, relying on the IRGC half the fucking time to maintain stability in Syria. Please stop. You're just making it worse. I know. This is one of the demands from the Iranian population as well. Iran does not want IRGC. We said that many times. They shoot us in the streets for saying that, and all the world didn't give a fuck about us, not a single time.
the Iranian people who've come to the streets, yes.
But do you propose that they stop the protests, or the Ayatollah should give in to the demands? How do you see a revolution through while avoiding U.S. intervention? No, that is precisely what I'm saying. Yes, a Western intervention would be disastrous and turn Iran into Syria. And if they continue suppressing protests in the violent ways that they have, if the government continues suppressing protests in the violent ways that it has, it will inevitably, slowly, through erosion, through economic despair, will turn into Syria regardless. So the only alternative is basically the current regime leaning into reform to the best of their ability, without, while avoiding Western intervention. But of course, I don't think they're going to do that, because they justify their legitimacy. They justify their they justify their existence by or they reassert their existence by doing this kind of repression.
Yesterday, to protest against the Western and Israeli-backed riot. We all know that Pompeo, who was the former head of the CIA, said that Mossad is on the ground with the rioters. They were guided and organized from abroad, and when the internet went out, suddenly they went blind. And that's why
the protesters have been given succor from abroad because they think they have help coming. So I want to ask you, if the US attacks Iran, does Iran hit US targets in the Middle East?
If the United States attacks Iran, without a doubt, Iran will strike back very hard. And remember what happened during the 12-day war. Go look at the footage from Tel Aviv and other Israeli cities. And as Steve Bannon himself said the day after the war, the real story of the 12-day war was that the Israeli regime during the last 2-3 days was hit so hard that they were seeking a ceasefire, not Iran.
Well, I mean, that's propaganda in your book, as you describe it. Just
Go
finally,
and look at Steve Bannon's interview. It was broadcast online. It's not mine.
Okay,
Steve
just
Bannon
finally, Ayatollah Khamenei, he's an old man. It's been widely reported that he may be looking to go into exile. Would you see that as a defeat?
Well, you're just making stuff up.
I think, once again, no geopolitical predictions, Andy, over here, but like I think the Ayatollah, if he is deposed or not, he will most likely remain on Iranian soil. Like, this is what I mean when I say a lot of Western analysts don't understand Iran. And even myself, like my assessment on Iran is always going to be incomplete. I can only lean into what I do know, and I can only lean into like my own personal experiences growing up in Turkey, like going through not anywhere near the same like repressive elements of the state, but like definitely a lot of discontent, a lot of disarray, a lot of social conservatism being used as a galvanizing principle that you know created legitimacy for the Erdogan regime, and then all of the pushback and all the violence that unfolded in an effort to suppress said pushback. When someone says like, oh, these guys are gonna fucking escape the country and they're gonna go to Moscow or whatever, it reminds me of like there is a very different attitude here with Assad versus the Ayatollah. Okay, and the reason why I say that is because like when you compare it directly to Assad, when you compare Assad's weak ass regime in Syria to the Iranian regime, your analysis is going to be stunted.
He's not going anywhere, and your government and the U.S. government, if they get involved in a war with Iran, global economy will go downhill and collapse. And your people will come after you and say, why did you do this to us?
Yeah, Assad ran a government that no longer existed. None of the soldiers were getting paid. All the state had been hollowed out to sell meth to the Saudis.
Professor Mohammed Marandi, thank you very much for joining us.
Bro, you said absolutely nothing. I'm simply stating that I think the Ayatollah will go down with the ship if it ever gets to that point. If he's passing due to old age, or if he's passing because like they somehow got to him, he's most likely going to die on Iranian soil. If he were to escape to Russia or whatever, it's over anyway. Like there's nothing. There is no like Shah style propped up government from Moscow. Like there's no, Russia doesn't have the capacity. Russia doesn't have the interest to prop up to basically prop up the Ayatollah like that. It will just inevitably collapse into a failed state.
Thank you.
So what might the American president do now? Our US editor, Anushka Astana, is in Washington for us. Anushka.
So, as so often with Donald Trump, he has taken to Truth social media to talk about all of this. He wrote a post in which he said he was addressing Iranian patriots. He told them to keep protesting, to take institutions, and in capped letters, as Porrick mentioned earlier, he said help is on its way. Now, he is in Detroit, the president, at the moment, and as you might expect, a journalist asked him, what help? Listen to how he responded.
Just went through the roof.
You said to Iran this morning that help is on the way for protesters. What did you mean by that? What kind of help?
You're going to have to figure that one out. I'm sorry.
How many people have been killed in Iran?
That's the most terrifying. Those are the most terrifying words that you can ever hear from an American president, by the way. Okay. Help is on the way. Terrifying. Fucking terrifying. Saying help is on the way while also adding additional sanctions or tariffs to other countries that are helping prop up like what remains of the Iranian economy shows exactly what kind of help is on the way.
Nobody's been able to give me an accurate number. I have heard numbers from everything's a lot. One is a lot. But I've heard.
It's so funny to do this next to fucking Jimothy Farley over here. Mr. Chinese EVs are going to steal our lunch money if they're ever allowed on U.S. soil.
Numbers much lower, and I've heard numbers much higher. We'll be knowing. We're probably going to find out over the next 24 hours. I think it's a lot.
So, look, no guidance there from President Trump. But what we do know is that he has spoken to his advisors. His national security team met this morning. Axios is reporting that his envoy, Steve Witkoff, has secretly met with the former Crown Prince of Iran, who is in exile. We know that they're considering sanctions against individuals. He's talked about a 25% tariff on those doing business with Iran, but there's also military options on the table. They tend not to want to go for broader military action at the moment, but we know he hasn't shied away from striking countries, Syria, Iraq. We saw what happened in Venezuela, Nigeria, and actually, as we've been on air, he's been talking about how flawless his previous strikes on Iran have been. Of course, the risk with a surgical strike, as we have seen, is that it doesn't actually lead to regime change. And there's also the issue that Congress behind us are unhappy that they are not asking for permission. I went down earlier and I asked some Democrats, is Iran different for you?
And what do you say to the Iranian people who want America to intervene?
The people of Iran are bravely standing up and speaking out against this brutal regime, but the president does not have the authority to go in, and this is part of this pattern.
There are many ways for us to support the Iranian people short of military action, because it's not in America's best interest to start a war with Iran. In fact, it's not even in the Iranian people's best interest.
Now, I should say there is precedent for strikes without congressional approval. Barack Obama did the same when he was president.
Can you honestly explain to me how your community can improve that discussing Iranian government mouthpiece while attacking ICE? Man was denying the massacre of protesters. He's a monster. Yeah, it's really cool if you're fucking hallucinating an alternative reality while you're watching, okay? I don't think, I mean, there might be some people in here that think that like the brutal suppression of protesters in Iran is appropriate or whatever, but it's far from the fucking majority. And it's certainly not my position either. And I've made my position very fucking clear. But of course you have to do this because you don't have a real argument, because my position is consistent on this, whether it's fucking happening here in America or whether it's happening in Iran. I'm still standing with the fucking people. It's so funny, though, that there is one group of people that is inconsistent here. One group of people that is inconsistent in this position, okay? Which is the American right, talking as though they give a fuck about the Iranian population, specifically Muslims in general. They don't care about that shit at all. Let's be fucking real. And also simultaneously, defending Israel's death and destruction campaign, defending America's ruthless crackdowns on its own fucking protesters, while simultaneously going, oh man, I love Iran, we got to free Iran. Get the fuck out of here. The reason why you have to maintain this position or like try to fucking find some sort of inconsistency, is because you recognize that your side is inconsistent here.
President here, but there are a lot of concerns about where all of this leads, whether a single strike, for example, on Iran would actually result in regime change or actually lead to more concerns down the road. And also a question about what is Donald Trump's motivation. Before Venezuela, he was talking about human rights. Afterwards, he hasn't mentioned the word democracy, only largely the word oil. And we know that America has strategic interests in Iran, not just around security, but also it is another energy-rich country. So the concern is, if there is a strike, as they are considering, what does the follow-up look like?
Anushka, thanks very much for joining us. Well, a short while ago, I spoke to Barbara Leaf, who served as Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs under Joe Biden and was Ambassador to the United Arab Emirates before that.
So I would guess...
Why is no one talking about the brutal regime in Turkmenistan? Because they are surrounded with friendly countries? Yeah, I mean... That's the reason why I brought up the Gulf states as an example, because there is no protest in the fucking Gulf states, even though there is brutal repression similar to the Iranian government, but they're an aligned country, so no one gives a shit. And also, their economy is not fucking imploding. So the protests or the organized movements never actually take root in the country. That's it. It's that simple.
That the president has in mind, yes, some element of military action, presumably strikes on IRGC and other.
Regardless of motivation, the right is doing something that the left also agrees with. Can we just take the rare W for everyone? No. What the fuck do you mean? The right doesn't give a shit about the Iranian people. They're not saying free Iran because they actually want to free Iran. They want to fucking bomb Iran. What are you talking about? What kind of freedom will come from Donald Trump and his interventions in Iran? Are you that fucking delusional? We just went over this with Venezuela. Let me explain. No, dude. Also, the UAE population is tiny. A protest would be what, 20 people? What the fuck would the UAE population protest? More support for Israel? The UAE, the fucking Emirates are protesting. They want to do more pro-Israel, and they're not saying, they're saying the government is not sufficiently pro-Israel. Yeah, all 20 of the Emiratis are going to be protesting that they don't have enough Lamborghinis, and also there is not enough pro-Israel sentiment going on here. Okay, we need to we need
elements of the security forces, headquarters, arms caches, etc. But I think he's also got in mind to use psyops of various types and.
So you mean psychological
cyber
warfare? Just spell out what you mean by
exactly.
that.
The problem.
Much of the left doesn't understand liberalization will only have a marginally positive effect if it's even possible to implement, given the power dynamics within the IRGC, the Shia base, etc. I mean, some's got to give. If they don't do that, they're fucked. Okay, it's coming. What do you do? You just keep fucking killing people? America starves the Iranians, okay? And then the Iranians in the aftermath of that starvation and lack of access to like medical care or whatever, turn around and understandably get more and more angry. So then they fight back. They fight back in more militant ways, in more organized militancy. And then the government comes back in and kills another 1,000 people, 2,000 people, 10,000 people, 40,000 people. Where does it end? The more hopeless the Iranian population feels, the more they will be willing to engage with Western intervention. That's why I keep saying something's got to give. It ends with all Mossad agents are dead. You are on maximalist copium if you think that all of the fucking protesters are Mossad agents, brother. Please stop. This is what I mean. It's more nuanced. It's more complicated than that. It's not, that's crazy.
As we already see, and this was evident even before there was such a dramatic shut off and shut down of the internet, but there's a huge amount of disinformation in the air. So it's quite hard to discern what is real and what is not, but it's...
For the record, this isn't to say that there isn't like Mossad involvement, okay? Please. I mean, Mossad literally had a drone factory. I need you to understand something. Mossad had a drone factory inside of Tehran. And if you recall at the time, one of the things that I said was a big reason as to why there are so many fucking collaborators internally in Iran is not because they're all like fucking Shah dick riders or whatever. Far from it. It's because their friends were arrested or tortured or killed. So, of course, when you do that, people are going to look at that and go, all right, well, fuck you then. I'll work with whoever I can to do revenge. Okay? That's it. That's it. Like, what do you expect? Yeah, if you fucking kill someone's friend, okay, or their family members, they're gonna want revenge.
But I think he plans to stir the pot.
How risky is this? What's at stake here? And what is he trying to achieve?
In this region, you can stir the pot. The pot may boil over, but you don't know where all of that goes.
I think one of the things that Israel did this time around, and one of the things America did this time around, was just like openly say that they're intervening. You know, the Shah coming out, or the succession of the Shah coming out and saying like, oh, take it to the streets, or America saying take it to the streets, or Pompeo saying, Mossad, do your thing, you know? The reason why they did that is because when the fucking government hears that, they go, okay, now is the green light to kill even more protesters. And when you kill even more protesters, next time around, there's going to be even a larger number of protesters out there that are going to be even more violent. I think that's the reason why they were so overt with their interventionist rhetoric in a way that you normally don't see from Israel at all. Normally, Israel will keep quiet and be like, oh, in the aftermath, when the protests have quieted down, when the government has come in with the security forces and just like killed a bunch of people and arrested even more, they'll turn around and say, oh, free Iran, free Iran. But this time, it was different. This time, they straight up were like, go off, kings and queens. We're with you from the start. Ultimately, their goal is to turn Iran into a failed state, though.
And you may not get the government you want, which is not to say we should not be giving support to the protesters. He has shut off for the moment the diplomatic channel, made that very dramatic.
What would easing religious laws even do? People want quality of life. You're hemorrhaging the discontent to the best of your ability. If you offer people a fucking pressure valve, if you respond to their needs, because like this happens in China, right? China is a stable economy. It's a power. It's a power center around the globe. It's a very powerful country. It's the manufacturing base of the entire planet, right? But having said that, there are obviously moments of discontent in China as well. I actually just talked to the South China Morning Post, about this, where like there are instances where, for example, the Didi drivers were frustrated with their work conditions, right? And then they fucking revolt. And what does the government do? First, they suppress the protests, and then they actually meet the demands. Same thing happened with the COVID zero policies. The intensity in which China was maintaining the COVID zero policies and the fact that people just didn't know when these shutdowns would end, for example, that turned into a major problem. People fucking protested. They took to the goddamn streets, and the Chinese government listened to those demands. So you have to, even if you have a more authoritarian structure in your governance, you still have to listen to the people when they take it to the goddamn streets. If you don't do that, and you think you can just keep hammering on and keep the repressive forces over and over again and meet the protesters with even more violence, then all you're doing is growing the protests. There is no way that you can maintain a government, especially when your economy is in the shitter due to American sanctions, without offering any sort of pressure valve to the population. You got the COVID protest chronology slightly wrong. The plan for opening up was already written and approved a week before the protest kicked off. Yeah, but it was obviously getting to a point because there was a lot of fucking discontent. That's the reason why they were, opening up at all. You do not understand Iran. The economical situation is not entirely the U.S. government's fault. Iranians do not want to be in some sort of war with the rest of the world. What are you guys talking about? People in Iran do not want this regime. That's why we're protesting in large numbers. Iranian here, the situation is so dire that people feel helpless and hopeless. They need support. I understand that. Okay? The common meta that the Iranian population has also kind of taken hook, line, and sinker, mostly from Israeli and American sources, is that the Iranian government takes all the fucking funds from oil and gives it to the IRGC, which is true to a certain degree, and then they use all those funds to do wars overseas. Not overseas, but wars in the region. That is the American position here. That is the Israeli position here. And unfortunately, with all of the economic instability, that's increasingly becoming the fucking Iranian position as well. I think ultimately, if the Iranian government wasn't utilizing the IRGC to fucking crack down on protests, they would not be as frustrated with the IRGC in general. This is one of the things that I was saying when I was talking about reforms in Iran that must take place. Okay?
Evident today, publicly evident. I presume they may use a diplomatic channel eventually.
So how might Iran respond, do you think, if Donald Trump does take military action?
I think any punch that the Iranians try is going to be well overmatched immediately and be devastating. And they have no air defenses at this point. Those have been shredded. So they are very vulnerable. They also can't do external and internal at the same time. Their focus at this point is existential. It is
Israel's death toll estimate is at 5K. So where the fuck does CBS get the 20K number?
Is suppressing, containing these crowds.
So isn't Donald Trump right then to seize this moment of weakness in the regime?
We don't have a success record of any kind of regime change from outside.
Iran kills women who don't dress properly. Chinese spokesman Mr. Hasan Lee. Iran kills women who don't dress properly. We place sanctions on them for the crimes against humanity and terrorist sponsorship. Shut the fuck up. America does not give a shit about like feminism. Please. Jesus Christ, you're such a fucking moron. Yeah, dude, I know. We're definitely sanctioning Iran because of its crimes against feminism. You can't be this fucking stupid, okay? Please be a little honest with yourself. Jesus Christ, fuck you, Hasan, dumb prick. First of all, I don't think this is appropriate at all. There's never been a moment where I've thought that the Iranian government was totally appropriate with morality police or any sort of fucking religious enforcement, you dumb fuck morons. It's not. But having said that, if you think that the American government gives a single fuck about Muslim women in Iran or the way that they are treated by their government, you are out of your fucking mind. That's why the Gulf states do not get a fucking fraction of the scrutiny that Iran gets. God damn, the average American is constantly engaging in this self-soothing pattern of behavior where they just keep telling themselves they're rocking back and forth, going over and over and over and over again, being like, no, we're doing this. We're doing the sanctions, not because we want to destabilize and cripple the only fucking country with the military power to actually resist against American and Israeli imperialism in the region, but instead because we want democracy for Iran. That's what you keep saying to yourself at a time when, ironically, Trump is not even fucking saying that. It's so funny. It's like, no, dude, you're delusional. You're fucking stupid. You're stupid and delusional.
By the U.S. in the region. You can go country by country and say what we were trying to achieve.
Do you not care about democracy for Iran? I do. I just don't think that it's going to come by way of American or Israeli intervention.
Was limited, perhaps, in 2011 in Libya, tried to prevent a terrible massacre that Gaddafi's forces were aiming to perpetrate. But in the end, it led to a decapitation of the regime, which led to chaos, which led to a huge vacuum into which all sorts of...
Yeah. This allows me, in order for me to believe the idea that like Americans are implementing democracy or trying to install democracy in Iran by way of sanctions, I have to believe that John Bolton is a third-wave feminist, okay? I have to believe that Mr. Grab him by the pussy Donald Trump is a third-wave feminist, okay? And I'm sorry, but I am not that stupid, okay? I say I'm a stupid guy, but you have to be a real fucking moron to believe that, okay? Terrorist where? You are a terrorist. I don't think this person is talking to me. I think this person's talking to the lady on screen.
You know, Trump attacked at least 7 countries last year, Venezuela and Syria this year. And this from the man who promised to end wars. What's going on?
Venezuela is a story that is still evolving. We still don't know the end point of that exercise. It was a law enforcement exercise. It was anti-narcotics.
Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, this lady definitely is a serious analyst that I must listen to seriously and sincerely, because America is doing law enforcement narcotics operations. Here, let's hear from the fucking big guy himself.
They walked away and they gave us a lot of money, but they did a great deal for themselves because their stock has gone up. As soon as we went in, Apple went in, NVIDIA went in, a lot of smart people went in. They followed us. So yeah,
at least when we were listening to the first guy. Not the fucking the regime guy, but the guy before him, the analyst that we were listening to, he was like sincerely placing the grievances of the fucking Iranian population at the forefront of his commentary. She's saying the exact opposite, Hasan. She's saying that the Trump admin excuses keep changing. Oh, okay. Well, I misunderstood it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm bored. Let's continue.
If you were a private guy, you'd say, "What do we get for doing it?"
I need to hear it from the fucking mouth of the admin.
I want our country to be rich as hell. But with Intel, we made billions and billions of dollars, right?
So, Mr. President, on Iran, do you have a message for the leaders currently of Iran?
Yeah, the message is they've got to show humanity. They've got a big problem, and I hope they're not going to be killing people. And I'm going to have a report very soon. It would seem to me that they have been
How are you going to platform the
badly
university professor which
misbehaving, but
receives the
that
regime
is not
propaganda and denies
confirmed.
everything, but you don't show someone who's a Persian journalist and have first-hand experience from the oppression? Please watch Masih Ali Nejad's interview with CNN or CBS.
Well, it was a disaster
We'll get to that later,
for Jimmy
Chatter.
Carter. They had all sorts of problems, and they
Chatter, we're listening to our Shah, okay? We're listening to our Ayatollah. We're listening to our Shah right now, okay? Big Dog is speaking. You be quiet and you listen, okay?
Who are you with? Who are you with?
I'm with the Financial Times, sir.
Oh, good. Well, it's a nice paper.
So are you committing not to sending
It's
U.S.
time for me to
troops
fucking
into
platform a real
your-
American patriot.
You that? Quiet, Peggy. I don't talk about military strategy with a reporter, you know? Even though I do like the Financial Times.
Secretary Bessent.
Are you consulting with our allies regarding Iran? What are they telling you, and why do you think the
Well, I'm not going to tell you what they're telling me. I don't tell you what
Why do
they...
you think the Iranian leadership continues to defy you, Mr. President?
You think they are?
Well,
it's only been a couple of days.
Hasan, have you seen the Khazriak hospital videos? That's one hospital in one city alone, 60 minutes of dead bodies on everything that I love. Wallahi billahi, 60 minutes of dead bodies. Do you still blame the sanctions? Brother, do you think I said that the sanctions killed those people? Are you fucking stupid? What is this? What is this position? Why is no one listening to what I'm saying? There has never been a fucking moment where I justified that, okay? I think it's horrifying. The fuck is wrong with you? Do you just hear what you want to hear? Wallahi, it seems like you just want to hear what you want to hear.
Really, you'd like to see it, but what we want to see is we don't want to see people killed, and we want to see a little bit of freedom for these people. These people have been living in hell for a long time. You know, that used to be a hell of a country. I have friends that used to invest in Iran, and they did well with their investments. It was a great place. The people were great. Even the leadership was good.
I've maintained the same position since the last time that there was any sort of fucking protest in Iran. If they continue increasing repression in the state, it's going to inevitably collapse. And that position is the same position that I have right now. This kind of stuff, this kind of shit, this kind of like violent suppression of protests that have become violent as a consequence of the last fucking version of this protest being suppressed by security forces is only going to get worse until the state fucking collapses. Okay? Especially when you have the American sanctions crippling the economy on the side and eating away at the popular base of support that exists for the Ayatollah. It's that simple. Okay? Something has got to fucking give. That's it. Something's got to give. As it stands, if the goal here is to maintain Iranian sovereignty, the thing that has to give is the IRGC's the cruel ways and the security forces' cruel ways of fucking violently suppressing any sort of reasonable fucking take that the Iranian population might have. It's not going to work. That's it. It's not going to fucking work at all. Wall Street Journal, Iran's Gulf rivals warned the U.S. against strike on Iran in public. Gulf states have kept silent, but Iran's Arab rivals across the Gulf, led by Saudi Arabia, have been lobbying the Trump admin against a strike on Tehran after the U.S. warned them. Yeah, Bonzer Berry is probably seeing the same thing that I'm seeing, which is that there's not a lot of aircraft carriers in the region right now because they're too busy with fucking Trump's adventurism in Venezuela. And the closest like carriers or strike groups that are near Iran are in Japan right now. So I don't know what kind of striking is going to happen in Iran anytime soon. I mean, I guess they've shown that they can hit Iran from America if they want to. So, but they won't be able to defend the regional actors if they are not there. What about Israel aircraft carrier? Brother, if you think Israel on its own is capable of defending Israel, let alone the rest of the fucking region, you are out of your dang mind. Israel with American aircraft carriers and with American Israel with American defenses in the fucking region was not able to defend Israel, let alone defend the fucking oil refineries. We had so many. And even then, Iran was capable of penetrating the Iron Dome. It's not happening. New 2-minute footage from inside Iran during the blackout. Here, let's take a look at what's happening in Iran inside of the blackout during this 2-minute.
Hey, go that way. Hey, back the fuck up. Sidewalk, 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 sidewalk.
They sound American? What the fuck? I know, it's crazy, right? Yeah, no. This is Iran, dude. This is yeah. No, it's yeah. This is happening in Iran, okay? Yeah, those are the Islamic Republican Organization, okay? ERO. It stands for Islamic Republican Org. Yeah. They're doing Islamic style repression, brutal repression. And ICE, you might see some of the badges that say ICE on there. That is Islamic country oppression. Or, sorry, Islamic counter country oppression, ISO. I fucked it up. I couldn't fucking spell. Yeah, Islamic Caliphate entity. That's what it is. Yeah. They're covered up for modesty, okay? You're being quite the Western chauvinist here. That's the reason why they're covered up. They've actually advanced. The regime has advanced. They're even covering up the men nowadays, okay?
You are not following the law.
Iranian crime enforcement. That's what ICE stands for. Iranian crime enforcement. They're enforcing crimes. Too bad in this forum, I can't fast forward past your insensitivity. Chatter, if you don't fucking understand that this administration, this regime in the United States of America that doesn't even give a fuck about its own fucking citizens, definitely does not give a fuck about Muslims, okay? Thousands of fucking miles away, especially Muslims that threaten the existence of Israel. I don't know what to tell you, okay? There's gonna be some fucking jokes that we're cracking in the process. As I don't agree with you about Iran, I have to agree with you on the inside things in the USA most of the time.
Does this make you feel strong? Yeah, man! This is your duty! Why don't you help that woman? Help that woman! Why don't you help someone? All you do is hurt! All you do is hurt! She's trying to drive down the fucking bridge! Where is the law?
Anyway, this clip is going viral right now. Trump was called a pedo protector by a Ford worker. Trump showed him the middle finger and mouthed, "Fuck you." No! President Trump mouths "fuck you" and flashes the middle finger at a Ford plant worker in Detroit, Michigan after the worker yelled "pedophile protector." Oh! 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 Oh my God! Bring him to me. Bring him to me. How dare you think that there is free speech in this country? Do not call me. Do not call me by the commoner's name. Do not call me a pedo protector. Call me the Epstein friend that I am. Refer to me by my government name. He didn't flip the bird. You lied. First of all, I didn't fucking lie. That was TMZ lying.
Kaya!
No, get out of there. Get fat ass. Come here. So fat. You're so fat. You're a fatty. Oh, you're fat. You're fat. You're fat. You're the fattest. You're the fattest that anyone has ever been. From the standpoint of fat, no one has ever been as fat as you. No one has ever been as fat as... What is that? She's going for the treats on her own, dude. That's crazy. You have gotten way too cocky, ma'am. Fatty. HasanAbi, he flips the bird at the end. Is he flipping the bird? No, right? He's just finger pointing. I feel like he's just pointing the finger. No, he is. He's still pointing at Kaya. Up. Kaya, go place. Go place, lady. Fucking laying right underneath me. Look at him flipping the little bird, little baby bird. That's a little baby. That's a little baby fingy. How does TMZ get everything? They're the only honest name in reporting and news in the United States of America, okay? No one else. No one else. That's awesome. That's my president dog. He just like me when people cut me off. WikiLeaks just reported Department of Homeland Security whistleblower leaks identifies 4,500 agents. Was this bro from yesterday? It's a thumbs up. Well, Grok made enough CSAM to get into the Pentagon, apparently. Hell yeah. That's awesome. The Ameri-Israeli years of lead is upon us. It's going to get way more pedophilic from here on out, okay? So get used to it. Get ready. Just letting you know. Oh. What if Ice Chatter was the leaker? Dude, that'd be sick. Tony, double circ Tony got an exclusive. Tony DePepe. Double circ Tony. Adult circumcision, Tony DeCoppel. A lot of you get mad, but if you were going to be, this famous of a journalist, I think you'd get a second circumcision too. You'd shave a little bit of piece off of the foreskin, you know? Just saying. Double circ. Long career. Maybe got a third circ, actually. Triple cut. Shave a little off the top for me, please. I love saying this because every time I bring this up, people go, what the fuck are you talking about? And then they find out that Tony DeCoppel actually converted to Judaism, got an adult circumcision, a second circumcision, and literally wrote about it. The only reason why we know is because he wrote about it. Okay? He wrote about it in, I think, the New Republic or something. Like, two-cut Tony. You always talk down on the double circ community, and I don't appreciate that. We don't claim him. He got a fade cut on his dick. Yeah. Low taper fade for me, please. That's what he said. So nice he had to do it twice. There's another Trump clip from today. All right, we'll get to that in a second. Yeah. Oh, I was going to do this. I was going to fucking post a tweet about this, but I do like that is the whole like, you know, pedophile protector thing is not only real but also is sticking. It's not just like you know, oh, woke libtards on the internet are the ones who are saying this. Like, this is a very real thing, okay? A very real thing.
Morning, and they saw that you said help is on the way.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Well, there's a lot of help on the way, and in different forms, including economic help from our standpoint, and not going to help Iran very much. And, you know, we put Iran out of business with their nuclear capacity, and now, depending on what's actually happening, nobody's been able to give us accurate numbers about how many people they've killed.
Well, on that
but
point,
it looks
Mr.
like
President,
it could be a pretty substantial number, and that's going to be a lot of problems for them.
a lot of problems. On that point, you did say the U.S. would get involved if Iran started killing protesters.
Yeah.
They have, by the many thousands, according to reports.
Well, we'll see what that is. I've heard two numbers, but we'll see what that is.
Well, now we're hearing that they're going to start hanging protesters tomorrow. So it comes back to the question, have they crossed your red line, or has the line moved?
I haven't heard about the hanging. If they hang them, you're going to see some things that I don't know what your where you come from and what your thought process is, but you'll perhaps be very happy.
What do you mean by that?
We will take very strong action. If they do such a thing, we will take very strong action.
And this strong action you're talking about, what's the end game?
The end game is to win. I like winning.
How do you define that in Iran?
Well, let's define it in Venezuela. Let's define it with al-Baghdadi. He was wiped out. Let's define it with Soleimani. And let's define it in Iran, where he wiped out their Iran nuclear threat in a period of about 15 minutes once the B-2s got there. And that was a complete...
Tony's 5'8", shut the fuck up. Okay, either he's standing on an apple box or Donald Trump is 5'9", which I know it's not the case. So he must be standing on an apple box or something. There's no shot, because Donald Trump is at least like 6'1" or something, right? Donald Trump is at least 6'1". I know they say he's 6'4". I don't think he actually is. But if Tony, double circ Tony, is 5'8", Donald Trump is 5'9", brother. There is no shot. Nah, we've been known this. He was standing by soccer players listed at 5'11", and he was shorter. Shut up. That is the greatest conspiracy of all time. The fucking president is under 6 foot. The president is under 6 foot and has been able to maintain the lie that he's 6'4" this whole time. No way. No fucking way. No fucking way. Trump is such a political talent that in interviews like this, he could just say, I'm not sure about those protest death numbers. We're hearing some maybe CIA fabrications, and everyone would go crazy both ways, even if the B-2s are fueling. If you want to understand Trump, the worst thing you can do is listen to what he says. Americans have an excuse because we have goldfish brains. The rest of you don't. I'm clocking it. Donald Trump is 6 foot max.
Obliteration, as it turns out, which is what I said initially. Then some questioned it, and they said, you know, Trump was right. So we've been right about everything. We don't want to see what's happening in Iran happen. And, you know, if they want to have
Gamal Abdul Nasser says, Senator Bernie Sanders, we must not forget that the current and abhorrent regime in Iran is itself a product of Western-backed intervention. For in 1953, a coup orchestrated by Britain and the United States overthrew Iran's democratically elected government under the presidency of Mohammad Mossadegh, primarily to protect Western oil interests. Wait, what? There's no Bernie Sanders is saying this? He's going beast mode? Maybe it's because he's so old. That's the last time he could form like coherent memories and have an ideologically consistent position. Okay, Bernie. I mean, shocking, but Iran is in turmoil. Millions of people are rising up against their autocratic government. Not surprising, the regime is responding brutally by killing thousands of protesters, according to some estimates. The Iranian people have the right to determine their own future, and the United States should support their legitimate aspirations for freedom and democracy. Brother, this is inconsistent with everything else that you're saying. America will never support the legitimate protests and legitimate aspirations of a sovereign peoples, okay? Come on! You literally say that the fucking coup was the reason for why the revolution happened to begin with. But we must not do so at the barrel of a gun. Let us not forget that the current abhorrent regime in Iran itself is a product of Western backed intervention. In 1953, a British and American orchestrated coup overthrew the democratically elected government of Mohammad Mossadegh in Iran. This was done primarily to protect Western oil interests. Yeah, Bernie Sanders probably hasn't heard of this, but the Iranians are actually Persian and they're Zoroastrian, and they got Arabized by the Arab imperialism, and that's the reason why they're Muslim now. The Iranian people yearn for Zoroastrian towers of death. And that chatter informed me on that. So I was wrong. I was wrong about what I knew about Iran in general. It was actually the Iranian revolution was fake. It wasn't real. It was actually supposed to be a Zoroastrian revolution. Yeah. So that was my mistake. Curse you, Abbasid Empire. Like, this is the this is the inherent contradiction with liberalism in general, where Bernie Sanders in the same breath says the United States should support their legitimate aspirations for freedom and democracy, but we must not do so at the barrel of a gun. Well, then in the same breath, he goes, and the United States at the time said that they were doing this to support the legitimate aspirations of the Iranian people. Didn't do that last time. And not only did they not do that, but then that led to the real Iranian revolution. But this time is different. Like, what the fuck is the suggestion? Yeah, if you want to fucking help, if you want to help the Iranian people, advocate to lift the sanctions. God damn. This was done primarily to protect Western oil interests. The coup installed the Shah, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, at the head of a corrupt, brutal, and unpopular autocratic regime. After several decades of this dictatorship, the Shah was himself overthrown with the Islamic Revolution in 1979, which brought to power Ruhollah Khomeini and the theocracy that rules the country to this day. Now, with incredible courage, the people of Iran are once again demanding democracy, freedom, and economic justice. The United States must support the Iranian people. We must join the Iranian people in demanding an immediate end to the government violence against protesters, an immediate end to the media and internet blackout, internationally supervised. Where? Where is the sanctions relief? Bernardo used to be like... Bernardo used to fucking talk about like throwing down with the Sandinistas. Sandersnistas. And now he's over here fucking forgetting the primary impact that America has here, you know? When you find out your goat is washed. U.S. military intervention is not the answer. It failed in the past and will fail again. The United States must stand with the Iranian people, not overthrow them, not over them. Ugh. Like, I don't even have a problem with these statements, although it is, albeit hypocritical. I mean, it's Bernie saying this, so it's not less hypocritical coming from an American senator. But all of this stuff is fine, but the first bullet point should literally be sanctions relief. If you don't say that, then it's like, you know, what are we doing here? Because that is the one area of impact that we have over Iran. I don't know. I think he's talking aspirationally. Like, we should support all their efforts, not we should do sanctions and bombs. He's not talking material support for more rhetorical and moral. At least that's how I read it. No, he should this conversation, whether it be around Cuba or Iran or Venezuela, should first and foremost focus on the American major point of impact. And the major American point of impact is always going to be sanctions. If you are one of the leaders of the progressive movement in this country, you should abso-fucking-lutely bring that up, okay? Even if it is to entertain the talking point and to put it out there in the media, put it out there in the fucking ecosystem so that people are aware of it. Because Americans, by and large, are not aware of this, okay? That's it. And then we can have a separate conversation about like, well, don't you think lifting the sanctions helps the government or whatever? And you can come across like a fucking cruel asshole in that regard, where you're like, no, the Iranian people must continue being punished by the American state unless they like successfully overthrow their government. Because that's what you're arguing. When you say sanctions relief, excuse me, wouldn't that be helping the fucking government? All you're basically saying is, well, they haven't seen enough pain yet to successfully overthrow their government through, violent means. So I guess we have to keep starving Iranian babies. It's fucking ridiculous. This is the point. You always have to, if you're going to talk about this stuff, you have to start in sanctions relief. If you're a leftist, if you're a fucking anti-imperialist, if you're anti-war, if you're an anti-war liberal, if you're an anti-interventionist, Democrat, Republican, your number one first statement coming out of the fucking gates needs to be, we have been starving the Iranian population with the hopes that they will have a democratic revolution in Iran. But very clearly, after decades of doing so, this has only brought pain and destruction to the proud people of Iran. The first thing that we have to do is scale back on our sanctions. That's it. Because that's the major point of impact. That is the thing that we could do tomorrow. That's the thing that we could do yesterday. Yeah, and also, it wasn't even that crazy of a position. Barack Obama did it. What the fuck? Barack Obama did that. Like, where are the fucking libtards, man? Barack Obama was the guy who did the sanctions relief. I cannot believe that this position is now lost amongst the people that even self-identify as like the leftists in the American government. God damn, we are so fucking ridiculous, dude. The conversation has just moved so far to the fucking right. It is crazy. Remember when Obama successfully did sanctions relief? Like, you have the sanctions already implemented. You can use the sanctions relief as a way to fucking tell the government, hey, if you don't do these sorts of things, we won't actually do sanctions relief. That's a good starting point to the fucking conversation. Even if you're not talking about this from, objective morality, the immorality of sanctions, the immorality and transparent cruelty of starving a population if they don't actually get their shit in order and fucking kill the Ayatollah, okay? That in and of itself is an incredibly cruel fucking prospect. That's an incredibly cruel argument to make. You see these people as nothing but political pawns that will overthrow and potentially create a fucking failed state in Iran at the behest of, our big daddy Israel in the fucking region. It blows my goddamn mind. Like, Bernie got my Nicaraguan anti-communist family to reconsider our anti-communism and imperialist tendencies just to turn around and become a liberal himself. That's what I mean. Bernie used to be a fucking burn dog, especially when it came to socialist movements and socialist militancy in the fucking region. Used to put the pedal to the metal every now and then. And then he got destroyed over and over again. Left position. With a demand that the American government end sanctions in exchange of a democracy or anything else for that. We've moved past this. Obama got the JCPOA done with sanctions relief. I cannot believe. He's building up AOC, and for that to happen, moves to the center, so don't hate on him too much. That doesn't matter to me. I'm sorry, but I don't want, like, if the AOC presidency is just the same old liberal interventionist bullshit, then what the fuck good does that do to other people around the world, and what the fuck good does that do to the American population? Okay? That makes no damn sense. Like, the whole point of why you want an AOC presidency potentially is because you think she's going to be a fighter for human rights. If she's not going to do that, then okay, it might as well be fucking Kamala Harris at that point. And AOC did actually have a really good take, even though she had a really bad take on the fucking Hamas protests, pro-Hamas protesters or anti-Semitic or whatever the fuck. She actually did have a really incredible point here that she made that people misunderstood and got mad at, and then she duked it out with the online left here. But here it is.
Government funding, we're about to run out of money. What should be the red lines when it comes to ICE funding? When it comes to DHS, should there be policy or reduction in funding? What should be the options?
I mean, in terms of which deadlines line up with which goals, that's a tactical decision to be made, but my position has always been clear that ICE funding should be cut. We're seeing what they're doing with this reckless explosion in funding, and mind you, just so everybody knows, I want everybody to understand the cuts to your health care are what's paying for this. All that extra money that everybody's paying right now in their premiums, all that extra money that you're paying, it is paid for it is all of that extra money that the government and the ACA subsidies that was given to nearly $1 trillion in healthcare was taken out and given to ICE.
Dude, that is great fucking messaging. Okay, that's great messaging. You're gonna get mad and you're gonna say, "Oh, she didn't say abolish ICE," but she literally clarifies in the in the follow-up tweets that she does still very much maintains that position. Okay, she's right. It's good messaging. It's a breath of fresh air. Thank God that there are some fucking people out there who are saying this in a position of power and prominence. Okay. If it wasn't for the crippled old institutional seniority within the Democratic Party, and AOC actually through a merit-based process got a better position in the party overall, the Democrats would not be underwater in their popularity in this moment. I'm sorry, okay? That's just the reality. And there is plenty of things that I criticize AOC for, especially with the whole with the fucking the real problem is actually the protesters outside of the synagogue and not the fucking settler fair that's taking place inside of the synagogue. That was ridiculous. It was a misstep. You have a finite amount of time and energy that you can expend. And if you're focusing on the wrong thing in that conversation, you're losing the conversation for no reason. It's an own goal. Kamala Harris used to do this all the fucking time. You don't even have to take ownership over protesters that are fucking saying that, they support Hamas. Okay. I'm not expecting a sitting American representative or a senator or any politician or mayor to openly state that in the United States of America. Okay. But it's a tactical error to ever take ownership over that instead of turning around and talking about the real problem here. Okay. The real issue here is that there is a settler fair that is illegally doing another stolen land sale inside of another fucking synagogue. That is unacceptable. That's illegal. And Zohran Mamdani literally ran on putting an end to that sort of thing. Okay. Zohran Mamdani actually advanced bills like Not on Our Dime when he was a part of the state assembly to stop this sort of thing from happening. Okay. Having said that, it's the good and the bad. This is fucking fire. Okay. This is perfect. Great fucking take. Nailed it. Smoked it. Everyone can suck it. Okay.
So understand how these dots.
By the way, this same exact narrative also extends to Israel as well and our unlimited, adventurism overseas. For the record, I think she should say that as well. And I think if she did, and she took out a more commanding anti-interventionist position here from the left, she would win a lot more favors.
Connect. You get screwed over to pay a bunch of thugs in the street that are shooting mothers in the face. That is what this administration's doing. That's what the Republican Party did.
This is good messaging. It's good policy. It's good politics. It's good messaging. It's good across the board. If I don't actually if I don't honestly give credit where credit is due here, then what the fuck are we expecting? Okay, not every single good statement from a Democrat for once should be met with all of the times where they've actually failed. Okay, that's it. Be harsh and be astute in your observation and your criticism when Democratic representatives are fucking up. Okay, but also be fair when they're doing the right thing. A lot of people, I think, always run into, well, she did this wrong thing. Like there is this demand for purity in general. Okay? 20,000 hours total lifetime streamed. Congrats. Jesus Christ. I'm such a fucking loser. Holy shit. I have been in front of the camera for 20,000 hours. God damn, I'm a loser. What the fuck? That's crazy. Trump captured on camera getting briefed on Iran. They have no OPSEC anymore. What is this? Trump told reporters on Air Force One he was going to review intel on the Iranian government killing protesters as soon as he got back. I'll have him about in 20 minutes. We'll get some accurate numbers as to what's happening in regards to the killing. We'll act accordingly. I mean, okay, that's fine. Let's be real, a solid chunk of that is just the chair. Yeah. Yourself, 17-month subscriber, and everybody else is so fucking stupid. And they just watch the chair over and over again for 20,000 hours. You're a bunch of fucking sheep that just sit there and you're like, oh, I can't stop watching. It's just the chair. I love the chair so much. The other side of the Bernie statement that I think is obviously stupid and silly is that he has not been this aggressive on Israel, and Israel has done fucking way more. Okay? If we're talking about the death of human beings, and we're looking at like casualty numbers in the thousands, okay, well, Israel's gone above and beyond that number. And I ain't never seen Bernie Sanders talk about boycotting, divesting, and putting sanctions on the fucking beautiful state of Israel, okay? At most, it's we shouldn't be giving them offensive weapons, but defensive weapons are fine or whatever the fuck. We'll talk about Beitar in a second. We're going to get into that in a moment. Iranian patriots, keep going, keep going. Iranian patriots, keep going. Oh, here is also the Chinese government. Well, I guess like
we begin this hour
I'm
with
skipping
the
the
protest.
rest of this. Hold on. Where the fuck is it? Where is my... Did I lose the fucking playlist? Thank you, Gizmo. All right. Activist torches left-wing protesters, silence on Iran beyond hypocrisy. All right, let's get back to Iran. Let's continue our coverage on Iran. There it is, the IRGC, armed and deadly and dangerous. suppressing any kind of protest against its unjustifiable and unlawful actions.
This morning, the states of Minnesota and Illinois taking DHS to court amid a surge of thousands of immigration officers that officials are calling a federal invasion.
We are not asking ICE not to do ICE things. We are asking this federal government to stop the unconstitutional conduct that is invading our streets each and every day. You've seen the videos. At times, there are as many as 50 agents arresting one person. The scale is wildly disproportionate and has nothing to do with keeping people safe.
Minnesota accusing DHS agents of engaging in unconstitutional stops and arrests, brandishing weapons, and dragging people out of places like schools and hospitals. Federal agents firing tear gas Monday to clear demonstrators after agents were involved in a car crash.
This has to stop. It just has to stop.
Officials in Illinois also calling for a stop to the, quote, turmoil and climate of fear.
The repeated invasions of private property, wrongful arrests, illegal interrogations, and violent confrontations have not made our city or state safer.
The Trump administration pushing back, arguing that the federal government is protecting the American people. The lawsuits coming nearly a week after disturbing cell phone video shows an agent shot and killed 37-year-old mom Renee Good.
And the Hennepin County attorney tells me that they are moving forward with their criminal investigation into that deadly ICE shooting, despite federal authorities blocking access to key evidence in this case. They do expect to make a decision at some point on whether to charge that ICE agent involved. Guys.
All right, Faith, thank you so much for that.
It's complicated, obviously, but
Joe Rogan reacts to the Minneapolis shooting and ICE riots. 6 prosecutors resign after pressure. Oh, I forgot to mention this. This was crazy. So, New York Times coverage from this morning. Breaking. New York Times now says 6 federal prosecutors in Minnesota have just resigned over the Justice Department's push to investigate the widow of Renee Good and the department's reluctance to investigate the ICE agent who shot Good, according to people with knowledge of their decision. And what's fucking nutty is that one of the career federal prosecutors was the fucking guy who literally did the investigations into the fraud. I was talking to Noah about this earlier today. Apparently, one of the fucking prosecutors was the guy who was doing the Minnesota fraud case. And they try to get this guy to be like, investigate the wife of the person who we shot in the fucking face. Oh my God! The federal prosecutor leading the Minnesota fraud case just quit because the Justice Department officials pressed a criminal investigation into the actions of the widow of Renee Nicole Good. The force of reaction in this country are very evil, very cruel, and they do not seem to care much about making mistakes. But take heart, many more of them than us are total fucking idiots. I'm telling you, dude, this is rank desperation. These guys keep fucking pressing. They keep pressing. It's over. I'm telling you right now, woke is back, okay? Woke is fucking back. It's insane what these guys are doing. The way that they're moving right now is so dangerous. The way that they're moving right now is like there's no tomorrow. Not a care. Not a care in the fucking world, okay? Pissing against the wind over and over and over again. They're basically making it so that the rallying cry is abolish ICE. And maybe not even abolish ICE, but also jail every ICE agent. I'm telling you right now, new Q poll, majority say the murder of Renee Good was not justified. I talked about this. I tweeted about this before as well. This is another poll. Obviously, the majority of the fucking voters do not find it to be justified. You know who the majority of voters, you know what majority? What majority population in this country actually thinks it is, though? Care to guess which group actually thinks it's justified? Do you want to know who? The Nazis? Yup. Yep, you're getting close. But what do we call those Nazis? What do we call those Nazis? That's right, we call them Republicans. 61% of Republicans think it's okay to shoot a mom in the face if you're an ICE agent having a bad day. You do not hate the Republicans enough. I do. So don't come at me with this fucking bullshit. To the liberals out there who fucking try to do this song and dance about how, Hasan, oh, you let Donald Trump win the presidency. You love Donald Trump. Suck my fucking dick. You don't hate the Republicans enough. Okay? I'm willing to let bygones be bygones, but I'm not going to fucking entertain some centrist bullshit right now in this very moment when we've been here and you're just coming to the fucking table, only now with the recognition that this fucking administration is dangerous. I took the threat of fascism seriously. You didn't. Okay? Look at this shit. 61% of Republicans think it's okay to shoot a mom in the face if you're an ICE agent having a bad enough time. Okay? It is fucking ridiculous, dude. 61% of Republicans. What the fuck are we doing? Higher number than Kent State massacre supporters, genuinely psychotic group of individuals. Even then, it's 60% of 28%. I know. I'm just saying. It's not the majority. They don't have the fucking numbers. It's just the majority of a fucking minority, okay? It's the majority of a tiny group of people that is getting smaller and smaller every fucking day. Just remember that. That's why I don't entertain any fucking reactionary bullshit around these parts, okay? None of this like, oh, we got to hug and kiss the Republicans. We got to smell them. We got to be Republicans. Suck my dick. Is not 61% of 28%. The polling account phrased it poorly. No, no, Nice Bathroom is saying 28% of the country at any given moment is like self-IDing as Republicans. That's it. It's 61% of Republicans, and Republicans by and large in the broader population is representative of like about 28%, maybe even less. Now back to the American regime collapsing with unlimited fucking cruelty. Okay, these are sites that are becoming more commonplace as we found out that ICE's internal memos have shown that they are very aware of the discontent that's brewing. But ICE agents and Customs and Border Patrol and Department of Homeland Security officers actually feel emboldened because Kirsty Noem, according to Ken Klippenstein's reporting from an anonymous Customs and Border Patrol officer, that Kirsty Noem lying her ass off, according to the reporting from Ken Klippenstein, Kirsty Noem lying her ass off to defend Renee Good's murderer has made ICE feel even more emboldened. Okay? Now they feel like if they end up killing someone, if they're having a bad day, Kirsty Noem and the Department of Homeland Security will not hold them accountable, but instead will go out to defend them and will lie to defend them. That's how fucked up the situation is. Yesterday, I showed you the Target employee that they brutalized and then dumped in a Walmart parking lot because they were annoyed. And today they're continuing this. And yesterday I showed you the administrative warrant that they used to bust down through the door of an American family with babies there. Okay. And this is where we're at. ICE agents in Minneapolis violently detained, threatened, and arrested a U.S. citizen for one reason only: he refused to prove his citizenship. In this video, agents immediately escalate to physical force. A man stands with his hands up, repeatedly saying, "I'm not doing anything," while agents shove him, force him against his car, and begin an illegal search. No crime, no warrant, no probable cause. An agent falsely claims that's assault. while they're actively assaulting a U.S. citizen who's complying and not resisting. Let's take a look.
Get the fuck on the car before you get fucking arrested. I'm not. Get the fuck on the car before you get.
Now that's fucking assault.
Don't move. You're gonna get fucking tased. Don't fucking move, or you're gonna get tased. Because you want to be an idiot.
I'm not moving.
Because you want to be a fucking
You're
idiot.
a fucking pussy.
You're a fucking bitch. And you're gonna learn the fucking hard way.
Just asked you for an ID. That was
I don't
it.
give a fuck what you asked me for, bitch.
Shut up.
You shut up.
He is absolutely in his rights here, by the way. These fucking manlets pulling off a 3v1 Gestapo operation on a random American citizen, harassing them and power tripping in the fucking process. None of this is appropriate. All of it is illegal. And the fact that our fucking dumbass hog administration is basically farming the American hikikomori movement here, the Asmongold's of the fucking world, because those are the only people who are celebrating this. I promise you, normal Americans, whether they are Republican or fucking triple MAGA voters, will look at this situation and go, okay, this is getting a little out of hand. There are, however, some who go, hell yeah, keep fucking sticking it to the man. But the number that actually says, the percentage of people that actually say this is good is getting smaller and smaller. I promise you. Okay, I know that we spend every waking moment on the internet, and I know we fucking duke it out with the fucking roaches of the world, and we think that this is a very commonly shared, very popular perspective. It is not. Okay, this is not as popular as you think it is. Hasan has lost it, fighting a losing battle. What? Anyway,
Bitch,
let's continue.
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? He has a gun on him. Look at that. A fully registered firearm. Because I'm a U.S. citizen. What's wrong with y'all? Wow. Wow. Let's go. Get him in the fucking car.
Fighting a losing battle. I don't think you guys are ready for what comes next. If there is a competent administration, I don't think you guys understand. You should pray that the Democrats are fucking the servile little cowardly babies that they are. Okay? You should hope to God that they don't actually do what's right here. Okay? Because if democracy thrived in this fucking country, if the people's wishes were actually expressed by whichever administration comes next, a lot of people will be going to fucking jail. You can keep fantasizing about how much popular support there is for this kind of activity here, where you just get to have some of the most insecure man children hopped up on fucking fumes, ego tripping over random American citizens that they detain and apprehend unjustifiably and in an illegal manner in what is supposed to be a immigrant enforcement operation. You can all fucking share your collective singular IQ here and decide, oh, well, if ICE is doing it, it's all right. You can also refuse to recognize that this administration that's doing this, the random people in Minnesota, will inevitably do it to you or your loved ones as well. And you'll sit there and you'll suck the barrel of their fucking guns because you're a servile little piggy. But at the end of the day, if you personally believe that this kind of action is actually fucking supported by broad majorities of the public, you are delusional. You are deluding yourselves. Okay? How much you want to bet that fucking piece of shit is not even American, by the way? I know that's a fucking European Asmongold supporter. How much you want to fucking bet? I have even less respect for the Euroid LARPers who LARP as though they're fucking MAGA. It's disgusting. No laughing at idiots. Yes, we did win. The majority voted for this. The majority voted for this. We voted for this, you idiots. Yeah, no, totally. Yes, all these assholes are impeding federal officers is disgusting. Saltwater 90. I voted for this. I voted for this. You deserve what's coming next. The majority did. The majority didn't fucking vote. Shut the fuck up. And there's a reason why the Fell for it again awards is the most common thing that people slap on every single fucking moment. You want to know why? You want to know why it's so goddamn common? Because you're fucking stupid. That's why, okay? I know I shit on the Democrats a lot, but a big part of the reason why I shit on the Democrats a lot is because they cave and capitulate to fucking right-wing reactionary framing on issues for no goddamn reason whatsoever, and they end up failing. But make no mistake, the amount of smoke I have for you fucking mouth-breathing, single-digit IQ morons is endless, okay? You are advocating for your own demise. You are not a part of the fucking pedophilic billionaire cabal, okay? You are not going to be spared for what comes next. You are going to be on the receiving end, okay? No, I'm not a lefty, thankfully, this guy says. He's still doing the fucking left-right dynamic here, as though the left-right matters in this circumstance. You're the only one bracketing yourself into the right by saying, this is my shit, this is what I voted for, because you're a fucking moron. Not only do you not understand that your loved ones and your parents will be impacted in a similar fashion if this government is left unchecked, but also on top of that, none of this is actually good for you. So you have to sit around and cope and say, oh, I voted for this. I voted for this cruelty. Like a fucking little bully, like an insecure little bully that you are. You go, oh, well, as long as someone else is getting fucked over, I'm fine with it. I voted for it. Did you? Did you vote for the current state of the economy? Is that what you voted for? You wanted inflation to continue. You wanted the housing crisis not to be solved. You wanted Donald Trump to actually defend the pedophilic elite and the Epstein files. Is that what you truly voted for? Or can you be smart enough to, at the very least, take a deep breath and say, hey, you know what? Maybe some of the things that I voted for is not happening. Eventually, you'll realize it, or maybe you'll rot away in a fucking prison in El Salvador when the administration inevitably comes after you too, because they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about anything, and they certainly don't give a fuck about you. Some of the things are not happening, but this is. Really? This is what you voted for? Do you think this is mass immigration apprehension taking place? That's an American citizen and a Second Amendment, a Second Amendment enjoyer here, getting apprehended for no fucking reason other than the fact that another cruel, pathetic, insecure fucking loser such as yourself that got a fucking paycheck from the government that could have gone to your healthcare, by the way, that could have gone to your infrastructure development, that could have gone to your fucking schools getting funded adequately, but instead is going to these fucking Gestapo dipshits, the Heil Hitler Brigade, is actually going around and bullying random American citizens. Is that what you voted for? Even if you voted for mass immigrant apprehension and detention, that's not what's happening here. So why the fuck are you turning around and justifying it? Perhaps it's because you just are a part of the dual sadisms, as Matt Christman likes to call it, okay? You just want your enemies, your perceived enemies, to be dominated by the administration because deep down inside, you know they're never going to do right by you. So at least you can feel comfortable knowing that someone who you decided is woke, someone who you decided is an ideological enemy of yours, is being brutalized by the fucking administration, not realizing that the money that is going to this thing, okay, not even immigrant apprehension, by the way, because this is not immigrant apprehension at all. This is just a random American citizen who's pissed off, getting fucking humiliated and bullied by a bunch of Gestapo agents. If you turn around and you say you voted for this, I say you are the biggest dumbass I've ever encountered. Okay? Lawbreakers. No, I want the illegals to be deported and the people impeding law enforcement to stop and be arrested. It's not hard, but you are not smart. None of you are. Nope, not a Democrat. Keep coping, little boy. Keep coping. He's a white supremacist. Scroll to the bottom of his logs. I mean, holy fuck, this guy does not stop posting. Holy fuck, he is spamming so much. Hey, boys, I'm back. No such thing as a legal observer. Live rounds. They are enforcing the federal law. I want to see what he has to say about Iran. 2CTV for live updates about Iran. Hey, if anyone wants live updates to Iran, go to 2CTV on YouTube. Breaking: IRGC launched military drones on Iranians. IRGC leaders assassinated in Iran. They don't think Iran is the bad guys here. Call the White House switchboard. I did, and I just told the lady who answered to tell Trump to help Iran. The main phone is closed now, but I tried. I told you, these guys don't have a fucking these guys don't have a consistent bone in their fucking bodies, man. He's like, oh, we have to save the Iranian people. Look at how violent the Iranian government is. Meanwhile, when it comes to the American government, go back to F-word son. I fucked your mom, chatter. It was the greatest orgasm she's ever had in her entire life. Holy fuck. Fucked your dad, too. Destroyed his G-spot. Fucked him right in his ass, dude. He loved it, too. I'm your daddy now. Love that these fucking guys turn around and go, oh, in Iran, we must save the Iranian people. And then when in America, they're like, we have to kill every leftist. MAGA, we must destroy America and our communities. To destroy the woke and help Trump is a suicide cult. Straight up. Just an Israel dick rider, it makes sense. Israel is not a terrorist nation. It's the ancient land of Judah and the home of Jewish people. Oh, my Lord. Bro, I wish. You know how they fucking do the internet blackouts in Iran? I wish for one day where we would be free of just Israeli interference in our affairs, okay? For one fucking day of the week. They saw the Israeli flag and got triggered. Israel is not a terrorist nation. It's the ancient land of Judah and the home of the Jewish people. Oh! Israeli bot! Every time. Every fucking time. Every time. You should search his logs for white. I'm white. Make our countries white again. White people are the global minority, and these are our countries. Deport them all. White women are sus. Oh! Oh, that's awesome. Oh, you fucking dumbass virgin, dude. Of course. Contributing to the white genocide, too, by being an unfuckable loser. Okay? Type Iowa and his... Oh, my God. Is he an Iowa chatter? I'm from Iowa. Wheatland, Iowa. Greetings from Iowa. First stream and first time chatter and new sub. Love your content, man. You just give your thoughts, and it's agree to disagree. One of the most down-to-earth people. Keep it, man. I'm a white guy from Iowa who has white supremacist leanings, but I also think Israel is the justifiable land of all Jews, and it should be a demographic majority ethno-state. Hello from Iowa. Oh, DJ, that was so fucking awesome, dude. Let's see what he said about women. White women are sus. They lied to you about migrant invasion. They lied about them being women and children. Honest media, ladies and gentlemen, women. Orwell knew about the danger of women. Oh. You are a fucking lobotomy recipient, dude. Women! Oh. Oh, so many unfuckable losers. Jesus Christ, dude. How is this a real person? I mean, this is only a real person on the internet, okay? You need to understand. This person does not exist in the real world. And by that, I mean, he's too afraid to go outside. He might accidentally see a woman if he goes outside, so that's terrifying.
I learned the fucking hard way.
Wheatland is a city in Clinton County, Iowa, United States. The population was 775 at the time of the 2020 census. Oh, that's awesome. Where you at, Israel boy? Where you at? What happened? Why'd you stop posting? Yeah, he went nonverbal. Excuse me. I'm an inbred, incel, Nazi, white supremacist who hates white women from Iowa, and Israel is my hyperfixation. Still here? I didn't. Wow. Oh, I'll keep wowing you, okay? Just like I wowed your mom when she was going, wow. In my 775 person town, ain't nobody's throwing dick around like you, HasanAbi Piker. The real white genocide is when you have a half Muslim brother. He's coming up. She never had dick like that. You ain't man enough? Did you just say I'm not man enough to fuck your mom and give her toe quivering orgasms? Oh, you ain't man enough to fuck my mom, boy. Oh, no. Oh, that's awesome. I should know. Truth hurts? Wait. What the fuck? Oh. Okay, man. Doubling down on me, doubling down on knowing how hard I fucked your mom and arguing on the fact that her orgasm was fake is insane, but you know. Do you, I guess. Yeah, only Salty Water 90 is man enough to fuck his own mom. Genuine one brain cell working here, okay? Oh, fuck, it's awesome. God, I love Asmon Gold Chatters. They're so fucking brilliant. I should know. My mother never came. I tried so many times. You should have just quietly moved away, you know? What is this? He stole your take on white women? The left needs to accept and learn to weaponize white women? Oh, no, I've been on this. I've been on the fucking Karen brigade for a long time now. Weaponized Karens.
What we're dealing with on the
white women are the most powerful force in this goddamn country, okay? This is, I stand on that.
dealing with what we're dealing with on the ground. All over. That's right. Actually, I'm very respectful. And you're not respectful at all in any way. I just want to ask, do you believe
white women vanguard, dude? Everybody talks a big game about revolution now, okay? None of y'all have that energy. White women do. Just weaponize the white ladies.
in illegal immigration? Do you think U.S. taxpayers should be funding housing for illegals and medical care?
Smart man. He is so intelligent. This man, he's got nothing to say.
That woman makes a mean ass dessert salad. Yeah, respect.
He's got nothing to say.
I got a lot to say.
He's a big man.
Now,
he's a big man.
now I'm a Nazi.
I love these.
Dealing with
I love the tactical wine moms, man. Holy fuck. Oh, they're so amazing. They're so fucking amazing. Oh, fuck yeah. All right. Speaking of, speaking of dumbasses, let's get back to Joe Rogan. Let's see if today is the day where Joe Rogan finally pulls the ripcord. Okay. Joe Rogan reacts to the Minneapolis shooting and ICE riots. Now, first statement out of the gates is, let's see if it's complimentary to the administration still, or maybe he's finally pulling off the exit ramp.
It's complicated, obviously, but it's also
okay. Never mind.
Very ugly to watch someone shoot a U.S. citizen, especially a woman, in the face.
Right.
Where it's like, I'm not that guy. I don't know what he thought. And again, this is a guy who had almost been run over. But it just looked horrific to me. I mean, when people say it's justifiable because the car hit him, it seemed like she was kind of turning the car away. It seemed like she was out of her fucking mind to begin with. That lady seemed crazy.
Oh my God, he is still in the cult, dude. He is still Joe Rogan, even like 6 years ago. Joe Rogan, even 5 years ago, would look at the situation and be like, nah, this is completely fucked up. Okay? Straight up. He is so gone that he's still trying to defend the indefensible. The new unbelievably rare Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What?
Right? And didn't she move there specifically to get involved in all this?
Yeah, I don't know.
She didn't seem mentally healthy, but does that mean she should be shot in the head? Is there no other way to handle this? But and then you got these people that are showing.
Oh yeah, she was mentally unhealthy. Shut the fuck up, you bald ass bitch. God
Up
damn.
at these ICE people and they're blocking traffic, and she was one of them that was doing those kind of things where they think they're an activist and they're an agitator.
Right. But I get back to my initial sort of argument about having local police do it. They're not doing it, but in an ideal world, the way we fix this and have less ICE agents in cities where they're having a very difficult job is the local people do their job and they're not sanctuary cities.
Well, how could you stop sanctuary cities?
Well, I'm not
Is it
sure I
legal?
can. But what I'm saying is that some of the blame for ICE being there is the left and their policies of sanctuary cities.
Right.
So when they want to just say, oh, we hate ICE and we don't want to.
Dude, aren't you a libertarian? What the fuck are you saying? I thought this motherfucker was a libertarian, like Mr. Freedom of Movement. What the hell? What kind of libertarian looks to justify police brutality and also gets annoyed at the fact that, you know, there is even a sanctuary city to begin with? Bro is bootlicking. He's only a libertarian when it comes to taxes and age of consent.
ICE in our city, maybe they should be reflecting that ICE is in your city because you're disobeying the law. And when someone is arrested and they're clearly not.
Come on, brother. Jesus Christ. Libertarians that argue on whether or not there needs to be a fucking driver's license, going on the Joe Rogan Experience and talking about how, well, if the state punishes you with the oppressive force of militarized ICE units, then you were basically asking for it. What the fuck? God damn, dude. Mr. Don't Tread on Me over here talking about how, well, sometimes treading is fine. Tread on me a little bit. Maybe I was asking for it. Also, the state has a monopoly on violence, and that's why seatbelt laws should be unenforceable. Where you at, dude? Mr. Tread on Me Daddy.
Not a citizen, you're not reporting them to ICE. See, it's defiance, it's nullification. They have been nullifying our laws on deportation for years and years, and so now they have something they really dislike. But who brought it upon? My point is the left brought this. It's not an answer, but it's an explanation that the left is.
Rand Paul, as he's getting his ass beat by his neighbor that leads over a dispute over their lawn care. He goes, you're violating the non-aggression principle. Don't you know? You are not supposed to be violating my non-aggression principle by slamming your fist into my chest. Please, stop. I guess he was also asking for it. In the same way that the good people, the American citizens, the good people of Minneapolis, Minnesota were asking for ICE. What happened to Knapp, dude?
bringing this to their cities because they're refusing to enforce the laws.
Right, and they don't want those laws. They don't like those laws. They think that once people...
Wait, did that happen? Yes. Rand Paul's neighbor came into his house and violated the non-aggression principle by beating his ass in an orderly bout of fisticuffs, okay? He broke his ribs. And the reason for why they fought was because he was not like, I think he wasn't clearing his leaves or something, and his neighbor got so fucking mad that he walked into his house and beat his ass. Yeah, over raking leaves. Unfortunately, there was no video. Rand Paul is saying that local authorities need to enforce immigration law. He's just lying about sanctuary cities.
People here, they should be able to stay. And, you know, this is what my friend Gad Saad calls suicidal empathy.
Yep,
I think,
follow him.
And I think there's a balance.
It is suicidal empathy to allow Gad Saad to exist in the Western world, honestly. That is true. He should go live in his favorite country, Israel, instead.
Achieved. I just don't know how it gets done, because I see both perspectives. I see the perspective of the people that say, hey, there was an illegal program moving people in here to get votes, moving people in here to get congressional seats, and we've got to change that. We've got to take those people that got in and send them back to where they came from, or do something, because if we don't, they're going to keep doing it if they get in office again in 2028, and it's going to accelerate. And you're going to have to take away some of the damage that's been done to a true democratic system, because you've kind of hijacked it, and they kind of have. And then
Does being bald cook your brain? I mean, how do you explain the existence of Northern Lion then? You can't. Anti-bald advocates have no justification or explanation for Northern Lion, who is a wise sage, wise beyond his years, and yet he is bald, okay? Or Slime, or Lenin, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, famous balds, okay? Just saying. As you guys know, I'm a bald fetishist, so don't come at me with bald slander. Joe is just a regular old dumbass.
I also see the point of view of the people that say, yeah, but you don't want militarized people in the streets just roaming around, snatching people up, many of which turn out to actually be U.S. citizens that just don't have their papers on them. Are we really going to be the Gestapo? Where's your papers? Is that what we've come to?
Yes. The answer is yes, dumbass. And a big part of the yes is because you knew that that was going to happen. Donald Trump campaigned on this, and you endorsed him. So yeah, that is where we're at, and you fucking endorsed him. It's not like he was hiding this. He kept saying it. He kept saying it over and over again. He kept saying, "Oh, we're gonna do the Bracero program reversal, just like old administrations did. We're gonna deport every Mexican." How the fuck do you pull that off logistically? Of course you're gonna fucking do papers, please, over and over again in American streets. You wanted it, Joe. Now that it's happening, it seems like you don't like it. But instead of fucking recognizing that you have buyer's remorse, you still try to find like a wishy-washy both sides-ist attitude here. Somehow finding a way to fucking blame this on the left. God damn, dude. Like you guys wanted what? Like you guys wanted, please, during COVID? Brother, you are from a town in Iowa with 775 people. What kind of fucking lockdowns did you experience? Shut the fuck up. I still drove over to your backwater ass town to fuck your mom and your dad during the COVID lockdowns, okay? And yes, they got vaccinated. They didn't tell you. Just like your mom lies to you when she says that her orgasms with me weren't real, okay? Address the points. There is no point. You didn't experience a fucking lockdown at all. Shut the fuck up. And that's not the same as ICE agents, dude. To be fair, the federal government should have actually broken down your door and forcibly inoculated you. If that's your ask here, I think the federal government should have busted through your goddamn door, sat your bitch ass down, and inoculated you by force. Okay? That's what I think. That's what I think. I think they should have done that. Yeah, 100%. They should have given you the gay vaccine, okay? The gay autism vaccine, so you could be as gay and as autistic as the rest of us. The only shots that your mom received are the back shots that I gave her.
So it's more complicated than I think people want to admit. You know, people want to look at this as a black and white issue.
I'm from a town like that, and police were pulling people over if they left their house at all during weeks of COVID. Brother, what are we talking about, dude? You're still holding on to resentment from like 4 fucking years ago for epidemiologist-backed healthcare measures at a time when there was a fucking novel virus that was actually killing your stupid, fat, diabetic parents. Shut the fuck up. Get over it. Get the fuck over it. Build a fucking bridge in this goddamn crippled infrastructure and get the fuck over it right now. It's been 6 fucking years. God damn, the amount of fucking resentment that Americans experience when they were literally unable to get their Cheesecake Factory treats for like a week at most has been carried over into bringing about a fucking fascist government. Fuck. You people are irredeemable. I like how you can't construct a valid point, so you scream. Brother, your inability to understand the point that I'm making right now does not mean that it's not a valid point. Show one example of Rogan ever endorsing Trump, not having him on the podcast, but actually endorsing. Either we have to lobotomize these people or I have to get a lobotomy so that we can all live happily ever after, okay? But someone needs to get a lobotomy. Brother, Joe Rogan was at the fucking inauguration. He openly endorsed Donald Trump. What the fuck are you talking about? Why does the truth hurt so much? I mean, I guess the silver lining here is that this person is also stupid, but at least he's smart enough to realize that Trump is an objectively unpopular figure. So he has to actually salvage the reputation of his favorite bald podcaster, Joe Rogan, for some fucking weird reason, unbeknownst to me. But he has to do that by denying objective reality. Joe Rogan endorses Trump on the eve of the election. Oh my God. Will this chatter say, I'm sorry, or will he say, CNN fake news? And then I'll play the video, and then he'll still go, well, okay, but it was appropriate because Donald Trump is the president. Sucks to suck, libtard. Okay, I'll tell you exactly how this is going to play out. For the record, every now and then, I do like to entertain this shit. Every now and then, for the record, yeah, that's an endorsement of Donald Trump. I like entertaining this shit. I don't even like Joe Rogan. Just wanted to see some proof for a statement like that. What are you, a fucking contrarian tourist? I don't understand. You don't like Joe Rogan? You are denying the factual statement that I presented that he actually endorsed them, but automatically your first position is being a contrarian for no reason instead of fucking Googling it and sparing yourself the fucking indecency of looking like a stupid idiot. What is wrong with you people? What the fuck? Fuck Lenin. Imagine glazing Lenin. You couldn't even be the fucking pinky of Vladimir Lenin. Do you understand? The man that he was. You are not even the same type of organism in comparison to the man that Vladimir Lenin was. You're nothing. Anyway. I'll be back for you bitch-ass Nazis later. Going to go watch something that isn't evil. Aw, he's crying. We heard his fifis. I like that the guy who was in Asmongold's chat talking about how like white genocide is happening and we must preserve the white existence is over here calling us Nazis. Brother, what the fuck do you think the Nazis were about? They were just as fucking stupid and just as evil as you are in the exact same direction. The problem that I have with a lot of these people nowadays is that they can't even like consistently argue on a position. You know what I mean? There's not even like any sort of like ideological counter here. There's no coherent worldview. There's no moral system that you can entertain. There's nothing. It's just pure reactionary response in the purest way. The average American has become just like an NPC style bot that just responds to you by saying, nah, you're wrong, over and over again. You literally just advocated for forced inoculations at the point of a gun? Yes, dude, I did. I was joking, but honestly, you probably should be lobotomized. Let's be real. Which is kind of like a vaccine, an intelligence vaccine for you. I used to think Hasan was sort of wrong until I spent some time in Asma's chat and saw real evil. Don't worry, they fucking come in here when they get bored of their dumbass favorite content creator just going, yeah, based over and over again. That's why so many of the fucking stupid ass naysayers in here are logged in Asman Gold's chat going, oh, take it, fuck Hasan, fuck Hasan, fuck Hasan. And then they don't get enough of that anger out. So they come in here and they go, oh, I need to say to you, the fuck Hasan directly. But hey, thank you exactly for being, I hate everyone who attacked Poland, so fuck Lenin, fuck Trump too. He treats us like dogs. Be kind to him. He's Polish, okay? He doesn't mean it. He's just Polish. Thank you for revealing to us why you have this take. I got it. He's just Polish. He doesn't mean it. It's okay.
You know, if you're a compassionate person or if you're a pragmatic person, and I don't think that's true. I think it's both. I mean, I think after that woman was shot, I think, unfortunately,
he's not a real Pole. That's a Belarusian LARPing as Polish to destroy Poland.
Well, everything's unfortunate about it, right? But one of the real problems is now ICE are villains, and now people are looking at them like murderous military people that are on the streets of our city, and they're masked up, which is also a problem, right? Because if you get arrested by a cop, you're allowed to ask the cop, what is your name and badge number? And you could film that cop. If you get arrested by an ICE agent, you have no such right. They're wearing a mask. They don't have to tell you.
Silence Commie, the AI centrists are here. A friendship forged in winter fire. Renee Good and Ashley Babbitt attribute one example of what AI is good for, making politically harmonious human artists would refuse to make. God almighty, what the fuck is this as austerity is theft? There are levels of centrism you couldn't dream of. Dude, I fucking love that. I love that. I was also ripping into centrists earlier. In this moment where centrists almost accidentally took the fence out of their ass cheeks for a brief moment and were forced to take a side because of the unlimited cruelty from the Trump administration, and they're still trying to do this thing, okay? Like this person. So many of these people genuinely do not have working brain cells, okay? They cannot comprehend that in this moment, like, it's time to fucking get together and let bygones be bygones. If you want to fucking say fuck Trump, fuck the Republicans, just say it. You don't have to constantly couch it with like, but the left is bad too, okay? This statement in and of itself, Hasan fans are basically Asmongold fans, but woke. I saw it on my timeline, and immediately I had to respond. And I responded with a classic take. We want to kill black people. We want civil rights. I hate both equally, okay? 37,000 likes, not bad. Not bad at all. Now, what's funny to me, however, is that these guys genuinely think there is this like liberal slant here. And I will say something right now that I haven't said before. Shout out to DGG. I can't believe I'm saying this, but they have been going crazy over this ICE shit. At least they are genuinely doing ICE watch right now. Okay? No, take that back. Nope. I'm being honest. I don't care about all the other shit. At least they are fucking stepping on the fucking gas pedal and actively spending all of their time and all of their resentment towards the people that are actually doing this cruelty, rather than trying to fucking focus on how they weren't wrong or how the left is somehow responsible for this. Okay? Now, when they get back, you're so right, Hasan. Eastern Europeans are just ungrateful to the glorious Russian colonizers who civilized them, right? I know. It was a big mistake to give literacy to Eastern Europe. I know. Just don't worry about it. Okay? Take a day off. We'll get back to you tomorrow. Big mistake. I agree. 90% home ownership rate. Literacy improving. Major mistake. Horrible take, Hasan. The people that actively make your life worse shouldn't be praised for being right once in a blue moon. I hope that they will continue. I hope that they will continue to tackle the real issues. Okay? They will continue to tackle the real issues. The real people who have power. Okay? I mean, I'm sure they'll get back to left bashing eventually. But people like this, which are, byproducts of the group of individuals that I'm talking about, other Sex Pestiny fans, are still trying to do this like, oh, we're doing liberalism the right way, This old-fashioned centrist is doing centrism the right way. I'm not sure if improvement of life is a valid reason for taking over another nation. Wait, didn't I just fucking ban this guy? Is this another guy? Did he just come in with a second alt? Literally, what the fuck? It's like whack-a-mole. Okay, if you come in with another sock, I'm not gonna ban it. 'Cause respect. That was 501. This is 502. Why do you think every single anti-Roach post on the subreddit is always a Destiny post? They're not anti-ICE. It's a market play against Roach. Please stop being naive. Good. Yes. Because at the end of the day, you need to understand something. At the end of the day, I want reactionary sentiment to be addressed. Okay? So every waking moment that those fucking dipshits spend attacking actual reactionary sentiment is good. Yeah, good. Let them fucking fight. How do you not understand this? Yeah. Shanghai Shek, DGG HasanAbi heads Mao. It's time to lock in. Exactly. There's a Japanese invasion taking place. Okay? The Kuomintang is for once working instead of is once working not to reassert the powers of the landed gentry, but instead fighting to purge the Japanese occupiers. Okay. A Japanese invasion of the American hikikomoris. Exactly. Leftist when anyone attacks the right. No, stop, Hasan. No, that's what I'm saying. If you have Kuomintang, bro, your pronunciation is so American. Shut up. My point is, as long as they have the smoke for the appropriate vectors of hatred here, I'm good. Great. Keep up the good work. Okay? But the reason why I get mad at this shit is because there are those who don't want to fucking fall in line. There are those who are still like, no, actually, I'm carving out a niche space that you haven't heard about before. It's called extreme centrism. What are you, a fucking idiot? What do you mean extreme centrism? In this moment? Really? Get the fuck out of here. The DD Guomintang has taken the time out of doing and justifying sex crimes to do something positive. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it every day. Okay? It's just so strange. It's so strange to me that these people still try to like carve out this like niche space. Extreme centrism hasn't been tried. Okay? Guys, real liberalism hasn't been tried. You're behaving like a fucking liberal in Nazi Germany right now. It's Nazi Germany time, and you're over here being like, you know, honestly, the real beef that I have is with Rosa Luxemburg. The fuck? That shit already happened, dumbass. The fuck's wrong with you? It already happened and it was an abject failure. Wake up. Learn from the fucking lessons. DDG is not Rosa? The fuck you mean? No, I'm talking about this person. Anyway. Never interrupt your enemy when he is reactionary for the right cause. Hasu, sure. Honestly, don't know what you mean. They're still attacking you every day. There's no pause. Okay, well, maybe I haven't really seen it. So maybe that's the reason why I'm saying this. But from what I've seen, I'm liking tweets that I never thought I'd be liking from people that I never thought I would actually agree with, okay? And any moment that they're spending attacking the Trump administration instead of fucking constantly talking about like their own personal best friend, their close best friend, Destiny, and his own personal investment in like undermining whatever the fuck I'm doing is good, okay, is productive. Are you liking tweets from Drew Pavlov? No, that's the only time where I'm actually in favor of serious government enforcement. Dan Saltman did just accuse you of being a furry. Yeah, nobody cares about what he has to fucking say. Let's be real. Yeah, my friend flipped out about you the other day, still blaming you for Kamala. Very odd. Yeah, I know. Yes. My fault. My fault for not being able to make Kamala Harris a better candidate. Because if she had listened to the fucking criticisms that I had, we might not be experiencing this fucking ICE regime and the fascist Gestapo storming through the fucking roads, storming through the fucking streets right now. Sorry. Yeah. I am more powerful than Taylor Swift. Let's be real. In any case, do you see that centrist attacking Bo and Yang for criticizing Jasmine Crockett and calling him anti-black? I know. Liberals are still not reading the fucking room. Okay? As I said about this 17-year-old in Target who got grabbed at Target, I said, this is straight up Nazi shit. We're allowing these fucking Nazis to beat up random people in the streets for no reason other than the spectacle and domination, and it's all paid for with our tax dollars. We will never, ever have health care, housing, and good wages for all. Sorry. All of that's going to this shit.
Hey, fucking worker! Anybody else going to ask where the fuck the wars are? You guys don't have the right. What's your name? What's your name? Jonathan Aguilar Garcia.
My friend said you was wild for arguing with a TikToker on Twitter. I'm not in Twitter. I don't know who the TikToker I was arguing with, but every now and then I do actually entertain the smoke. Let's hate on Polish again. It is so fun. We're not doing that. I love Poland. Kurwa.
What they told you. If you guys get in my way, I will arrest you.
Sir, we're just observing. Please calm down.
You can observe all you want.
I am observing. Do you
stay
see
back.
me in the way? I am back.
You had anger issues as a kid, didn't you? Were your parents present? You should be ashamed of yourself, man.
He is.
Yeah, I mean, he is. That's why he's fucking covering his mask, covering his face, and also wearing fucking glasses.
Thank you.
You love your job?
I can't believe I get paid for this.
Really?
I do this for free.
Really, I get $200K. I'm a physician assistant.
Fucking loser, dude. No, I do this for free.
How long did you go to school for that?
Dude, we need to arrest every single one of these motherfuckers straight up. Every single one. Every single one needs to go to jail. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. What a fucking violation of duty. Like, this is not even theoretically a good thing, okay? At least with police, there's the theory of law enforcement being a force for good, you know, protecting and serving the people, right? It doesn't do that, but it doesn't matter. At least, like, the theory is there. These guys are just straightforward fucking bullies with guns. They're not even trying to make it seem like they have any sort of law enforcement reason for existing like this. What is this? Zoran Mamdani reads John Kennedy's resume live, CNN silent for 11 seconds. Wait, is this real? Oh, he is gonna do fucking LeBron numbers with wine moms if this is a real thing that took place. I mean, I don't think that that's what happened, but where's the fucking clip? If it was a real thing, it would be a clip. I assume it's like liberal fanfic. HasanAbi advocates for the arrest of his own chatter. Yes. Kurwa is a derogatory, misogynistic Polish term referring to women as bleep that HasanAbi just used. I didn't know that. Sorry. It's the only Polish word I know other than pierogi. Apologies to the Polish women in the chat. I didn't even know they downloaded woke in Poland. What the fuck? Y'all. Oh, kurwa, sorry. Y'all got woke in Poland? You have bandwidth for woke in Poland? That's awesome. I truly did not know. That's fucking sick. Yeah, I took the woke in Poland. I took the walk to Poland. But this time I took the woke to Poland. Shit, chatter. My mistake. Kurwa means fuck, that guy is lying.
Over 7 years.
I went to high school. I make 200K.
People regard me as someone valuable in society. What about you? Is yours says prestige? No, it doesn't. Come out and report if you can.
I don't care what they told you. If you guys get in my way, I will arrest you.
Hog crying over Charlie on a cruise ship.
He said boy, and he said Charlie Kirk deserved to die. Your employee said that. You better get his
Do not talk about Big Kirk on a Carnival cruise.
He said boy, and he said Charlie Kirk deserved to die. Your employee said that. You better get his ass off this ship. You did turn in line and suck his shit. You did. He said Charlie Kirk deserved to die. He's a Carnival employee. That's him. Get his ass out of here. That's him. That's him. That's him. Your employee said Charlie Kirk deserved to die. That's him. Get him off this.
That's awesome. Dude, the woke right, the soy right, ladies and gentlemen, freaking the frick out, dude. Whoo! Oh, buddy. Oh, boy. Oh, baby. I love to see it. I love to see it. In front of my spread. I'm carrying the fucking flame. Have you listened to the Charlie Kirk song? Oh, Jesus Christ. Bro is Kirk maxing. No, that's you guys have never seen a real one carry the flame like this. That's why you're behaving the way you're behaving. Okay? Props where it's due. If any Minnesota politicians want to see what's really happening, they're welcome to come ride along in my ICE patrol. They can watch 20 armed goons jump out from a racing convoy and abduct a random pedestrian, tear gassing half a dozen onlookers in the process, and then tell me how we need this agency. The libs are waking up, man. I mean, they'll still be annoying, but, you know, I'm glad that they're waking up. I'm glad that they're waking up. What is this?
That's what we saw. We saw Charlie Kirk catch 8 receptions for 144 yards.
Yeah.
We saw
Christian Kirk.
I'm sorry, Christian. I'm sorry. I apologize. Oh my God, Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. He doubled down. Charlie Kirk, Christian. He is the Christian Kirk. He's the only Christian Kirk. He's carrying the fucking flame. He's carrying the fucking flame too. Dude, so many such cases. Many such cases of Kirkification have taken place. There are Charlie Kirks all around for those with eyes to see. Okay? He did catch something.
That's what we saw. We saw Charlie Kirk catch 8 receptions for.
I thought he catch 1 reception, but
144 yards.
Yeah.
We saw
Christian Kirk.
I'm sorry, Christian. I'm sorry. I apologize. Oh my God, Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
We saw. That's what we saw.
I mean, it was one hell of a reception, but you know. No, it was an incomplete pass. He did it twice. Oh, yeah.
Shit.
Anyway, let's finish this Joe Rogan experience.
Problem. That's a problem on our city streets, right? Because you could also pretend to be an ICE agent.
Right.
So I saw this terrible story about this family that was killed where these guys pretended to be a UPS driver. And they showed up and they made their way into the house and killed people because they were dressed up as a UPS driver. If you could pretend to be a UPS driver, for sure you could pretend to be an ICE agent, especially since they're completely anonymous. So think about how many people can get arrested or robbed or by criminals.
Wow. What? Wow, Joe. He's figuring it out. Now he's realizing why it's bad to have public servants that are in plain clothes going around asking people for their paperwork. Oh my God, wait till he finds out that this has already happened. There have been cases of people claiming to be ICE agents trying to rape people, as a matter of fact. Wow, Joe, you're a big boy, Joe. Next week, he's going to figure out that this is actually bad, okay? He's showing signs of intelligence, guys. I mean, it took him a while to get here, but hey, he's getting here. Wow.
Right? Because you could just have people pretending they're like, it's not like it's impossible to fake their logo, right? It's pretty easy. It just says ICE. You know, how hard is that? You could easily imagine armed gangs pretending to be ICE agents robbing people.
Yeah, I think you could make an argument when you're working right along the border or at night with large groups that there's a lawlessness to the cartels that hiding the identities of ICE along the border. It's a little harder to make the argument, and I saw this image in a courthouse in Chicago where it's a big elevator and the ICE agents all have masks on and they're...
Groypers have no motion, dog. Florida governor fundraising totals: Byron Donalds $45 million, Paul Renner $5.5 million, David Jolly $3 million, Jerry Demings $330,000, James Fishback $950. The Groyper candidate couldn't even get $1,000, dude. It's so funny because there are so many people sincerely telling me, like, you got to look into this James Fishback guy. And I kept saying, he's going to make it, he's going to get like maximum 4%. Maximum. Okay? Not even. I think I'm being too charitable. He's not even getting 4% in fucking Florida. Okay? This is the guy that Asmongold glazed. This was Asmongold's candidate, dude. Handpicked candidate. The one who was trying to debate me as well, by the way. James Fishback was trying to debate me. He's very popular in Europe/online. But I don't understand it. Asmongold is a brilliant political commentary person. What? It's so confusing to me. How could he have made such a bad assessment? This was supposed to be Asmongold Zoran Mamdani. You should have just called me a slur and done a GoFundMe instead. Would be 100 times more true. Okay, now you're giving James Fishback ideas. Okay, dude, like you ever supported a candidate who won? Good one. Yeah, this was supposed to be Asmongold Zoran Mamdani, I thought. Where are they at now? Asmongold could have given him more money. He could have at least maxed out so he could go across the $1,000 finish line. What the hell? What the hell? Did you see Dr. Abdul is coming to Hollywood, brother? What do you think? Of course I know he's coming to Hollywood. That's my guy. And yes, I will be there. But anyway. Was the 950 from Asmon? That'd be pretty funny. If he didn't max out for some weird reason and only gave him $950. His campaign manager weighed in. I'm the campaign manager for Fishback for Florida, and this is an absolute lie. We hosted our first fundraiser of the year last Friday at Ritz-Carlton, Singer Island, and I are on track to hit $250,000 in donations. As of the date of this post, last Friday refers to January 9th, 2026. January 9th, 2026 was a date in 2026, not 2025. I mean, $950 is technically on track to hit $250,000 in donations. Source, Wikipedia 2026. Guys, he didn't say how close they are to hit $250,000. He said they're on track to hit $250,000. Okay? $950 additional dollars is still technically on track. By the way, it doesn't matter how much money he fucking raises. He's still not going to win this race. Yeah, the real underdog candidate in Florida is just a straightforward groiper. How deep does the how the West was winged conspiracy go? We need to know who's going to win the White House and save our coupons. He's toast. He's going after the Gooner contingent.
Clout. So he's proposing a sin tax on BOPs where we would have to pay 50% to the state on top of the 37 I already paid to the government. And I would be more than happy to pay that if multi-billion-dollar corporations were also being properly taxed. But surprise, they're not. I never usually get into beef with me.
Oh my God. Wait. Welcome to the resistance, Sophia Rain. What the fuck? Not all heroes wear clothes? Dude, what the hell? Cooked them in the replies. What 50% of Sophie Rain's OnlyFans earnings? I don't want a rounded number and nothing else. Sophie, pay up. It's time to give our public school teachers a raise. You know, you can just request a refund straight from OnlyFans, little bro. No need to poll at 1% about it. I saw he's been attacking sex workers online over the bill he wants. It's so funny how extremely online this shit is. Because like who the fuck, like why would you craft something like this? Like why would you craft legislation like this? You are just straight up trying to farm the incels online. Like they're not going to vote for you in Florida, brother. They're not real people. Like craft if you want to win, which by the way, I'm not giving advice to the fucking Nazi here, but you probably need to craft legislation that you know, will garner the attention of constituents. You know, people that want to vote for you, people that actually go outside and vote. You're just so busy doing these dumbass publicity stunts that'll farm a lot of outrage on Twitter and shit. But the Dems told me cool videos like Zoran are the only thing you need to win elections law. I know. This is like another fucking idiot. I mean, he's going to get destroyed. Let's be real. It's Byron Donald's race to fucking lose, and he's gonna win. And I mean, he sucks. Obviously, he sucks major dicks too. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, he's running a campaign solely funded off of X premium revenue. He's running for the Asmongold vote, and they're gonna fire Kristi Noem to give him the position after he loses. To be fair. I was having this conversation with like the transparent cruelty and the way that this administration is behaving, where 6 prosecutors quit over the push to investigate ICE shooting victim's widow. And I realized like the Trump administration is also running for the Asmongold vote as well, which is not a real constituency at all. And they certainly don't exist in the real world. But they are doing it nonetheless. This is the most Twitter-brained administration we've ever fucking had, to the point where they are unironically misreading the room. They're genuinely not reading the room at all, which is one of Trump's biggest fucking advantages usually. Oh yeah, I saw Just Pearly Things did a Mitch McConnell. I watched this video. It's one of the craziest things I've ever fucking seen. Like Asmongold's audience is not a real constituency. The 10% or 20% that aren't bots behave like bots, but from Europe. Okay? Like the overwhelming majority of his audience that isn't fucking bots purchased from, I don't know, a different country, are usually European LARPers who behave as though they are right-wingers in the United States of America. And the ones that are actually American hogs that are watching him are actually American hogs that are not allowed to vote because they have a fucking, you know, felony charge or something. Like they have a felony conviction. They're not allowed to vote. And they can't go near a fucking school ground anyway. So trying to farm the voters, the supposed voters off of like what you're seeing drives clicks on Twitter is the most idiotic thing you can do. It's the most idiotic thing you can do. Asmongold himself didn't even fucking vote. Because that would require him to go outside.
Arresting people, and it's all women and children in a big elevator in a courthouse. It's like, really? I don't think you really need to be wearing a mask.
Well, they're worried about being doxxed, and you know they're finding that happening.
But our local police have to do that, and they don't wear masks. You see what I mean? The local police go to the courthouse to arrest somebody, or on the bright lights of the city during the day.
But again,
how big of a boon do you think the Manosphere podcast rounds was for Trump in the 2024 election? The admin must think it helped a lot, so they're chasing where they think the trends are going. Actually, that's pretty true. Yeah, that actually does make a lot of sense as to why they're chasing that Twitter high for some reason. I'm so glad the Asmongold fan I know lives here in Canada and can't affect shit. If he were back in the US, would probably be a fucking ICE agent if he was. That's awesome. Wait, is Asmongold such a pussy loser that he's thinking of not talking politics? Because at last normal people see how disgusting the shit he says is. Yeah, the heat is turning on under Asmongold a little bit. And that's probably, if he's actually going to stop talking about politics, he'll do it. He'll do it eventually. He'll be more careful for the next month. And then he'll have another pop-off moment where he'll go, yeah, based on the wrong situation. And then liberals will eat his ass alive again. Now that more of them know who he is, they'll constantly hold his feet to the fire. And because he has no real political vision, as I said over and over again, inevitably he'll, when the heat keeps increasing, inevitably he'll lower the amount of, he'll either lower the temperature or lower the amount of political coverage in general. Because he doesn't, like, the reason why I dig my fucking heels in, no matter what, no matter how much hatred or smears I receive, is because I have a political vision. I have a political project in mind. I believe in it, and I will fight for it no matter what, right? For people who are simply grifting, because, they're getting a lot of new fans and LARPers from Europe, it's not enough. It's not worthwhile for them to keep receiving tremendous scrutiny for positions that they don't really hold. Do you see what I mean? Asman is reading Reddit about how the fans don't want to hear politics anymore. Yeah, because as I said, it's no longer a defensible position. He'll keep trying to farm like the fuck Hasan train to the best of his ability. But the reality of the matter is, eventually, the more annoying things get for the pro-Trump position, the more these guys have nowhere to fucking hide, because they don't have any sort of real investment in the vision that Trump is presenting, especially considering that Trump is not really presenting a vision that's good for them at all. Slowly but surely, that fucking base will hemorrhage in the same way that base is hemorrhaging for Donald Trump. That's why I've kept repeating over and over again, like, I have a principled stance here. I haven't changed my position at all. When I had 35 people in here, I used to say the same shit. 350 people saying the same shit. 350,000 people, I'll say the same shit. That's it. My neighbor was an Asmongold fan and a Rogan fan during COVID. He got fired for refusing to get the vaccine, and it made him lose it. And a while back, he got into an elevator with me, debated me on whether climate change was real, then coughed on me, and I tested positive for COVID a few days after. This is the average Roach fan. Jesus Christ. Asman already preemptively said he might do less politics because people lie too much. When that happens, he'll do the lines as he does now when you ask the debate only about politics in general. I said this with Elon too, by the way. Elon is back to his bullshit with all the white supremacist, commentary that he's engaging in. But he basically went back to his own. He went back to his own platform. Like, he stopped interfering in politics directly because people were disgusted by him. People were fucking disgusted by him, and he could no longer get any sort of favor in a large crowd. So he had to. He had to go back to his little shell. Can you be fully honest, no trolling and no nonsense, but are you paid off by the deep state for your takes on politics to divide the peoples? Yes. Since you asked me no nonsense, no trolling, yes, I'm being paid by the CIA. The deep state is paying me to say these sorts of things. You caught me. Yeah. Gotcha, King. No problems. Since you asked me, I had to be honest with you, Yeah, controlled opposition. Yeah, that chatter doesn't know what that means. Yeah, the deep state, which is, of course, you, the viewers. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. This is the last remaining PBS out there now that the official public broadcasting service has gone down. The Piker Broadcasting Service, which is sponsored by you, the viewers, and nobody else, is the last remaining PBS alive. The Piker Broadcasting Service. If you want the news of tomorrow, today. Iran takes made me question my sub. Oh my God. Yes, dude. Yes, you're right. I should have undermined all the people that are fucking dying and say that they're all Mossad agents. Otherwise, I myself am a Mossad agent. You're right. Come on, dude. You can't say everything is a fucking lib-ass take. Like, you know what my position is. I don't believe in intervention. I want sanctions relief to come to Iran. I think it's fucking ridiculous that we are starving the Iranian population. But having said that, make no mistake, like, people are very frustrated. It's crazy. Like, I understand why you want to defend. I understand why you want to defend the Iranian regime. The reason why you want to defend it is because it's the only fucking government, sovereign in the region, that is powerful enough to actually push back against American imperialism, Western imperialism. These are things that are very real. This is something that I readily acknowledge and admit and talk about in my commentary as well. Okay. Having said that, you know, I don't think the Iranian people are all being primed by Mossad and the CIA to take up arms against the fucking government. They're that frustrated. And all I'm saying is, if Iranian sovereignty must be maintained, and I want that, the regime itself needs to fucking dial back.
Local police have to state their name and badge number. The local police have always been here.
Right.
The ICE element is completely new.
Right. I'm saying,
or at least at this scale.
I'm saying that for most of the regular arrests, you probably don't need to have them wearing masks. That's what I'm saying.
The problem is, once they don't wear a mask, then they're going to get doxxed, and people have actively doxxed them and threatened their families.
Local police too, they're public servants. Suck my fucking dick. They're public servants.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Local police don't.
Right, but the police have always been there, and police are there for a reason. If you call the police, if someone's breaking into your house, you're assuming the police are going to come. You don't call ICE because you don't self-report. You don't say, "Oh, I'm having an issue with some immigrants." When we call ICE, no, they're a new factor in the community,
right?
And they're wearing masks. That's a big difference. It's not the same comparison. Like, most people, except the kooky people that went nutty during 2020 after the George Floyd riots, that were like, defund the police. Like, and boy, did they change their tune as soon as they started getting riots and their buildings burned down. They're like, where's the police? Well, you fucking defunded them, stupid. Most people believe that crime is awful and you can't have murderers and armed robbers roaming the street. You should arrest them. And you're going to need police officers to do that. But those same people that believe that might also believe that once someone...
I love that Joe Rogan literally admits, in defense of ICE, in the process of defending ICE in the stupidest way possible, he just admits that ICE actually doesn't serve the same law enforcement purpose that cops do. Okay? That's awesome. He literally realizes exactly why people are fucking frustrated with ICE. Now, obviously, in the same process, he ends up saying a whole bunch of nonsense like, oh, the police were defunded, blah, 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 all this shit that's not real. But yeah, that's kind of the point. That's the point. Police have always been there, so no mask is so stupid. Why do you even pay attention to idiots like Joe Rogan and his ilk? I don't know, brother. Maybe because he fucking got thanked personally by the president for winning the election. And unfortunately, have you seen this fucking country? Have you seen the dumbasses in this goddamn nation? Who do you think those dumbasses go to get their takes? Watching Joe Rogan is no different than watching fucking Fox News. I know it's stupid. In some ways, it's kind of like watching Asmongold. I know, it's frustrating. It's stupid. He doesn't know what he's saying, but it doesn't matter. A lot of other dumbasses that are even dumber than the person that we're watching believe that these guys are actually smart. They get their talking points from people like this. So in order to address the talking points, you got to go to the fucking root cause. where these talking points are coming from. Yeah, we used to do this all the time. It was called hogwatch.
Is here, they should be able to stay in this country, and ICE is operating illegally, and we shouldn't have militarized groups of people roaming the streets, just showing up with masks on, snatching people up, some of them U.S. citizens, and shipping them to countries they didn't even come from. So that's why they have to wear a mask. If you want them to do that job, if you want them to be able to deport 500,000 people over a year, which is a lot of people, if that's the real number, they're going to be. Their life's going to be at stake. Yep. You're not going to be able to get people to do the job unless you allow them to be anonymous. And then, again,
Brother, what the fuck? So you're recognizing the cruelty and how insane it is, but then you're defending it like, oh, well, these Nazis have to literally fucking hide their identity. Otherwise, the Jewish partisans are going to kill them. Like, what is this? The pro-Holocaust position? What the fuck? He said, I'm evil and I like bad things. I am a fan of evil. I am an evildoer and I like when others are doing more evil. And sometimes you got to let the evildoers do the evil shit, even if I recognize it's bad and wrong.
Allowing them to be anonymous creates a whole host of other problems.
Right.
Where you could have people pretend to be them, and how would you know who's who and who's not?
Some people have offered sort of an in-between where they wear badges that have a number or a first name on them, such that when you're arrested, if I think you've abused my rights in arresting me, Steve, and a number, 324.
People are going to dox them instantaneously. Their face will be on the internet instantaneously. They'll make lists. They'll put it on social media.
Wow, if only there was an alternative here. They're doing the liberal compromise position, by the way. I guess this is woke 2 for these guys. Woke 2 is back, and these guys have found the liberal compromise position all on their own, Hey, it's not the fucking mass apprehensions that are the problem. It's just that they're not doing mass deportation the right way. Okay, how about no mass deportation if it's for no fucking real purpose? Nope. We've already decided. We've dug in too deep. Our heels are dug. You don't understand. We got to do some mass deportations, okay? But at least, don't wear a mask while you're doing it. Even though I do understand why you have to wear a mask, because it's an abject, cruel thing to do. And bad and wrong.
Media sites.
Federal agent appears to put protester in a leg chokehold during the... Oh, we watched this yesterday. I don't know why this is... There's no... I don't know why there's no sound on it, but... All right, this practice was banned specifically in Minneapolis after George Floyd, because this is how George Floyd was murdered. But of course, ICE is back,
Mark, what's the pin? It's for Renee Nicole Good, who was murdered. We have a vice president who's lying about what's happening. We have we're in the middle of a war with Venezuela that we illegally invaded. He's telling the world that international law doesn't matter to him. The only thing that matters to him is his own morality. But the guy is a convicted felon or convicted rapist. He's a pedophile. He's the worst human being in the world. If we're relying on this guy's morality for the most powerful country in the world, then we're all in a lot of trouble. So this is for her. This is for the people in the United States who are terrorized and scared today. I know I'm one of them. I love this country.
Come on the broadcast, Mark. Come on the broadcast, Mark. I tweeted at him. I say, yo, at Mark Ruffalo, please come on the broadcast. 30,000 likes. Come on now. I know you see it, Mark. I know you see it, Mark.
country, and what I'm seeing here happening is not America. It's just not.
Mark, why do you feel that this platform is still useful to spread a message like this?
Listen, I want to pretend like this is, I want to be here to celebrate, and I am here to celebrate, and I'm proud to have a Golden Globe nomination. But also, this is not normal anymore. And so, I don't...
Mark Ruffalo and Wanda Sykes also wearing a Be Good pin for Renee Good, obviously, and trying to use this platform for activism. Do you feel that's effective or no?
Oh, come on. We're just here for show business today. It was a terrible thing that happened, and it shouldn't have happened. And if they didn't act like such thugs, it wouldn't have had to happen. But I don't need to wear a pin about it.
And when I found out who that person was, you're done, okay? And it's getting handed out, and you keep forgetting that. I got...
What is this? The streaming industry keeps getting worse? Oh, Meezy? What the hell is this? About clip culture? Oh, I like it. All right, let's do it.
Fucking people. I got management. I got fucking people. I got people who, like, work for Twitter. And yes, I know your location. It was no late.
Like, how low of a person do you have to be to use cancer to clickbait to get impressions? You know how much of an actual loser you have to be to use cancer to clickbait for impressions? Like, that's sad. That's weird. Like, that you have to be genuinely, like, actually, like, I raised money for breast cancer because of my...
Bro, these fucking insane clip channels that have been the bane of my existence for like the last 3 years got so out of hand that they started going after their own like favorite content creators, like I Show Speed, like beloved content creators, or content creators that they're supposed to be like in line with. But I've been dealing with this shit for fucking 3 years now, I think, or 4 years at this point.
My mom had breast cancer, and for a page to just like use that just to get impressions, and not only that, but lie about it to get impressions, it's so weird.
Since the monetization of content, we've seen nasty creators do nasty things in order to boost viewership. Clickbaiting is the phrase that started it all, but now this has just turned to rage bait / fake news / disgusting clip pages, putting out fake captions in order to entice viewership in order to get those 2 cents off of X. The lies, the false narratives, all used to confuse an audience and ultimately galvanize a collection of people against a certain creator in order to do 2 things: prop up a different creator and make those pennies. And we're here to look at how damaging that stuff can be to the entire ecosystem as a whole. If you're new to this channel, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Us unemployed have got to stick together. Think of it as a gift from you to me during this holiday season. Now, let's get back into the video. Now, just a month ago on this channel, we talked about how these clip pages have gotten out of control and how this secret behind the scenes component in the streaming industry that people were taking seriously would be the downfall of the streaming world.
Of some drama where it got a kick or steak logo on that motherfucker, do your research. I will now be suing every clip that is posted about me that is with a steak logo that is out of context to try to get hate on a situation that is not even happening. And then I see all these idiots in the comments, oh, Lacey this, Lacey that. How could Lacey do this? It's not real, bro. Oh, no, the worst thing I hate is you go on TikTok and it's a false ass caption that just did not happen, and everybody believes that.
Bro, it's so crazy. I've been dealing with this for years. Every single one of these motherfuckers got paid by Steak initially to do fuck Hasan content over and over again.
Yes. And somehow since that video, especially with all the drama that's been going on in the streaming world, this problem has just gotten worse. It's no longer used to spread these fake narratives and storylines, but ultimately it's ruining...
Does it amuse you? No, it doesn't, because they're all fucking right-wing shitheads too. I've been one guy tanking this shit for like the last 3 years. It's fucking insane. Like, and people unfortunately are too stupid to realize, especially when it's tied to like ideology or politics too. It takes a new life on its own. It's one of the craziest things I fucking experienced for the past couple of years. Like, the reason why I say it's like ideological too is because, like, misogyny actually works really well, right? Racism works really well. Misogyny works really well. So a lot of those guys will go like, oh, look at like Pokimane, Valkyrie, and Cinna. They're all so old. And they get like fucking 40,000 likes on that shit. And it's like, brother, like, you should be thrown in a fucking vat of acid, okay? If that's like how you're behaving, that's how you're operating. Like, Jesus Christ, do you not have like a single fucking family member that's a woman? Really? Like, this is what you're doing? Like, this is how you're making $20? I mean, sure, you're not a fucking ICE agent at least, so that's good. But god damn, dude. Incredible fucking loser-ass behavior. We need to throw Kick Champ into the industrial furnace.
The careers of these content creators and hurting their relationships with other streamers. Now, typically when you see these types of pages, you think of the big guys, the Feared Bucks, the Scuba Ryans, you know, these guys just acting as the CNN or MSNBC type of pages for the streaming / internet entertainment industry. Real credible places and spaces to get news about what's going on. You know, no funny business, no gimmicks. But the industry has changed. Elon Musk introduced monetization.
No, those motherfuckers also do funny business, for the record. They also do funny business. They're not actually legitimate sources of news either. They do the same exact bullshit. I guess they're better than the fucking Kick Champs and all those other like Kick content creators or Kick aggregators. But they absolutely do the same shit. They were the fucking pioneers of this kind of clip culture. It's just a low-ass bar, I guess, and the bar keeps getting lower and lower, but they were there. They were there in the beginning. This guy fucks with Asmin. There's 0% chance. Shut the fuck up.
On X. TikTok introduced, you know, the creator rewards program that rewards you for getting a bunch of views. And all this ultimately means is, hey, we need to get as many views as possible to our different platforms. And for what it's worth, and I can honestly...
You are disparaging a black man right now. There's got to be white supremacy. Scuba Ryan has offered to do paid promo for you in my DMs before, by the way. Ostenox should have fucking taken it, dude. God damn it, Ostenox. You work against me every fucking day. Why didn't you take the deal? L team, L editor, dude. L editor. Yeah, he didn't want to take the deal because it would go against his whole... It was going to be a whole bit, but negotiations fell through when I wanted him to post vegan propaganda. Well, I'm glad that Scuba Ryan is a principled propagandist. Scuba Ryan is principled. He's like, nah, that's a bridge too far. I'll promote HasanAbi for a price, but never vegan propaganda. I respect Scuba Ryan more now for that reason. What's on the plate, buddy? It's vegan ueri. Yeah, no, I'm eating tofu chicken.
Honestly say this sitting on the side of somebody who creates commentary YouTube videos is that rage bait, negative stuff, anger baiting, all those things like that generate more views than positive stuff. Hell, even if it's not 100% true. And so now there's this incentive for these platforms to make fake stories in order to spread these different narratives, because ultimately views equal dollars, whether it be from the platform or from outside sponsorships. The most recent example that I can think of is this Kai Cenat Gigi breakup situation.
Bro, I swear to God, it's they do this with like Miskiv too. So Miskiv got a fucking Kick deal, right? And as soon as he got a Kick deal and he went over to Kick, a lot of the same content aggregators started making videos about Miskiv. And it's crazy because they're not positive. They're negative videos about Miskiv. So they are, in some ways, they're like they're agnostic. They just they just don't care if it's a negative attention that you're receiving or if it's positive attention that you're receiving, where they will literally just farm impressions regardless without any care or consideration for making him look good. And it's one of the most insane things I've seen. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's just all about impressions, because I guess like they've realized that if you can't farm positive stuff about a content creator that got on Kick, then you'll farm negative shit, because ultimately it still creates eyeballs for the content creator.
Story populated that Kai Cenat's ex-girlfriend Gigi started cheating on him with NBA YoungBoy of all people, and that's the reason why she broke up with him, or he broke up with her. Now, the source of this allegation was none other than DJ Academics, but the problem is that DJ Academics never said any of these things.
Some rumors going around that Kai Cenat's girlfriend Gigi is cheating on him with NBA YoungBoy via DJ Academics on his live stream. Now, y'all want to know the truth about this? Because I got all the details.
Tell us.
I got 4K proof. Now let me stop. I got 4K proof. Here's the thing, chat. This is not true. And bro, I just want to tell y'all this, man. I know all y'all be loving Kai and whatever, and this is why I realized, like, me and Kai, we've talked, not recently, but like we've talked multiple times, just offline and shit like that. Man, when y'all love a nigga, y'all be just attacking other motherfuckers no matter what. Bro, how I get caught up in the group chat?
What's interesting in this situation is that DJ Academics goes on in that monologue to talk about how he streams to a massive amount of audience. And due to him streaming to a massive amount of audience on a nightly basis, you would think that there was some sort of clip that would support these claims. But ultimately, there never was. People just took this and ran with it.
Academics reported that Kai Cenat's girlfriend Gigi is cheating on him with YoungBoy. And I said it on a live stream that I stream to 15,000 people every night. 15,000 people. And there's not one video clip of me saying this.
Yeah.
And people are running with it. Yo, Axe said this. Bro, come on, man. Y'all got to stop this, man. Y'all got to stop. Bro, I look at my DM. It's all the wide linebackers, all the big back chicks from Shade Room. They're threatening to kill me. Yo, Kai, you got to put a statement out, gang. Please.
Now, Academics isn't a squeaky clean church mouse, and we'll get to him in just 2 seconds, but it's amazing the things that a lie can do to the people that are involved in it. We're not just talking about this affecting DJ Academics. When Kai Cenat took to Twitter to report that he was single and never going to be in a relationship again, this story picked up headwinds. So much so that it seemingly impacted Gigi, his ex-girlfriend, when she came to the internet and posted her comments about the situation. She said, and I quote, "I left. Now you want to get on the internet and rush to paint a false narrative about me off a fake Twitter post is insane. I never cheated on him, and you know that. I have never dealt with that man. Play that sympathetic role somewhere else, please." But Gigi, sweetheart, I'm here to tell you, Kai never ran with this narrative either. So now we have two people in an actual relationship, or what was an actual relationship, consuming this BS, this nonsense, and this slop, and it's ultimately dividing them further than where they were. Another problem with these lies is that once one lie happens, more lies get added onto that lie, only supporting it. Mind you, none of these things are attached to this.
I literally don't care. Yeah, I mean, you can think about it as just like drama, but there is also a political association with this anyway. And that is the reason why I was covering it, where like, it's not just gossip shit. They do actually foment reactionary takes all the fucking time. It's straight up, it's a way to fucking manipulate people over and over again. It's basically, in the way that you can understand it, it's fucking psyop, okay?
Truth at all. This tweet is talking about Kai Cenat revealed that he had bought a house, a car, and was forking out $100,000 allowance to his girlfriend every single month. And then she proceeds to cheat on him with Kai Cenat's friend who has 13 baby mamas. What type of shit is this? And this tweet is currently sitting at 1 million views. Now, of course, there's a common theme in this situation. There's a blue check mark. There's bots in the comments section. She's responding to every single reply simply because that's how you rack up engagement, aka dollars, on the platform. But at what expense? At what cost? Another common theme on platforms like Twitter or TikTok is the miscaptioning of already existing clips, meaning they take these clips that already exist in some way, shape, form, or fashion, chop them up for their own nefarious gain, and then put a caption that has nothing to do with anything that's going on in the clip. Because these streamers and content creators spend so much time online, they say anything that can be taken out of context. And because a lot of people don't consume these people's content.
I saw in real time a tweet about you from one of those clip pages get botted. It went from 100K likes to 100 likes to 2K likes within 1 minute and didn't surpass 2.2 thousand likes for the rest of the day. Yeah, they bought the fuck out of that shit. That's what's so crazy about it too. Like obviously the reason why they bought that stuff is because it does end up attracting real eyeballs. But that's the reason why they do it. They bought it early, especially on Reddit. They'll brigade a post, they'll clip something from the stream, they'll put it on LSF, and then they'll bot the fuck out of it instantly, and it'll go up to like 3,000 upvotes out of nowhere. And the reason why they do it is because they want to drive it in the algorithm because it gets in front of real people, right? And they do it with everything. And it's funny because it like doesn't end up working at all. People who have already fallen for this kind of thing in the past will just use that as another justification to say like, oh, Hasan is bad. He's wrong. I don't actually agree with him. And that's it. That's pretty much it. That's all they end up doing. And I don't think it actually works. I mean, I'm sure it works to a certain degree as far as like, making, or just annoying me. That's probably it. But ultimately it's not very successful. Who is they you are referring to? It depends. It depends on who's doing it. But in a lot of instances, it's Destiny's community that does this on LSF. They own it. They own LSF. Normies don't know LSF exists. I know, but there is actually a funnel that takes information from LSF and then mass produces it out, and they're slop tubers. So it's not like LSF is just a cordoned off space for the most part, but whatever goes viral on LSF, which is easy to fucking manipulate if you bought it ahead of time, will then, they got me checking your stream out and stay. Yeah. I mean, that does work because some of the instances where, head mod at LSF posted a scam and may be gone soon. I highly doubt it. I feel like LSF is such a big subreddit. I know Reddit knows that they're botting everything. But yeah, as far as like normies not knowing LSF exists, but the Kai situation has been brought up by JD Vance, the vice president. So like things that happen on this stream can easily be clipped out of context or manipulated. A lot of people that already hate me in this space will use that as an opportunity to really farm the LSF shit over and over again. And it will turn into like this big ordeal. It'll turn into a whole drama, right? Botted clips about you are huge on r/new Iran these last couple of days. Yeah. I feel like their method backfires too. The only reason I watched you initially was because I saw this comment saying how much of a terrorist you were, but the clip didn't match up with that, and I wanted to see if you were actually what you were actually about by tuning in. Yeah. Speaking of LSF, did you see that new shady $1 million fan contest? There's a good Moist video about it. No, I did not. But yeah, disparaging you with drama to make you more toxic for your politics is basically what they do because they can't address the actual talking points. The only time they can address any talking point that I have over here, especially if it's a nuanced one, is by chopping it up and making it irredeemable, making it something that's entirely different than what I'm advocating for. And in instances where they actually do clip me out of context or fucking post me in a negative light, if it's in line with my worldview, I don't really mind it that much. But basically what I realized is that there are still plenty of fucking people that fall for that shit. And we saw that. We saw how We saw how much motion slopaganda might have. Nick Shirley did a slopaganda video. It went viral because it was botted into oblivion on Twitter. Elon Musk tweaked the algorithm to make it fucking super prominent. And then look what happened. Renee Good was shot and killed. There's thousands of ICE agents storming the fucking roads right now. The American government actually shut off the money faucet to a bunch of childcare facilities all around the country. So unfortunately, in this day and age, with the way that this government works, like the misinformation, the mass dissemination of misinformation is a very effective tool because there's a lot of fucking stupid people out there. It sucks.
On a regular basis, they're not going to notice the subtle differences as to what's going on. We're talking about haircut changes, we're talking about room changes. Everything just seems up to date because the content was published recently. Let's take a look at this clip. In the caption, it reads, Duke Dennis talks about the David situation. Says people should do their research before they make any conclusions since nothing is confirmed. For those that don't know, David is the singer who is on the run for allegedly ending the life of his 15-year-old girlfriend. Now, David is somebody who is a legal adult, so this is a totally messy situation after her body was found in a Tesla. And let's listen to what Duke Dennis has to say about the David situation.
It's so fucked up. I've been seeing everything that bro been going through, and it ain't even my business, so I'm not gonna speak on like what he should or shouldn't do. This is one of my biggest fears, and that's to be embarrassed. This is supposed to be his month, his week, the end of his year supposed to be.
Chat, you guys are so stupid. You're falling for it in real time. It's not about the David situation at all. That's the whole point. That's the reason why he's using this as a fucking example. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. This is how it works. People can be primed into going, oh yeah, I do hate that like clips are heavily edited or completely out of context in many instances. And I tell you all this stuff. I tell you all this shit. And you fucking turn around and you fall for it.
So great and so happy. The internet done found a way to completely ruin this moment for him.
But the problem with that clip, and just like any of these other clips by some of these clip pages like DGen Clips, is that Duke Dennis is not talking about the David situation. Duke Dennis goes on to tweet, what's funny about this, I don't even know who David is. That's why I don't get on here no more, because everything on this app is fake and y'all believe it. If you watch that clip in the context of this video, it probably stood out to you that it was chopped up. It was interesting how there was no name explicitly said in the conversation. And, you know, it just didn't feel right. But for somebody who's consuming those clips on the internet, it can easily seem as though Duke Dennis is talking about the David situation. And that would ultimately make Duke be some sort of nasty, scummy person. And that's not just me believing it. As I scroll through the comment section of the video, that's exactly what they're saying. Now, since that tweet has been posted, and this is where I'm definitely holding these platforms accountable, Twitter has put a community note on it. But ultimately, my question is, why is this not taken down? Why does this clip that's clearly misinformation as told by the community and is acknowledged by Twitter get to continue to exist on the platform? Especially because Twitter has a baked-in reel/short form type system where you can scroll through them and not have to see that community note. It's easy to see how somebody could consume this and not read this warning label and still go on to believe that this person is disgusting even though it's been debunked. You're probably looking at this and asking, like, why would people even be going about doing this? Well, there's a couple of different reasons, and this is why I said academics wasn't scot-free in all this. For one, it's to make a certain type of creator look worse than what they are. Some of it in an attempt to prop up their favorites, some of it because these are like kids who are just angry at a certain level of creativity.
Bro, fucking nailed it, dude. And some of it is by whole ass adults who have never let go of a resentment that one content creator has over another. And in many circumstances, that personal resentment that that person has masquerades as like a real, sincere political disagreement that must be addressed. Okay? Duke Dennis says he don't know why people still work regular 9-to-5 jobs when streaming exists. He made $500K in his last stream. Y'all tripping.
You seeing streamers nowadays become millionaires, nigga, like doing this shit. So of course, naturally, like I tell people all the time, they be like, "Hey, bro, goddamn, I be wanting."
Remember my 9 to 5 comment saga, which ironically enough, many people actually fell for it, but it was early on. Even like between me and Kai Cenat, before these clip channels came into mass adoption, Kai Cenat and I had a fucking beef. Okay? Kai Cenat and I had a fucking beef. We were fine. We were cordial in the past, and we still are now. But there was a fucking Clip Chimp account that went in and said I was trying to get like Aiden Ross banned or something. I think Aiden Ross was before he was banned on Twitter, or before he was banned on Twitch, was having a call with DDG, I think. Or no, Aiden Ross was banned and DDG was having a phone call with Aiden Ross. One or the other. I can't remember the fucking details. This was years ago. And one of the clip channels literally fucking clipped me talking about that, responding to someone asking me a question about it. And then the entirety of fucking WL content creators were like, "Oh, you're a snitch, including Kai Cenat." And I fucking turned around and said, "Shut the fuck up, you bitch," or something like that to Kai. And he was so fucking pissed off. He was so fucking mad that I called him a bitch, that he like unfollowed and all this stuff. And we're fine. We're cordial. We're like, you know, we're professional. But yeah, I went a little beast mode on it. And it was during this.
You a snitch. You a snitch. Niggas calling you a snitch because you snitched. Not saying I was Aiden because I was clearly Adam. But you a snitch, bro.
Yeah, this is what he was doing. Hey, by the way, you know what's really funny is I was right on Aiden Ross too. I was right on Aiden Ross too. Yeah, so when he said that, I called him a bitch. Okay? Except there was still people in his chat going, "Watch the full context. It was clip chimped." And then there was obviously Aiden got under his skin heavy. Hasan having a breakdown. Even back then. So, not only was I right about Aiden just too early, have you apologized? For what? Nah, I'd fall for nothing. But yeah, this was one of the like, this is the type of shit that he didn't realize was happening all the time. You know what I mean? At the time. Now he knows. Now he knows. Now he knows how clip culture works and clip baiting works. Clip chimping works in general. And now he also knows what Aiden Ross is all about anyway.
You feel me? You telling me you suck your dick, and it's so crazy because y'all niggas is like, bro.
I didn't call him a bitch. I said suck my dick. You would get shanked in prison for that? Okay, you can suck my dick too, dumbass. The fuck do you mean you get shanked in prison for that? You told both Rage and Kai to suck my dick when they weren't making jokes about you being a snitch, but chat riled you up into thinking that they were genuinely hating on you. Rage apologized for the joke after he learned to send a lot of hate your way, but Kai never did. Yeah, that was the meta. It was fucking clip chimpers on both sides. And they fucking played both of us like a goddamn fiddle. Anyway, I'm tight with Rage regardless. And like I said, I'm cordial with Kai Cenat. But again, this is how it fucking works. To be clear, it was suck my dick from the backside. Okay, you guys keep adding additional things. I can't remember what I actually said, but it was not nice, okay? It was not nice at all at the time. I was like, the fuck are you talking about? Calling me a snitch. In New York, saying that can get you touched, brother. Oh my fucking... Guys... shut the fuck up. We're Twitch streamers, okay? Shut the fuck up. Yo, dead ass, bro, in New York, that'll get you touched. Shut up. We're fucking Twitch streamers, okay? Shut the fuck up.
It's so crazy because I'm not with the, like, I'm not gonna show any more entertaining into this, but y'all niggas, like, beef. Y'all say this shit about each other. I done see you do it with SQC. I done see you do it with a whole bunch of people. Y'all.
Wrong. 100%. 100% have done it with XQC many times over at that point. Wrong. Again.
Say shit like that, and then y'all go to parties together.
And it's this idea that like it's all fake, right? Like streaming is all fake. Yeah, I know.
And get drunk together and be like, fuck yeah, man, I love you. And shit like, fuck, bro. Like, I fucking love you, man. Like, bro, like, just stop, bro. It's fake love. It's fake love. Stay over there on that side of the field, bro. Like, feel me? Just don't get into that community then. Like, honestly, bro. Like.
Anyway, this was a long time ago. Like I said, we're cordial, but Kai can suck my dick too, okay? Oh, I say he can suck my dick too, okay? Every single person that thinks this is a snitch moment can suck my entire cock from the top to fucking bottom. They're dumb as fuck for that. Yeah, because they were calling me a snitch. It's fucking bullshit. Anyway, my point was, the reason why I was showing that is because, yeah, now these guys get fucking clipped all the time, and now they know what it's like.
I remember when Aiden Ross brought on Kick Champs, which is another one of the...
And honestly, I hope that they fucking take this shit down, because it's so unfucking bearable. It has made the community unviable. Say that in Beverly Hills and get jumped, bro. Yo! You better not say that shit in Naperville, dude.
Those clipping platform pages onto his stream. He literally said the reason why he does these sorts of things is because he hates Kai Cenat.
I post a lot of positivity.
No, you don't, bro. No, you don't. Let me move my camera, bro.
I only post Kai hate because Kai is like, he's racist.
What? How is Kai racist? Yeah, where you get that from, bro?
Because he only accepts black people into AMP. He denied you because you're white.
Nigga. What? That's the reason why you hate Kai? Because I'm not an AMP?
No, it's just like, it's multiple things.
One, the monetization of content means that views are king. Even if it means you're loud, even if it means you're wrong, even if it means you're nasty, even if it means you're disgusting, getting people to click on your content, whether it be to hate, whether it be to love, is the ultimate end goal. Views are the end goal. So with that being said, content creators do whatever they can in order to get people to click. That way they get the engagement, and that way they get the money. And the second system that is built on top of that is the whole concept of being first.
Bro was so confusingly racist, he got Aiden Ross confused, dude. Like, think about that. Think about how confusingly racist you have to be. That even Aiden Ross is like, what the fuck was that? Like, normally I'm on board. I mean, disparaging a black content creator, like, let's go. I'm on fucking board with that every goddamn day of the week, you know? But even he wasn't on board with that. He's like, damn, that's confusing. Like, you got him acting like he's reading words. Any words, really. I was gonna say fascism, but honestly, any word will do.
To market in these situations means that even if I don't have all the information, I need to be one of the first people to get the information out. Recently, world famous boxer Anthony Joshua got into a car accident, and DJ Academics, told you he wasn't squeaky clean, would take to one of his pages and tweet out some of the nastiest stuff in the world. 2 people lost their life in that tragic accident, and instead of doing his due diligence and waiting, Academics jumped the gun intentionally and said Anthony Joshua has killed 2 others in a car crash. And of course, because it was salacious, it got a bunch of engagement and it got a bunch of views. But because this was the wrong story, Academics got a lot of fire for it and had to end up redacting that sentiment and apologizing and acknowledging it on his live stream.
Just incorrect information going around. You know, I think we should all wait for like official sources to kind of give us a debrief of what happened. As well, I think a post did go out via one of my pages that was absolutely incorrect, and I believe it was taken down. I wasn't even aware at the time when it went up.
But yeah, Academics TV ain't act. That's his mod, which is really funny. That's even funnier, by the way, because that's not even DJ Academics. So everybody else at DJ Academics, whenever fucking his moderator using his name will just do some dumb shit like that.
But it was taken down as quickly as it was realized that the information wasn't correct. But yeah, it's just a very sad situation. Just incorrect information going around.
Anthony Joshua was in the backseat of the car. He sustained injury in this accident. 2 of his friends' lives were lost. And because there's a system that was created for there to be some sort of monetization for salacious news and the first to market system that is also enabling this type of behavior, Academics went way over the line and gave a weak ass apology as a way to try to, heal wounds. Trust me, Ack is disgusting in my eyes for that sentiment, but a system is also nasty. The last reason I want to highlight that this situation exists and probably will continue to exist is because these streamers and content creators believe that they need these fake pages, these clip pages, these disingenuous, information platforms in order to be successful and have careers. A few months ago, Neon highlighted how much he spends on clippers. I think it was like $1 million a month, some outrageous number a month, which...
That's fake. No fucking way, no how. Also, doesn't Neon literally bought the fuck out of his streams? How is he spending any money on clippers and he still has the bot? At a certain point, you got to stop doing that. He has 100 clippers making 100K a year. What do you mean it's fake? There's people who think that you pay for the hate clips that you get. I'm not joking. This has been going on for so long that back in the day when Twitter was actually normal and wasn't fucking broken before Elon Musk purchased it and ruined everything, I would trend on Twitter on a weekly fucking basis. So much so that Tim Dillon got jealous a while back, like many, many years ago, prior to Elon Musk's purchase, and was like, why is it that Hasan gets fucking clipped out of context and people yell at him and he's trending every fucking week? That was the meta. Phantom, Twitter is so ass now. What's up, Phantom? Yes, it is ass. It's ass as hell. It was kind of ass before, but now it's extra ass. It's so fucking bad. I miss when Hasan was trending every week. No, that shit was also, that was the early clippers. That was what I'm trying to say. All of this started. Okay, look. I don't know Omi's background, but I will just say this. I think the inflection point before Elon purchase even was Stake. Okay? Kick.com. Stake, the crypto gambling casino, gets kicked off of Twitch. Myself, Miskiv, and Pokimane are seen as like the 3 primary figures responsible for that. All the top Kick streamers that went to get contracts never let go of that. Okay? They get really fucking mad. Then they start the website known as Kick. Okay? When they started the website known as Kick, they started paying those fucking botted ass, fave-star ass Twitter accounts over and over again. Okay? Over and over again. They just kept farming impressions. And in so many of those impressions that we're farming for years, they would consistently be like, this is the worst streamer of all time. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. And it would get like 100,000 likes and shit like that. Even back in the day in old Twitter, they were just farming that shit nonstop and they were botting that shit nonstop. Okay? And then they basically created a process where they have a Discord server where you have a lot of different clippers that get paid specifically to promote Kick streamers. Okay? And now a lot of those guys from like Fear Buck and all those other dudes, some of the top accounts that used to do that, they're now seen as like more consistent and more legitimate than the Kick Champ and all these other fucking fake accounts, like the one that we were just looking at earlier with like Duke Dennis, right? But they all get boosted by Rainbet, Roobet, Kick, Stake, whatever. Okay? Is really fucked up, but it has this kind of impression farming and clip chimping has ruined streaming. Is ruined streaming. It's made it so much fucking worse. Yoxic is another one where a lot of these guys are constantly fucking engagement farming, slapping on a Rainbet ad, slapping on a Roobet ad, slapping on a fucking Kick or Stake ad on it, and trying to hit like virality. You see this type of engagement farming from crypto gambling accounts on the political side too? Yeah. The prediction maker market, Polywire, purchased newswire.us. This was a fucking news account, like a credible news account. Or it used to be. And now they're doing the fucking impression farming for Polymarket, another fucking gambling website. It's crazy. BNO News is doing Kalshi ads now. Brother, CNN is doing Kalshi ads. CNN, Clinton News Network. Like, it's not, like, there is an enshittification of society where everyone is trying to fucking secure the easiest bag they possibly can. And they're making the most immoral decisions, okay? No more ethics. It's just bag holding. That's all people care about. It's gotten to a point where it's just fucking crazy. It's just the only thing you can have. The only thing you can have is basically your own moral compass. And a lot of people don't even care about that moral compass because they're like, fuck it, everyone else is shitty. Why not myself? Maybe I should get a fucking little bit of that bag too. I mean, when you have CNN doing fucking Kalshi ads or a Kalshi collaboration to add predictive market gambling into their fucking regular news coverage, what is the expectation here? What is the expectation? Of course, the children and the kids and the people in fucking Indonesia are gonna, they're gonna benefit tremendously from $200 of extra revenue a month than even, an American teenager might. So it's over. It's over for the truth. And all of these other spaces that you would actually entertain or enjoy are just completely fucking busted.
I can kind of verify is true. And if you ask him, it's a necessity. He owes his life to the Clippers because if the Clippers don't exist, who's going to watch him?
This is why I don't think that's true. Because companies, right? Companies, are they watching streams? Are they going on Twitch looking at streams, twitch.tv/neon, Twitch, whatever? No. They're seeing the clips. They're scrolling. The executives, they're scrolling. They see the shit come up on their phones. Collabs. You hit up someone. They're not, fucking Kevin Durant's not watching a Twitch stream, right? He's seeing clips. He's like, oh, this dude's funny as fuck. Let me bring him on. Or let me do some shit with him. The clipping industry is bigger than ever, and the Clippers need to get more respect for making careers. The Clippers made my career, right? They made my fucking career, bro. No one sits down. The idea of sitting down watching streams is starting to die out, and it's more about scrolling. They want to see quick shit. Their minds are fucked. The world is so cooked. I'm the same way. Motherfuckers are scrolling.
Yeah. Streamers only watch others through clips as well. Exactly. The only reason I know who you are is hate threads and clip champs. I came to Twitch to see how evil you were. There's tons of us, so I'm sorry you had to deal with it, but you radicalized me, so I'm thankful to them in a way. No, I know. That's how it works. I get it. There are a fuck ton of people in here. That's why I'm saying, like, a lot of these guys that are fucking constantly hate farming and saying a bunch of dumb nonsense about me do end up funneling audiences to me because people come in and they're like, what's the deal with this fucking guy? Like, what's going on with this dude? Like, he can't be this evil, right? And then they come in and they go, oh shit, never mind. Everything I heard about this dude from Clip Chimps was a fucking lie. The problem is, it would be endlessly beneficial for me if I had positive clips out there, or at least like clips of my actual takes. that cover the nuance of whatever the fuck I'm saying. Clips of my correct predictions, for example. But unfortunately, we don't have that. Okay? And it's impossible to fucking overcome the faucet of misinformation. So the best I can do is hope for charitability.
Every second, right?
Imagine being a slave to a platform or a page that is putting out fake clips about you, ultimately because you want Kevin Durant to watch your shit. While there is a sprinkle of truth in what Neon is saying, what he's not realizing is the detriment and the harm that these clip pages can, ultimately set up. But that's because he's fueling the machine. When the day comes when he is no longer fueling the machine, which I think is going to happen, he too will be a victim of the same clipping situation. And he will be screaming from the rooftops like I Show Speed or like Lacey, saying that he's going to take legal action against these people.
Store was. And when I found out who that person was, you're done, okay? And it's getting handed out. And you keep forgetting that I got fucking people. I got management. I got fucking people. I got people who like works for Twitter, tie up. So, and I know all this shit. So, and yes, it was.
Of a person you have to be to use cancer to clickbait to get impressions. You know how much of an actual loser you have to be to use cancer to clickbait for impressions? Like, that's sad. That's weird. Like, that you have to be genuinely, like, actually, like, I raised money for breast cancer because of my mom had breast cancer, and for a page to just, like, use that just to get impressions, and not only that, but lie about it.
Why do you think the HasanAbi industrial complex didn't translate as well to the clip industry? I remember when you were actively pushing us to create more TikToks of your content. I think it's because I'm too wordy. And also, I don't know. I mean, it did for a while, but I don't think that there is enough content out there. It needs to be like, there needs to be an overwhelming faucet, an overwhelming faucet of clips. Someone said you're old, Onk. No, I mean, there isn't really anything like that. No, it's because the Clips complex isn't botted to hell like the bad faith Clippers are. I mean, there's that element too. But yeah, there isn't. I mean, there's still shit like this, They manage. Always got to hit that repost. You did have Matt Aura that day. Thank you. This is a thirst trap, not a clip. I know. Thirst traps do a lot better than the clips do. Like Nick Fuentes owes his career both to people recognizing that Israel is destroying Gaza, but also on top of that, a lot of his fucking clippers that go crazy. Hasan Piker is officially streamed for 20,000 hours after 2,742 days live since 2018. It would take 2.28 years to catch up on HasanAbi. It's the One Piece of Twitch. That's crazy. It's crazy. I thought you were about to say Nick Fuentes owed his career to thirst traps. I'm about to lose it. No, he has a fuck ton of real clippers. You've got to tell people they can make money monetizing your clips on Twitter if they do positive PR. That's true. You can make money monetizing my clips on Twitter if you do positive PR. You can also make money monetizing that shit on TikTok too, honestly. What's crazy is this is an actual photo from GP. Content is no longer available. No shot. This is still season 1 of HasanAbi piece. It is. All right, let's get back to it. When you have 1 million YouTubers producing political content, investigations, and whatever else in a news environment with zero trust in institutions, what it means is that the state no longer has to produce propaganda. It can just retweet something that looks independent. Yeah. What a viral YouTube video says about the future of journalism. Oh, Jay Caspian wrote about the Nick Shitley situation. What Charlie's doing is a local TV news investigation. He's the man on the street with the camera going up allegedly fraudulent business and asking a lot of questions. This is a form that has always worked, and he's mixing it with a little Roger and me everyman. The appeal of this is obvious, especially for the majority of Americans who hate mainstream media. Nick Shitley also did it in the dumbest way possible, right? And in this dangerous misinformation environment, as I have warned against over and over again, people do not exercise critical thinking at all. They do not have any media literacy. They do not exercise critical thinking at all. And they basically have a what you see is what you get attitude about this kind of stuff. So the bottom of the barrel, lowest common denominator content, like the dumbest fucking lowest common denominator content actually goes even more viral.
To get impressions, it's so weird.
Part of my predictions for 2026 is that we're going to see streamers actively log off more. And a major reason why is because of this fake, false narrative culture that is going around with these clipping pages.
Not me. I'm a fucking psycho. No, I'm not logging off. But because of but I've described it already, right? The reason why, in spite of all this shit, I don't log off, and I know people will say, oh, you're making fucking so much money, that's why. No, that's not the reason. Because all these other guys are making even more money than I do, and yet they're still logging off. Because those guys are entertainers, okay? Their primary purpose is to entertain people, and if the heat goes up too much, then they can just like check out for a little bit and preserve their mental sanity. The reason why I don't fucking log off, and the reason why I do this day in, day out, is because I have a project. I have a goal in mind. I have a positive, affirmative vision for the future. So that's the reason why I keep chipping away, okay? That's the reason why I keep pushing no matter what. Remember that. And a lot of these other motherfuckers don't have that dog in them. And that's why when push comes to shove, that's why when the ideology that they've leaned into, like it's the new meta, like it's the new fucking video game. You know, when Fortnite falls out of fashion, you stop playing Fortnite, you try to fucking find a different game to play. A lot of streamers do it in the same exact way. A lot of streamers that entertain, you know, political commentary operate in the exact same fucking way, right? Those guys are not cut out for it because they don't have a vision for a better future. They don't care about the impact that their commentary is having. I do. And that is the reason why I don't fucking log off, regardless of all of the backlash.
The thing is, these streamers have other ways to survive. So if they starve these stream pages and clip pages, ultimately they will die out. But what it means is you won't be able to see your favorite creator going into the next year. I would love to see more legal action happen. I would love to see these platforms be banned. I would love to see any platform in which these fake and false narrative pages exist actually take a stand for truth and justice and say, yo, we do not want this slop on our pages. But this will probably continue as long as...
It's good. I don't know who this guy is, but I like it. I like his commentary. Anyway, speaking of fucking...
Why is
one of the biggest clippers of all time, Aiden Ross. Aiden Ross got into it. Aiden Ross got into it with Doechii. I followed this from afar. I tweeted about it one time. Aiden Ross was doing Aiden Ross shit. Okay, talking shit about Doechii because it's the popular thing to fucking do. And this time he got into a little bit of heat.
Is a streamer beefing with a rapper? That's the question. Hi, everyone. Anthony Fantano here, internet's busiest music nerd. And it seems like 2026 is not starting out with a bang, but a gigantic wet fart, because the biggest controversy in the music industry currently is the raging hate boner that streamer, online gambler, and guy who peaked in high school, Aiden Ross, has for Doechii. Now, whether you know it or not, 2026 is actually going to be a make or break year for the rapper, singer, songwriter, who is coming off of a lot of building momentum behind her breakout mixtape, Alligator Bites Never Heal, which snowballed into a really impressive run of viral songs, music videos, live performances, as well as award wins. And as good as many of those moments have been, personally, I'm kind of hoping this is just the beginning. I've been hearing potential in Doechie's work for years now, really since her Her Black Bitch EP from 2022, and now I feel like she's finally getting the buzz that she deserves. But her sudden growth in visibility over the past few years has also brought a lot of undue and intense hate and claims about her success that don't even fully make sense, and are also easily debunked with a quick Google search, like her being an industry plant. Because for years, Doechii was actually releasing music and even vlogging in relative obscurity, and while true, she is signed to one of the best rap labels out there today, Top Dog Entertainment, and has a viable music industry connections, if TDE actually had the power to just turn Doechii into an overnight success, why didn't they do that back in 2022? And also, why aren't they doing that for every other artist on the label sitting around or below 1 million monthly listeners on Spotify? Could it be that Top Dog doesn't just have the magical power to make any artist famous that they want, and maybe Doechii started blowing up because she was making music that actually resonated with people, mixed with some good marketing? Right time, right place, maybe too?
HasanAbi here.
But these very simple and obvious explanations just don't seem to convince.
Why does this chat get so weird about black women? It's literally every fucking predominantly white male space. Straight up. Yeah, it's misogynoir. It's every fucking... It's every time, it's every place. It's so goddamn annoying. I push back on it all the fucking time. And I think the way I see it is every single time I push back on it, we're getting some new people to check themselves before they fucking behave in that way.
It's the very loud group of people who don't really believe the hype. And their number
I love the Aiden's response to Doechii's song was, "Oh, y'all, I'll show you. I'm going to make a video with a pedo." Yeah, that, but also, that was another fucking clip culture moment. Because Doechii wasn't just directly addressing Aiden Ross. She was unironically addressing the clip accounts. And the clip accounts turned around and said, "Oh, this is about Aiden Ross. This is just about Aiden Ross. It's only Aiden Ross. Doechii's actually shitting on Aiden Ross." And guess what? Then it turned into a story about fucking Aiden Ross. And it is the craziest one-sided beef of all time.
Size seems to have kind of quadrupled, especially since this old remix that Doechii did of Gautier's Somebody That I Used to Know got an official commercial release. You guys may know the song as Anxiety. It's a song I like, but one that has understandably rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, either due to the subject matter of the song or the attachment that people have to the original that keeps them from being able to see it in any other context. Personally, I'm convinced that if Doechii did the same exact vocal line and the same exact bars over a totally different beat, most people probably wouldn't mind it. However, the Gautier song being so prominent within Doechii's track was probably part of the reason the labels were willing to push this song. So I guess you got to take the bad with the good. What I mean by bad is this level of popularity that has drawn the eyes and ears of all of these streamer dumbasses. Ones like Aiden Ross, who sniff trafficker chairs for clout. And while there are numerous online commentators from what I've seen that have said some pretty out-of-pocket stuff about Doechii, Aiden is the first to my knowledge to really have a big public meltdown over her. Weirdly enough, it was over this silly-ass clip of Doechii yelling for umbrellas.
Oh no, oh no. We need another umbrella now. Another one, right there. And another one. Two more umbrellas. All right, make a path, everyone. Move.
Who gives a fuck about Asian Ross? Asian Ross. Oh man, that's good. Bro, he read that shit, lol.
Clear a path here. Clear a path. Do not let that woman go. I will not.
Apparently, this took part at the Met Gala last year. And apparently, this was all for Doechii to hide herself so that she could make her way to the Met Gala red carpet for the final reveal of her look and her outfit. Now, look, personally, this is not really an event I pay super close attention to.
One of my least favorite things is when a dumb motherfucker who is like being racist or whatever will turn around and get called out for it, okay? And then their instant fucking response is, oh, no, I was doing it because, like, you were mean to service workers or something, right? Like, which is what Aiden did. Or turn around and say, oh, you're being anti-Semitic, I'm Jewish. Which is another thing that Aiden Ross did. It's my least favorite thing. It's like, bro, you collab with Nazis. What the fuck do you mean? What the fuck do you mean?
Every year. And there are a lot of things worth critiquing around the Met Gala itself and celebrity culture.
Yeah,
but
I'm
this
actually
is
the victim. Instantly. Insta-locking. I'm actually the fucking victim here.
such a stupidly misunderstood moment. It's hard to believe that it went as viral as it did in terms of it being like a bad look.
This
and
is another version of this. Aiden Ross has declared he's officially done discussing Doechii and the whole beef, and he's looking forward to watching all the people who are dragging him and talking smack during the drama to see their social media engagement and numbers start tanking. Anthony Fantano never called anyone the N-word. He was quoting someone which he apologized for and actually took accountability. Aiden Ross is friends with Nick Fuentes, who is self-identified racist and proud of it, and defendant Andrew Tate, who was also racist and has multiple allegations of rape and strangulation. Like, brother, what are you talking about? Like, the people that you surround yourself with and the people that you make content with are fucking gross. It's unironically confusing that anyone actually falls for this at that point, you know?
PR nightmare for Doechii. Not to get nerdy about it, but
I'm realizing, honestly, I'm fucking realizing that, like, pushing back on guys like this with, like, overwhelming force leads them to snap out of this, like, stupor that they're in, because on Twitter they're surrounded by other like-minded bots, right? But when they actually start realizing that, no, when you know, normal people, when they catch wind of this shit, right, they go, oh, gross, the fuck are you saying? And they start dunking on them. They go, oh no, people actually hate this. I thought we were dog shit maxing, okay? I thought we were shit maxing. I thought that's what we were doing. I thought it was time to be a fucking asshole. I thought we were vice maxing, right? Turns out it's not time for that, because the only thing they understand is force.
think about all of the PR people and stylists and designers that put in hours of work in order to make sure a look at something like the Met Gala goes off without a hitch. If Doechii stepped out of the elevator and said, I don't give a f***, take as many pictures of me as you want, that would be more disrespect to her team and everybody who worked to make her look the way that she did than...
I didn't know you love furry corn. Hasan, quit being a cute little furry fanboy. First of all, you can say porn in here. Dumbass. This is not fucking TikTok comments. And secondly, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Demanding that somebody cover.
Porn. Embarrassing. We got a guy here who's anti-white racism every fucking time. He's a loser, bro. He's constantly on about white people. If he sees a white person saying something he doesn't like, is the first thing he points out. What? Dog, I'm white. And I'm watching a white guy right now. The fuck are you talking about? Rewind the stream like 2 minutes? What? By the way, you can rewind. Why are you so toxic, bro? Lol hit a nerve. Lol, you're so racist. Because his first opinion was it's white people raising every opinion he has. That's just how racists think. Oh my God. There's nothing more pathetic than fucking white people crying about anti-white racism, bro. Oh my Lord. I'm white, motherfucker. I'm white. Suck my dick, okay? Stop being a fucking bitch. Jesus Christ. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah. Piker Broadcasting Service. If you want to become a sponsor of the Piker Broadcasting Service by subscribing, you can rewind the fucking broadcast and you can actually watch. Not white. Stop making shit about... Oh, I'm not white. Why is it that white identitarians that are constantly complaining about fucking white people being under attack will look at a person like me? Oh, you're saying, no, I'm not white. So you're just in it for the game? You're in it for the love of the game. You're like, I love defending the white race. As a non-white guy, I love defending the white race. To a white guy, I'm white. I love all people. There's only one race, human race. Hey, me too. One love, baby. Listen, not to do standpoint epistemology here, but you're doing a real bodies and spaces, okay? A white guy is talking about white people not being so sensitive. So maybe you should see yourself out of white people's business then, okay? Sorry. He came in here and he's like, I'm here to defend the white race, sir. To what? A white guy? Okay, thanks. The fuck? Yeah.
And that somebody get an umbrella to prevent it from being spoiled, that would actually be shitting on everybody's efforts in that situation. And if you didn't notice, there are other people on her team too, at least several who are yelling as well. Like, I've worked at a restaurant for years, and when, you know, you're there rush hour, dinner time, I've heard people yell for help over less. Get me this, get me that, get me this other thing. Like, really? We're going to flip out over that? I mean, even Aiden Ross's reaction led to him calling her entitled and an industry plant.
Don't get me started on that. Don't get me started on that industry plant. Doechii, the umbrella clip pissed me off. What an entitled, unintelligent piece of shit she is, bro. She stole someone like that I used to know. She makes no good music. She's horrible. She has zero talent.
He got so heated over this. Later, Aiden admitted to having allegedly lost a bag and I guess some advertising or brand deals due to the Doechii hate he was drumming up.
Yeah, Mr. Benito Mussolini himself. Fascist, Palintonic fascist.
Now, as much as Aiden did make a lot of hay out of the situation, truth be told, he's just one voice in a growing chorus of Doechii haters whose fans pull up in their respective chats and clap like seals whenever they throw hate her way. And if you're the kind of person like me who is, you know, kind of constantly checking in on whatever music discourse is on the internet day to day, you do see a lot of like random and outsized Doechii hate. Now, finally, at the start of 2026 now, Doechii has seen fit to put out a new song that is not only kind of getting fans ready for that eventual album release this year, the project that is really going to define how Doechii's career is going to move forward from here for the next 5 to 10 years, but more important.
Wait, what is this? It's because... Did Willie Maxwell forget which direction time flows? The song commented in 2008 to a poem by Ulrich 2000. The account Ulrich 2000 favorited furry art between 2018 and 2024. This post should be preserved as proof of how Willie Mac does zero research before. Wait, what? This account Hasan commented on in 2008 favorited these kinds of posts in 2024. I kid you not. This is how desperate they are. Wait, that's what it is? They're saying I'm a furry. First of all, who gives a fuck? Okay, sure, I'm a furry. Okay, whatever. Like, it's not even, you're scraping the bottom of the barrel, brother. You called me a fucking terrorist for the last 2 years. Like, calling me a furry, you think that is gonna fucking faze me? Like, yeah, I don't give a fuck about this stuff at all. I don't understand why people entertain this stuff, but hey, live and let live, you know? Who gives a fuck? But that's so funny that they've downgraded their... They went from, dude, they don't realize they went from Hasan is an anti-Semitic terrorist that wants to like do another 9/11 to Hasan is a dog abuser, which is a downgrade from terrorist, dumbass. And then they downgraded even further to, oh, he actually is a furry. Yeah, in 2008 on a fucking DeviantArt, they're in the DeviantArt comments. This person wasn't a fucking furry probably in 2008. No, to all the furries in the chat, I hate to disappoint you, but I am not a furry. But, you know, you can believe that if you want. Like, what's next, dude? Yeah, they're going to be like, Hasan likes ketchup on eggs. That's so funny. I have a bit about this, about how Turks are furries. For those of you who don't know, if you're new here, because Turks love the wolf. This is the sign for the ultra-nationalists. And the wolf is like this mythological animal. Turks say that they're a descendant of the wolves. So I routinely make jokes about how all Turks are technically furries.
This track is titled Girl Get Up, features a very solid chorus from SZA, and the bars in its 3 verses address a lot of the negativity that's been getting thrown her way. Honestly,
all the industry plant shit whack. I see it on the blogs. I see you in the chats. You suck every rap N-word dick from the back. But what's the agenda when the it girl black? Y'all can't fathom that I worked this hard, and y'all can't fathom that I earned this chart. Yeah, bro, that's not even about Aiden Ross.
Address a lot of the negativity that's been getting thrown her way. Honestly, the way I see the song, it's a very accurate and completely non-specific way of taking head on all the stuff that people have been saying about her. And again, this has been very broad, has been said by a lot of different people. It's sad to say, but these comments are not unique to one single person. And there are a lot of dudes out here in hip hop, in music broadly, with very falsely inflated careers and botted streams who should be getting this kind of criticism instead, but it's Doechii getting it? Look, case in point, the song isn't even about Aiden Ross, but Aiden saw this song and said, you know what? This is about me. If Doechii's addressing her haters...
Nope, this ties back into the previous thing that we were talking about. Feared Buck, or whatever the fuck his name is. He was the one who said this is about Aiden Ross. And that was an Aiden Ross Dick Rider account. It's one of those clip accounts that the previous video was talking about. He was the one who said, oh, Doechii calls out shots fired at Aiden Ross or some shit like that. And then Aiden Ross ran with it. Okay? And then he fucking ran with it. And then he got himself into a whole lot of trouble.
This track is about me because I am the #1 Doechii hater, Aiden Ross.
She came at me very first. And you guys can say it wasn't intended to you. It was.
And he even recorded this hot diarrhea straight from an ass song with Child Case Haver 6ix9ine and some other loser who you can...
Yeah, he's like, get this, dude. Yo, check this out. I'll shock the world. No one was shocked by the fact that you went with a registered sex offender and did a collab with him, you know? No one was shocked by this. You did not shock the world at all. Actually, if someone were to assume, hypothetically, how you would react, this is low-key how I assume you would react. Yeah, Aiden Ross dropped his diss track to Doechii while she pays him absolute dust.
Fuck that, you know I'm a Jew.
Wow. Straight shit from the butt, dude. Yeah, turn this dookie off. Guess what, motherfuckers? You always say, Hasan, you don't listen to music. Yeah, well, I listened to that, and now my non-music listening has extended, okay? That's at least another year of me not listening to Dookie.
Can see here reacting to 6ix9ine having a child case.
Tekashi 6ix9ine sentenced to 4-year probation.
I'm gonna keep it a buck, bro. He showed me the most love out of 97% of the people I've ever had on stream. On God, motherfucker calls me up randomly, 3 a.m., 2 a.m. What you doing? Let's gamble.
You wanna know what my most controversial opinion is? I think out of all those fucking talentless hacks over at Kick, Cuffham is the only one that actually unironically has comedic talent, but he wastes it all the time because he goes for the most lowest, bottom of the barrel, nonsensical bullshit with regular fucking frequency. I know I see, listen, he is dog shit, okay? He's dog shit. Everything I've seen of him is dog shit for the most part, but he does actually have comedic talent, and he's just wasting it. He's wasting it with all this other bottom of the barrel, like shock value nonsense that he does. No, like when he does the fucking face swap stuff, like he's actually capable of being funny, but he's also doing like Nazi edge jokes and things like that. Like there are absolutely instances where he actually is. There are absolutely, like, Aiden Ross does not have any redeemable qualities, okay? And none of the people in his like orbit have any redeemable qualities. And Cuffham is one of, maybe because he's surrounded by these guys, that he just like looks like fucking comedic talent from time to time. But even though he is a horrible person, he does have the capacity to be funny every now and then. When he has the Clav dude just spam the N-word in front of him, who did that? Cuffham did that? Bro said he has comedic talent. Shut the fuck up. Hitler was a funny guy too, dumbass. Yeah, the problem with Hitler is that he did Hitler shit, okay? If your entire output and the reason why you're bad is because of, moments where you're unfunny and being a dog shit loser, then if you dial back the dog shit loser moments, you could actually be funny.
Not it done. Them some real niggas, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, real cool dude there. Anyway, yeah, the song exists, and it's about as cringe as you can imagine. I will leave it to Austin to decide how much of it you will get tortured with right here.
You know I'm a Jew. You know I'm a Sue.
It's like Amy Schumer on a panel with Steven Crowder. Yeah, kind of. One of his only good bits is using the Kirk face.
Still about Charlie. Yeah.
He does a face swap with AI in his streams, your face included. Yeah, I know. His funny bit about me is literally fucking yelling the N-word with a hard R at people on one of those like Omegle-ass websites with my face on his face, superimposed on his face. I've seen it. Or threatening to fucking execute me with a gun or some shit. I don't know. But that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like, if you didn't do any of that shit and you instead like stuck to being funny, you could be funny.
What's up, Abe?
No Doji! No Doji!
And Aiden has just been going crazy.
I go that dumb fat. Sorry, she's not fat, dude. That's stupid, smelly. Look at her monthly listeners right now. That went from 60 million to 20 million.
She blew up.
For what? For
making
what?
music,
cradling.
I don't get it. Did this woman steal more money from you than Playboy Cardi did? Did she run over your dog? Did she piss in your Baja Blast? Like, I'm not here to be a hypocrite and police anybody's speech per se, because Lord knows I don't have the cleanest mouth in the world. And sometimes, sure, I can get kind of mean, but what is this man's obsession with this woman? Why is he so...
Ron Collazo, both these guys don't even get me fucking started, dude. Ron is another person who is like genuinely a very funny guy. It's just, these guys, man, they see clout, they see, it's such a waste. That's why I always ride for iShow Speed and, Kai Cenat a little bit too, because there's always two options in front of you. Okay. As a content creator, you can go the iShow Speed route, or you can go the Aiden Ross route. Okay. In both of those circumstances, you will make money, but the ceiling is far higher in one than the other. I thought Kai was friends with Aiden. No, he's not anymore, because obviously fucking Aiden was being super racist.
angry at her? Why is he so pissed directly at her? It's almost as if there's some kind of bias there.
This dirty, that's kind of like he's referring to a race.
I don't speak to only black girls as dirty. Look up when I talk about Wendy Ortiz. Same thing.
So Aiden is really...
He said, I don't just call black women bitches. I call Mexicans bitches too. I don't just say it to black women. I say it to brown women too. You misunderstood me. I'm not just being a misogynist. I'm being a racist of equal opportunity. This reminds me of, ironically, why him and Kai Cenat are no longer friends. Because Kai was like, bro, your chat keeps spamming like, monkey every time I'm on stream, fried chicken, all this stuff. And Aiden Ross's response to that literally was, oh, you don't understand. I don't just, my chat isn't just like racist towards black people. They're racist towards me too. They always spam like anti-Semitic shit about me. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, they're just generally racist. They're equal opportunity racism, dude. Chill.
Going scorched earth right now, and it's getting to the point...
He did indeed say that. He did. Oh, God, I have so much fucking brain rot in my brain, dude. Holy fuck.
Where a lot of people in the music industry are kind of tired of seeing it. For example, you have LA heavy hitter, artist, and commentator Glasses Malone.
I don't give a fuck about what you think is happening. I don't give a fuck.
This actually did cause a lot of fucking commotion. At this point, from this point on, it's the first time I saw a bunch of black content creators who were like, you need to stop putting Aiden Ross on. You need to stop collaborating with him. Like, he is unimaginably disrespectful to black women. He's unimaginably disrespectful to black people in general. And the fact that you guys are still collaborating with him, that you're still giving him legitimacy is fucking unacceptable. That was the first time I've seen people say this shit about Aiden Ross. That was the first time. And it's crazy because, like, he's been doing this. He's been doing this for so long.
Oh, got it. So this could do something to me, right? But so I just have to sit here and take it because I'm the white man, right? I'm the white man.
You're not finna be sitting up there just talking shit about that black woman.
Well, just did again 30 times.
On God, bro. And I'm
on God, bro. I just did.
And if you keep doing it, I'm gonna start pressing all the around you.
Cool. Do it. I don't give a fuck.
I'm not gonna press you because I don't know where you at and I don't know how to get to you. But
oh well, if you do come to me and you do try to get at me, I'm gonna have you arrested, sir. I'm gonna actually.
Oh, dude. Oh, that's so funny. Excuse me. If you do come after me and try to press me, I will have you arrested. That's awesome. Actually, that's illegal, sir. I will have the law enforcement officers at your location instantly. Guards.
Just have you in handcuffs. So,
and rather than take this man's words to heart and, maybe chill out and stop and think, hey, maybe I've taken it far enough, Aiden has instead decided to call Glasses Malone a fat simp.
Bro, this guy is still pushing it. How much furry porn do you got on your PC? Do you like wearing diapers? Do you shit yourself in a fursuit? Brother, we moved on from this, okay? How many times are you going to shock your dog today? 2026 is going right when you see Hasan fell off and Asmongold doing better than him. How many times you shock your dog today? Hasan, quit being a cute little furry femboy. Pull me up again. Pull me up again. What's your persona? You're a tourist furry femboy. Sit there like a good boy. Wait, are you actually a furry? Wait, what the fuck? Why are you calling me a furry tourist? Oh my God. No, brother. I hate to disappoint you. I know you want to crank it to what you imagine my persona is, but I do not have one.
You want to admit it, you're a simp. You're fat as f***. She's not going to f*** you, fat f***. I don't know what to tell you. This falling off podcast of you. Look at these two old heads. Can you guys go take care of your kids? Please, guys, it's actually getting embarrassing. You guys have children. I know you do. You probably have multiple baby mamas. I'm not stupid.
And has also said he's called the...
Oh, you guys have multiple baby mamas. Wonder what led him to make this assumption. Bro, just say the N-word at that point. Like, I think everybody understands what's going on, you know? That's it. You're just taking the long road. You're taking the long road home on that one. That's it.
Cops. There's even a clip here of him on the phone with DJ Academics whining and crying about the whole situation.
Talking crazy too, and about black people with a black scent and misusing AAV like that. Crazy. I mean, come on. Many such cases, right? I mean, that's a given, right? It's the classic, like, guy who has a Bob Marley flag in the background, but will say the N-word and, like, hates black people. Or a guy who actually loves the NFL but hates when black players will turn around and remind people that they're human beings and police brutality is fucked up. It's just you're basically describing the damn near entirety of the white boy consumption of black sports or black art in general. That's just how it is.
And I've already contacted police about that. I'm not a street rapper. Why don't these guys go slide on their ops?
I'm not a street rapper. Every time he's crying about pushback that he's getting, he's like, Ack, can you defend me against these street rappers, please? These thugs.
Slide for their people and go after their ops. Don't worry about me, the little Jewish streamer kid.
Why don't they all just go slide on their ops? Because you know what? Real gangsters move in silence. Yeah, I think Aiden has bit off a little bit more than he could chew here. And nobody with two brain cells likes it. Even Joe Budden, apparently.
He lit up the ox signal. Yeah. Ox, save me.
Would like to see this man get beat up.
Also, Joe Budden, you're a pussy. F you. Let's link up. You know where I'm at. I got police with me too.
Wait, Joe Budden? Bro, he will beat your ass. I think Aiden Ross is too young to remember Joe Budden's activities back in the day. Oh my God. Wait. Some of you guys are probably also too young to know this, okay? This was his response to this.
I do want to say I'm rooting for Glasses Malone to get all the Crips together to beat up homeboy. I am. Sorry.
Yo, these guys are so funny. Joe Budden calls for direct violence on Aiden Ross for his comments made on Doechii. I'm rooting for Glasses Malone. Everyone becomes a snitch, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. The moment that they get like any pushback whatsoever, it's like, oh, excuse me, I was just being a little racist. Why won't you let me? I'll call the cops on you. You're a black man. You're black. You're black. There will be police brutality happening to you.
Because I think that's who she was talking to in the song.
Yeah. I didn't know at first.
She was talking to little fuckity fuck.
The more I looked into it, she was directly talking to him.
Oh, no shit.
Because he said some wild shit.
Yeah, he said a bunch of bullshit.
Oh, really? Wild shit, yeah.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
And then there was some back and forth after she put the song out. And I like Glasses Malone saying what he said.
But I got police with me and I'm in your city. What's good? What do you want to do?
And you know what? If this creates a broader conversation around misogyny in the hip hop industry and whether or not it's...
You might be misremembering Hasan. Joe was never that guy. He got jumped by Raekwon back in Joe's early YouTube days, jump off TV era, and then filmed a YouTube video retailing the confrontation. Wasn't it Joe Budden who like chased the car after someone threw a fucking rock at him? I mean, I'm not saying like he's... Am I misremembering? It is Joe Budden, right? Like they threw a rock, or no, he chased the car with a rock in his hand after some fucking kids went up to his house in his wife beater, bro. Ran up on Joe Budden, lemma foul.
Joe Budden. Joe Budden.
Pump it up. She got a good. Oh, you drunk. Big shots. Oh, boy. OVO, bitch ass! OVO!
Drake fans.
Drive!
Drive!
Fucking bitch!
This is the last thing you see. Joe Budden coming at you like you're like a hippo. You know, like the hippo, like the hippo that like brings up his head from the water, and you're like, uh-oh, danger, danger, danger. Steer the boat away now. Oh, it's awesome.
Fucking bitch!
And then he gives chase in the car.
That ass chasing us, boy. Yo, we're getting chased by Joe Budden, my nigga. Oh, boy. Boy! Follow me on Twitter, boy. Read a Kid Prodigy. Yo, what the fuck? Back off!
That wasn't me. That wasn't me. I'm sorry.
Yes! This is why I said Aiden Ross does not know what kind of dark magic he is awoken. He Yeah, bro. This is a classic, dude.
Out the door. Go. Yo, back up. Back up. Yo, don't. I'm trying to make.
Sir,
Yo.
Sir, that wasn't me.
Yo, back off.
That wasn't me. That wasn't me. I'm
Back
sorry.
off.
That wasn't me. I'm sorry. That wasn't me.
Back again. I'm gonna kill one of you little niggas.
All right, I'm sorry. Sir, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yo, chill.
Sir, I'm sorry for.
Bro, with the cuts on his fucking. With the fucking. He's got the white beater on. He's got fucking holes on it, dude.
I'm sorry.
He's got rocks in his hand. Oh, he went akimbo. He went akimbo with dual rocks, dude. That's a dual rock wield. You understand me? Do you understand?
For them, I'm sorry.
Lord.
I'm sorry. You got. That wasn't me. I wasn't.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm sorry. That wasn't me.
Back up. Yo, don't.
That's the best. When he pops up like it's the fucking zombie apocalypse. He's on the roof. It's a real. Oh, he's right. He's right behind me, isn't he? Oh man. He's on our side, W. That's why I was saying what I said.
A good idea to basically allow Aiden Ross to hate on any artist he wants for whatever reason he wants. I think that's a good thing, because if you care about music and you're actually critiquing music or a song from a constructive place, or the criticisms at least that you have centers on the music itself. I mean, I know I'm not a perfect person and I'm not.
Snipe this comment, please. The usual suspects are trying to do a repeat of last October with even less convincing footage from earlier today. Please nip it in the bud, but this time debunk it quickly. Don't want a repeat of that shit again. If you do it the next day, they will just lie again. What are you talking about? What is the... I don't even know what the fuck you're
like the most well-informed critic in the world, and I make mistakes for sure. But I'm not out here with no provocation whatsoever calling artists dirty and smelly, because that's just...
Hutch is doing Dogtober 7 2.0. Okay, dude. Yeah.
Uncalled for and so unnecessary.
I'm brutalizing. I'm killing Kai. That's why she's not here, because she's dead. Not because she's on a walk, but because she's been killed.
And doesn't make sense. It doesn't benefit anyone, fix anything, or contribute to any kind of net positive. And I hate that the words and actions of people like Aiden Ross end up inflaming this discourse about whether or not white people or people outside of hip hop culture should be able to have any sort of thoughts or opinions on the music or certain songs, certain albums, whatever. Because like this dude is obviously going about it in the most toxic way possible. And it's also not even just a matter of Aiden being an alien and an outsider within hip hop culture. The guy doesn't even give a fuck about music. Like, the only reason he says he likes Drake's music is because Drake pays him. Okay, jumping in for an update. Now, all of a sudden, Aiden is going to be donating $100,000 to underprivileged communities in LA. How exactly?
I said this is woke too. This is woke. This is a testament to woke too. Okay. He started moving like Walmart during Black Lives Matter, where he was like, "Oh, I'm giving $100,000 to black small businesses." Hello. Yeah, right on the money. She just got back from her walk. Fatty. He's not donating the money anymore, so he says, "Oh, nice." Get out of there. Nope, don't go in there. Kaya, please. Yeah, I lied about killing Kaya. That was a lie, guys. But also, the update I assume for Aiden Ross is around the fact that since this has happened, Aiden Ross has declared he's officially done discussing Doechii and the whole beef, and he's looking forward to watching all the people who are dragging him and talking smack during the drama to see their social media engagement and numbers start tanking. And then also on top of that, oh, he fucking cooks academics here as well. Tate Brothers, goddamn, he's got smoke. Donald Trump, Nick Fuentes. Okay, maybe I'll watch this. Never mind.
Hey,
I wasn't going
what's
to
up?
watch it. I was going to give you the summarization, but like, basically, he claims that the NBA dropped a deal and he's getting cooked nonstop on the timeline.
Aiden, how you doing? I'm good. Thanks for asking. I hope this email finds you well. We don't need to mince words. We don't need to go into backstory or anything like that. You know what I've said about you. I know what you've said about me. You seemed kind of upset, which I understand because you come across like the type of person who very much seeks validation from older men.
What's the biggest thing about you? Like you must have something huge about yourself. What's the biggest thing?
But we're not here to talk about that. What we're here to address is that you're not going to get away with sort of assassinating my character, dragging me down with you, and acting as if I'm a horrible, terrible human being. There's just one thing I need to point out to prove that isn't true. Because if I was like the worst person on the planet, if I was a hateful person, if I was somebody who was bigoted and misogynist, you would like me. You would think I'm
true. This is one of the things that I always get mad about is when you got like King Bigot, and there are many of them. It's not just Aiden, but like just people who are winning the bigot Olympics, right? Turning around and being like, Hasan is transphobic. It's like, bitch, if I was, you would love me. Like, what are you talking about? The whole reason why you're beefing with me is because I'm not that. Okay, oh, he's racist. He's racist. He's racist. It's like, really? Because you love racists. What the fuck do you mean? You wouldn't be beefing with me at all.
awesome. You would be drawn toward me like a fly toward shit. For example, if I had a case with a 14-year-old child, you would want to do a song with me. If there were minutes of audio of me uploaded to God's internet having conversations like this with a teenage boy.
So you tell me that there's not another 15-year-old that you could bust down? Yo, bro.
Dude, will you
That
let
was insane.
No.
Why not? Suppose he's like, yo, bro, listen,
Yo, you always wanted me to be next to you. Now I
can't
can be
even.
beside you.
This is.
Yo, I'm not gay.
I would be your shoulder to cry on.
Oh my God, I'm so mad at. My PR was finally getting better. I had 2 deals lined up. Same with DD. I was talking to him. He lost both my deals. On God. Like, it's not even about the money. It's just because like I wanted to do it. Cause it's like, damn, it was a big ad. It was a big deal.
If I was a sex trafficker, you would want to sniff my chair. Okay. If I was a greedy, weird, gambling spokesperson, you would do stream after stream after stream with me and even get rounded up with me in a couple lawsuits. Why not? If I was a high-powered politician on the Epstein list, you would probably use your platform to help me win an election.
We good? Oh, we're good. All right.
And if I was, let's say, a white supremacist, you would do even more streams with me. There would be hours of footage of you reacting to me very positively. Hell, we'd probably even be friends.
Another black thug that hates whites, ingrate. They should ship his ass to Africa.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? Take your Hennessy.
Yeah.
And your Cavassier.
Everything Nick is saying right now is facts. And if you have a problem, don't get out of my stream. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I don't know how many people are gonna me after saying this, but I think Nick Fuentes is very funny, and I like a lot of shit that he says. I just gotta with you. You understand? Like,
Love
there's something
it.
about it.
Hell yeah,
There's just something about it, bro. There's something about it.
The GOAT, dude. The GOAT.
There's literally footage of you allowing this man to gaslight you live on stream into believing that hate crime.
Okay, to be fair, this was like, this was kind of funny. This got a good laugh out of me because he had a Nazi on his broadcast unironically convince him that the Holocaust was fake as a Jewish man in America in the year 2024 or maybe 2025. I don't remember exactly what year it was. It's one of the most insane things I've ever seen, where it's just one of the dumbest things you can possibly be.
Crimes and hate crime statistics against your own people are just made up.
I'm looking at these hate crimes by different religions, and anti-Jewish is number 1 with 683. Could you care to explain?
Oh, yeah. Where are you getting that figure? What you actually find is that, 1, a lot of hate crimes are hoaxes, like Jussie Smollett. That's the famous example. You can look into, there are a lot of these hate crimes where there'll be a Jewish cemetery or something like that, and it's a Jewish person that puts it there.
It's all
this kind of stuff makes me unironically super woke, by the way. Like, this is, I know that, you know, as a white boy, as a quirked up white boy myself, I don't normally do the whole like, oh, this person is like using AAVE while stealing black culture and undermining black people in general. But like, this is literally, I mean, this is 1-to-1. This is straight up the most obvious, the most transparent, the most ridiculous version of events. It basically, yeah, woke jet fuel is right. When I fucking watch any clip from Aiden Ross, I become ultra woke. I become the wokest man in America. Okay, these people make you look like a saint. Wait, what do you mean? I'm not even fucking on the same playing field as these motherfuckers. What are you, crazy? Yeah, I become the woker, straight up.
About spreading love, and I'm all for it. So you just
absolutely
no hate at all, man. No hate at all.
Also, weren't you just defending FaZe Banks the other week?
Ricky, you're going backwards. Dude, there's nothing wrong with saying that. If you're saying it in a non-racist way with your friends and you're not doing it on...
White guy giving another white guy the permission to say the N-word towards black people is crazy. Okay?
Stream, and they're okay with you doing that? Like, stop acting like streamers are perfect and people on the internet are perfect. No, that's not the case. And it's not about race.
So, no, Aiden, I'm going to be real with you because, again, you're not going to gaslight me here. I know in my mind I'm nowhere near the piece of garbage that you typically hang out with because, again, if I was, we would be besties. You would come over here, get on your knees, let me fart in your mouth, and then afterwards you would say, "Thank you, sir, may I have another?" I would give you at least several chairs to sniff. I find your situation very, very sad, and I don't so much dislike you as much as I pity you, mostly because of clips like this.
I don't care about perception, bro. That's been cooked. You guys think the LG community is gonna like me? You guys think the deep feminist, they're gonna
LG community.
Or there's nothing I could do. They're gonna hate me no matter what. I can't change that shit. Facts in the chat. They're gonna forever hate me because of the LG shit. They're gonna forever hate me because the Tate, the Trump, all that shit. So it's inevitable. I can't do anything about it. I'm cooked forever.
I'm sorry, I know this isn't very woke, but this is like the most shit I've ever seen in my life. If I was your dad, and I feel like you are seeking a daddy, if I was your dad and I saw this clip, I would give you a call out of concern.
Hey, Dada! Daddy, how many Dada, bro? Bro, come on, bro.
What's wrong, son? Are the feminists hurting your feelings again? You know, regardless of how they feel about you, you should still want
What did he mean by LG? He means lesbian gay. He just calls it LG, the LG community, because like he is too many letters. He doesn't know all the letters. Like, don't get mad at him. I love when people go, he's being transphobic, he's doing bi-erasure. No, he's a dumbass, okay? I've said this before, and I still stand by this. Aiden Ross might be one of the only people on the planet who is genuinely too stupid to be bigoted. Okay? Like, this is another one of those moments where he like wants to be bigoted. He's got the hate in his heart, but he is unironically too stupid to be like effectively bigoted. Genuinely. Nick Shirley disproves this. I mean, I actually don't know who'd win in a stupid off between him and Nick Shitley. I genuinely don't know. Probably Aiden Ross still, because like Nick Shitley doesn't know, like Nick Shitley doesn't know like words like ba-da-ba-ba, right? But like Aiden Ross doesn't, you know, Aiden Ross also doesn't know words.
Be a good boy. I know you can be a good boy. I know it's there inside of you. It's been there all along. You don't need to pal around with rats and traffickers and in order to be successful and be happy. You can trust your gut and just stop being a dirtbag. This isn't the way your mother and I raised you. Because
bro, Aiden's stupidity actually powers up his racism. Bro doesn't understand stereotypes. He just believes everything you tell him. Yeah.
Here's the thing, Aiden. You can paint me however you want to paint me on whatever stream, but the fact still remains, like, people are not on my ass in the way they are on yours, and that is because there is a real and tangible difference in the ways that you and I both operate in the world.
I'm not banned from LA, bro. I wish somebody would. I swear to God, I'm gonna go to LA, nobody's gonna do shit to me.
Because, brother, you just got taxed by Crips. And while it is true, I've got a little bit of an enemies list too, I'm actually quite proud of the people who hate me most. If someone like this thought I was amazing and cool and one of the good ones and the homie, I would have to reassess my decisions, which hopefully right now at this point in this journey we call life, regardless of whatever emotional front you are putting up, I hope you're doing that. Because again, getting taxed by
Aiden knows his ABCs is not even close. No, I don't think he knows his ABCs. If you asked Aiden Ross to read an entire page from a Harry Potter book, he would not be able to complete that task. To be fair, neither could Nick Shirtley, I think, but I don't know, man. It's bad.
Bit of a rock bottom situation, which I hope and I pray you can learn from.
You can't do that.
Why can't
you thinking you popping and talking shit about that sister? I'm gonna what she said in the art. AD let you get away with it the first time. He should have f***ed you around and he didn't. Niggas keep letting you get it off because they want to be cool with you. It's one thing to say, hey man, you know what? That lady ain't said your name, so you assuming it, you finna start calling her out her name. I'm telling you right now, 7th Street Crib, nigga not going for that.
I've already contacted police about that. I'm not a street rapper. Why don't these guys...
When he's on his high horse shitting on a black woman, he's like, hey, yo, you're a bitch. On God, you're a bitch. And then the moment that he gets pushed back, he's like, I'm calling the cops. I've already called the cops on them. I've called the cops on them.
Go slide on their ops. Go slide for their people and go after their ops.
Look, I don't need to do or say anything from here because, to be honest, if you continue on this path, God is going to sort it out. I feel like what just happened was like a little bit of a bump. But look, I'm going to leave it here. I know you got some taxes to pay. I know you've got some lawsuits to worry about. I don't want to take away too much of your focus from these bigger fish to fry. But look, when it's all over and maybe things calm down and you have gained some, I don't know, intelligence and maybe some experience from the situation, I'll be here if you ever want to talk, if you ever want to talk to somebody who's not trying to take advantage of you or trying to use your platform for clout or trying to get money from you. Look, I'll even follow you on Instagram. You can message me back and we can have a nice long conversation about not being an idiot. Until then, I hope you're well. I hope you're safe. Have a good stream, and I'll talk to you later.
Do I have to pay taxes this year? Are people not doing that? I think people are doing that. I think people are doing that. What is this? The price
Ruckus,
of self-respect?
how could you possibly love
Claus the Jester in the Night? The infinite black money glitch? Oh, these are black Republicans. Dude, there are a lot of people who used to say, I've seen a lot of people who were saying initially about iShowSpeed that he was like engaging in minstrel shit, but I think that's not the case. I don't know if this content creator does that as well, but Pillboy is goated. He's so, dude, iShowSpeed is so fucking dope, man. Straight up. He is, I mean, there was definitely some, initially there was some stuff that he was doing maybe when he was like much younger, but I mean, if you look at his output now, he's so fucking sick. He's so good. Speed accidentally displayed China's soft power in Zambia. 6 billion USD investment in the past decade. Mandarin as third language for easier employment in the mainland.
你说张伟？是，嘿，我是叫康哥。贾康哥。Chinese speak Chinese here too.
Chinese speak Chinese here too.
你说张伟？
Speed is the new Bourdain. He's saying he's hyperthyroid, bro. Speed is a better, healthier Bourdain. I mean, did you see Speed shit himself today? I mean, he is the Zoomer Anthony Bourdain for sure. He said he can't speak Chinese. Well, let's dial it back. No, I agree. I agree with that. What is this? The self-hating neo-Nazi from LJ? Speed is the new Che. Okay, calm down. There's a new way for you to become Chinese too. I'll never support tariffs. Then I'm afraid you're Chinese. Oh my God. Oh my God. To be anti-tariffs is to be pro-Chinese. This is me. This is my life. I'm anti-tariff. Please hit me with the Chinese beam, please. Is the video over? Yes, the video is over. Also, I'm tired. So I'm going to end it here. I'm going to end the broadcast here, folks. That's all I got for today. But tomorrow's another day. I'll see you tomorrow. You already know. Another 7-hour short ass half-day Hasi stream. You already know what it is. Love you guys. And I will see you tomorrow. Take care. Peace, everybody. Bye-bye. Love you all. Oh, wait. Remember the Trump... Remember the Trump supporter mom and dad that went viral? Like the podcast there with the Trump supporting mom and dad, where the mom and dad was talking about how, they want to, they would justify Trump killing them in a mall or something. Yeah, I'm going to have him on and we're going to actually talk to his parents. The quiet, peaky guy. Yeah, I'm going to have him on. I'm going to have that podcast on. and I'm gonna meet his parents, and I'm very excited about it. Anyway, peace, everybody. Bye bye.
California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning